Chapter 1: The Dumped School Grass. Drip, drip, drip. You walk without eyes. The driver of the car jerked the steering wheel, then stuck his head out of the window and cursed. I'm sorry, how about you run me over? The young man said, shaking as if he hadn't woken up from his hangover. Nuts. I don't care about you, the bald man cursed again and then drove off. The magic city in midsummer was like a big furnace, evenly roasting every pedestrian walking on the road. The roadside stood a man wearing a white undershirt, a man named Lu Feng. Yes, it is the protagonist of our book. At this time he was carrying a bottle of wine with a face of indignation, scolded just the BMW driver, the tycoon, the turd, in addition to the money and what else? I will certainly be richer than you. Ding. Time-limited spike system is binding. What sound? Who is talking? Lu Feng anxiously looked around, but did not find anything. I am a binding system that is exclusively for you, and 3 seconds items are fixedly refreshed every day, and you can choose one of them. And as you level up, more services will be opened one after another, a mechanical voice replied. So you are now my exclusive system? Lu Feng was filled with doubt as he listened. Yes, the system's relentless voice continued. So the novel has really shown into reality. I'm going to be a loser against all odds, right? Yes. Then where are you now? He asked hurriedly. I am now in your mind. You only need to concentrate your mind to enter the mind interface. Lu Feng sniffed and hurriedly concentrated, and sure enough, he entered a place similar to a subspace, with an interface similar to a computer window hanging above him. Ding. Detected that the host has entered into the system. This day's items have been refreshed. Lu Feng hurriedly looked at the screen when he heard the system's voice. Dongcheng District Mission Hills International large flat set worth 74 million yuan. Lamborghini Poison of 45 million yuan. Ferrari original shares 1% worth 300 million US dollars. Lu Feng surveyed the system, refreshed things for a time, actually looked dumbfounded, after a long time to react. This is also too bullish, right? This is not a minute to beat the size of the horse. The system, I love you to death. Ding. The refreshment of this day has ended. Please make a choice as soon as possible. I choose 3. The system has just finished prompting. Lu Feng made a choice. Definitely choose 3. 300 million US dollars. Converted into RMB almost 2 billion. This is not a moment from the poor boy into a billionaire. The host has made a choice. Ferrari equity transfer will be delivered to the host's residence within 1 hour. Go, 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 go home. When Lu Feng heard the system's words, he hurriedly swept a shared bicycle on the side of the road, and his 2 legs went backwards like wind in firewheels. At this moment he only wanted to quickly see his share transfer letter to see if it was all true. In less than a moment, accompanied by a squeaking sound of a sharp brake, Lu Feng returned to his less than 10 square feet rental house. He was a college student who had just graduated this year from the Magic City University of Finance and Economics, a top university in China. At the same time, he was also the schoolgrass of the University of Finance and Economics, but it was a pity that he, the schoolgrass, was dumped by his girlfriend the day before graduation. Thinking of his girlfriend getting into the BMW 5 Series of a bald and greasy middle-aged uncle, and then thinking of the heartless words that his girlfriend said. Lu Feng, in this world nowadays, you can't live without money, and you can't fall in love without money. Although you are the schoolgrass, but handsome and cannot be food readers, except I just want to live a quality life, you cannot give me the life I want, we broke up. The words of the ex-girlfriend in the past few days has been in the ears of Lu Feng around. In fact, he did not think of relying on his own efforts to find a well-paid job and then hit his girlfriend in the face, but the reality gave him a slap in the face. Although he graduated from a first-class university in China, the current environment in China is simply not a shortage of college students, even if you are a graduate of the University of Finance and Economics. He has no connections, no background, even his parents are gone, he is still being pulled up by his uncle. How easy it is to find a good job. Coupled with the breakup and loss of love blow, Lu Feng decadent, but now this inexplicable system and gave him a glimmer of hope. Just as Lu Feng was lost in thought, he was awakened by a knock on the door, and when he heard the sound, he hurriedly got up and walked over. Click. With the sound of the door opening, the door was opened. Hello, is this Mr. Lu Feng? Your express delivery, please sign for it, said the courier holding a document bag. But Lu Feng didn't seem to hear him, so the courier had to call out hello again. Under the courier's greeting, Lu Feng finally came back to his senses. Please sign, said the courier with a pen. Oh, good, he forced down the excitement in his heart, trembling, picked up the pen and signed. Have a nice life, goodbye, the courier said and left without looking back. Waiting until the courier had already gone away, Lu Feng excitedly opened the envelope and took out the document. Then his eyes were directly glued to the 8 words of the Ferrari equity transfer letter on it. I am real. He hurriedly turned over the document and looked at it carefully. How to say that he also graduated from the Magic City University of Finance and Economics, but in the time of 2 minutes, he finished reading the contract, and then he directly signed his name on it. So I am now a shareholder of Ferrari? I've become a billionaire? Lu Feng asked the system with an incredulous face. Yes, host. The system's voice sounded inside his head again. So it can be refreshed every day, Lu Feng asked again. Yes, right now the system level is the initial one. Please make more efforts to raise the level of the host. As the level rises, better items can be unlocked. How to raise the level? Lu Feng was very puzzled when he heard this. To be honest, he didn't even know how the system worked until now, and why it suddenly appeared on him. When your total value exceeds 10 billion or more, the system automatically upgrades to level 2, and at the same time opens the mall mode. You can redeem a lot of items you wouldn't expect to find in the mall. And so on. When the sum of your worth reaches 100 billion, 10,000 billion, it can make the system upgrade. Okay, then I understand. It seems that I can only buy items very hard every day to let you level up, Lu Feng said with a beaten face. However, at this time, he didn't know that because he relied on the system to get the shares of Ferrari, he had already invariably offended a major power. This party had already laid out their plans for a long time in order to get Ferrari's shares. After coming out from the system space, Lu Feng rode a shared bicycle and prepared to go out for dinner. Getting something good to eat today. How can I say I'm a billionaire now? Treat myself. Chapter 2. Ferrari comes. Squeak, a sound of brakes rang out. Lu Feng parked his bike in front of the store and then shouted loudly to the inside boss, give me a portion of crab meat noodles plus 4 portions of crab meat. Ha ha, little wind, you got rich, so extravagant, said the noodle shop owner with a smile. Yes, I'm lucky to be rich, Lu Feng said as he sat down on the seat. It's good to be rich, don't forget to take care of me when you're rich, he said. No problem, uncle, I've received a lot of care from you before. Have you found a job yet? The owner of the noodle shop asked again. Not yet, is working on it. Lu Feng casually found an excuse to put off the past. About the matter of the spike system, he is not prepared to tell anyone. After all, this kind of thing is too unbelievable. He does not want to be caught by others to slice and study. Take your time, don't be in a hurry, your noodles are ready, eat first, the boss said and walked over with the noodles. Looking at the noodles that were completely covered by a thick layer of crab meat, with some green onions dotted on the surface, Lu Feng's appetite was greatly moved, and he took his chopsticks and ate. The boundless sky is my love, the sheepish green mountain footflowers are blooming. What? Hello? Which one? Lu Feng picked up the phone and said impatiently, after all, no one likes to be disturbed while eating. Hello, is it Mr. Lu Feng? A soft voice came from the phone. It's me, and you are? I am the assistant to the president of Ferrari Asia, my name is Chen Xian. Soft voice returned. Ferrari? Looking for me to do what? Lu Feng muttered a sentence. It's like this, the contract you received it. Received, Lu Feng faintly back. Then you have time to come to the company in the afternoon to see it, or I will go to pick you up, Chen Xian said again. Okay, you add my WeChat, I send you the location, you come to pick me up. Lu Feng said he hung up the phone, and then do not hang up the phone, the noodle on the pile, which as he added 4 points of the luxury of crab meat noodles, cannot be wasted. Chen Xian this side hung up the phone, also quickly drove the car to Lu Feng to the positioning rushed, while walking, the brain while thinking of the mysterious Ferrari shareholders. To know Ferrari is a world-class high-end sports car brand, the shares have been controlled by the Italians. How in the world did this mysterious shareholder acquire the shares of Ferrari? It won't be any mysterious big brother in the country, Chen Xian thought while driving. Because there are a lot of financial, internet big brother in the country, such as the internet big and small horse, the old president of the Cheetah Group and so on. These are all international big brothers that can set off a storm of blood in the international arena, and if it is these big brothers to acquire the shares of Ferrari, then it is not strange. Chen Xian drove her car and unknowingly arrived near the location given by Lu Feng. When she saw Lu Feng, who was wearing a white tank top with a short underneath and was happily nibbling on an ice cream in his hand, through the car window on the side of the road, Chen Xian fell into self-doubt. She will believe it and picked up the phone, dialed over. Hey! The phone rang once and then someone answered. Chen Xian looked out the window, the one hand holding ice cream with one hand to answer the phone, non-stop hello 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 hello, finally back to God, rushed out of the car and walked over. Mr. Lu, hello. Lu Feng, who was feeding, was startled and looked up to see Chen Xian, who was wearing a small black perfume suit, a wraparound skirt with black silk, and a height of 1.7 meters or so. Hello, hello. Lu Feng reacted and then said. You are the assistant to the president of Ferrari, right? Yes, Mr. Lu. Nice to see you. Is there anything? Lu Feng asked curiously. It's like this, you are now a director of Ferrari, and Mr. Enzo, our global president and director of Ferrari, wants to meet you, Chen Xian replied. What do you mean by that? Do I still have to go to Italy to meet him? No, it's not, Chen Xian quickly explained. It's just a video call between you and him. Mr. Enzo would like to get to know you a little bit and has prepared a gift for you. All you need to do is to go to the company with me. Oh, that's fine, let's go, Lu Feng then agreed. Chen Xian hurriedly took Lu Feng to her small BMW. On the road, Chen Xian had been observing Lu Feng. It was such a young person who could not be any younger, and could even be said to be a college student, who had put the shares of Ferrari in his pocket under the siege of so many capital giants. What kind of person is he? Is he the successor secretly groomed by the capitalist giants in China? Or is he the young master of one of those mysterious ancient families? It can't be by his handsome face. Chen Xian guessed all the way, also did not guess the result. After parking the car, Chen Xian brought Lu Feng to the Ferrari temporary rental branch, said the Ferrari branch company. In fact, there are not many people. The main reason is that Ferrari didn't really set up a branch in China, so the so-called branch only has Chen Xian, the president's assistant, and a dozen or so employees. Lu Feng came down to the office under Chen Xian's leadership. Watching Chen Xian use the computer to launch a video request to the global president of the other side of the ocean. Lu Feng's heart is still a little excited. After all, this is a bit of a legend, but in the car circle has a pivotal position. Drops. Lu Feng is thinking of the time. A prompt sound pulled Lu Feng to reality. At this time the computer screen appeared a bit over the age of the old man. He had a kind face and was very energetic, especially his eyes, which were as sharp as an eagle's, so that if the enemy missed a single crack, he would seize it and attack. This was an old man with tough tactics and a shrewd mind. Lu Feng's first impression of Enzo was like this. Hello, Mr. Lu. Enzo spoke fluent Chinese to Lu Feng. Hello, Mr. Enzo, I didn't expect your Chinese to be so good. Lu Feng was a little surprised. Ha ha ha, too much praise. China is an ancient civilization with a history of thousands of years. I have always been very interested in China, Enzo smiled and said. Ha, is it? Lu Feng said with a smile. Then you can come to China to take a good look. The beauty of this place, food, as well as history and culture, I believe that will not let you disappointed. Good, then wait for me to have the opportunity to definitely go to see. Very much looking forward to your arrival, when I personally accompany you around the magic city. Right, you this time to find me? Is there something? Lu Feng asked. Well, this time is mainly to welcome you to join the Ferrari family, and by the way, I am the host to give you a small gift, Enzo said smilingly. Really let you bother, I am also very happy to know you such a senior. Ha, between us there is no need to be so polite. Originally I was still thinking about Ferrari's branch in Asia where to build. Good, since you are in the Magic City, then we will directly build the branch in the Magic City. Good. It just so happens that you come to be the president of the Asian branch. When the time comes, the appointment letter will be sent to you directly. You should not refuse. Enzo cannot be refused to make a decision. Since you have said so, then I will respectfully follow the order. Lu Feng saw the situation and directly agreed. Chapter 3: The second kill. The two of them chatted for a while longer before hanging up the phone. After coming out from Chen Xian's place, Lu Feng refused Chen Xian's request to send him home. Because he needed to be alone. What happened today was too unbelievable. Just this morning he was still a loser college student who was dumped by his girlfriend. In addition to handsome, he is nothing. To what? Nothing really narcissistic. You again handsome can have readers handsome. But because of the accidental binding of the system, life directly changed forever. From the useless loser into an Ferrari big brother equal dialogue person, life ups and downs too fast. He really need to calm down a bit. In this way, he walked all the way back to his rental house, after going back to lie on the bed and toss and turn. No, enter the system again to see if it is true. Said Lu Feng directly sat up and concentrated his spirit into the brain interface. Welcome back, host, the system responded normally. System, when will the spike interface be refreshed? Lu Feng asked. The system responded, it will be refreshed in the early hours of the morning every day. This is too slow, days are like years. At this time Lu Feng, who has already tasted the sweetness, does not want to wait a moment. The system is set like this, cannot be changed, the system said coldly. Forget it, I'll go to sleep first, I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Besides, didn't Enzo say that a letter of appointment will be sent to me tomorrow? Tomorrow I will be the president. The domineering president Lu Feng is officially online. Lu Feng thought while retreating from the system, ready to sleep until the items were refreshed. Then he set an alarm clock for himself and waited for the refresh. At 12 a.m., the alarm clock rang on time. Ding 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 ding. With an alarm clock sound, Lu Feng quickly sat up, then entered the system interface at the speed of light. He just went in, the system prompted a refresh. Ding. This day's spike items have been refreshed, please host make a choice. Lu Feng immediately looked over after hearing the words. The refreshed items are Supercar Koenigsegg Agera valued at 27 million renminbi. A set of Mission Hills International Grand Flats in the Dongcheng district valued at 74 million renminbi. Rolex Green Ghost Limited Edition valued at 12 million renminbi. Me. I really love you so much, system. You have to know that all these things, which I usually can't even see, can now actually be seen by me here. And now they can actually be picked by me here. You really are too good. I won't be some kind of destined son, Lu Feng said in a stinky voice. Ding. System prompt please host do not daydream, please make a choice immediately. So indifferent that I choose a large flat. It is the most expensive of these three options I always choose expensive not to choose the right. This is also conducive to the system you upgraded Besides, I do not have a place to live. As the future president of Ferrari, how can there not be a good place to live, Lu Feng said. Ding. The host has made a choice, a set of large flat floors at Mission Hills International in the Eastern District, and the relevant documents will appear on the host's desk tomorrow morning. Okay, thanks. Lu Feng said as he exited the system, then lay down on the bed and fell asleep again. The early morning sunlight through the leaves of the trees turned into light spots dripping down on Lu Feng's face, only to see him rubbing his bleary eyes, yawning. And then quickly swooping down to the table, and sure enough, he saw the red book that he had been longing for. Ness. Lu Feng shouted and quickly opened the real estate certificate. What caught his eye was, clearly, the 6th floor of the 7th building of Mission Hills International in the Dongcheng district, the steel seal stamped underneath and the name written in the column of the homeowner. None of them told Lu Feng that this set of houses valued at 74 million renminbi was his. Excited heart, trembling hands, put on the clothes and let's go. Lu Feng hummed a song while opening the door to the room and walked out. The morning of early summer is still very cool, no midday heat, there is just a breeze gently brushed across the face, like a gentle mother caressing her children. Parked the car on the side of the road, bought 2 buns. Lu Feng ate the buns and rode to his big mansion. Shared bicycles cannot enter the neighborhood. In a cold cry from the security guard, our big owner, Gray, parked his car in the place where the shared bicycle was placed. Hello, do you have an appointment? No. For the safety of the owners, we are not allowed to enter without an appointment. Please notify the owners so that we can release them. Is there a possibility that I am the owner? Lu Feng said breathlessly. Sorry, honorable owner, 9527 for you, the security guard quickly saluted. A salute said. Do you still need to register? No, please show me the evidence, I will arrange a car to send you in. Hearing this, Lu Feng pulled out the key in his pocket, and since the keys were all customized, the security guard only needed a glance to know if they were real or fake. Welcome home owner, 9527 reporting to you, the security guard said loudly. Okay, very spirited, take me to building 7, Lu Feng laughed. He found the security guard very interesting. Under the leadership of the security guard, he got into the security car and came to the front of the house that he had longed for, and with an excited mood, Lu Feng walked into the elevator. Out of the elevator, looking at the armored entry door in front of him, which was made of alloy armor, Lu Feng's heart had already flown out, and he hurriedly opened the door with the key, not forgetting to record his fingerprints on the door lock. After opening the door, the first eye Lu Feng saw a large dining guest horizontal hall, decoration that is called a luxury, that is called a beautiful. Standard 4 rooms and 2 halls, equipped with a study room, but also with 2 nanny rooms, the total area reached 343 square feet. This will be my house later, the first house in Magic City, but definitely not the last. Backed by the system, this will be the starting point of my life. Standing on the balcony, looking at the distant scenery of Magic City, Lu Feng thought. The whole city will be prostrate at my feet. The boundless sky is my love, and the flowers are blooming at the foot of the sheer green mountains. Just when Lu Feng was thinking about good things, a telephone rang again. Hello, I am Mission Hills International Private Butler. You can call me Xiao Wang. Call to disturb you is to ask, do you need to prepare a lunch? You still have this service? Charge money? Lu Feng asked curiously. Of course, there is no need, the property fee you pay includes the cost of ordering food, the housekeeper said slowly. Then help me prepare it. Okay. Lu Feng finished hanging up the phone, lying on the sofa, just want to study of the TV, the phone rang again. A look at the note is actually Ferrari Chin Chen, she called to do what? With doubt, Lu Feng answered the phone. What is it, Miss Chen? Lu total, your appointment booked down, I send you over, but do not know your location, so call to ask, Chin Chen said gently. Oh, then you send it over to me, I am in the 6th floor of the 7th building of Mission Hills International, pay attention to safety on the road, said Lu Feng, hung up the phone. But at this time, Chen Xian's side cannot be calm, because as a Magic City local she knows, Mission Hills International, that is Mission Hills International, the average selling price is close to $100 million of luxury housing. This young man, who has just been appointed president of Ferrari, actually lives in Mission Hills International. With a messy mood, Chen Xian drove to Mission Hills International. Because Lu Feng had notified in advance, Chen Xian also came to the interior of the neighborhood very smoothly. While walking, Chen Xian visited the luxury of the neighborhood. Million evil rich people, I really have to fight with you guys, this I have to work part-time to win, can I buy Chen Xian thought in her heart. Ding dong. With the ringing of the doorbell, Chen Xian arrived at the door of Lu Feng's house, and Lu Feng, who heard the doorbell, walked over and opened the door. Mr. Lu, this is a letter of appointment from President Enzo, please sign it. After signing it, you will be the president of the Asia division, and you will have absolute say in the Asia division, even the president of Enzo needs to respect your opinion. Chen Xian handed over the document as soon as they met. Although the heart is very difficult for his poor, but the work must continue or else be fired by the top boss. How to do, it is difficult to play workers Okay, Lu Feng took the appointment letter and signed it. So now you, the president's secretary, is the real president's secretary, Lu Feng said with a smile. Yes, in the future I will be your soldier, wherever you point I will fight, Chen Xian also said with a smile. Chapter 4 President, please don't be like this. Very good, my secretary lady, eat here at noon, I just ordered a meal, Lu Feng said with a smile. Then I won't be polite. Chen Xian also said back nonchalantly, after all, she is very interested in this mysterious president. Young and handsome, but also many gold, this is how many girls dream lover. Can I visit your house? Chen Xian turned her head and asked. Of course you can, let me show you around. Lu Feng quickly agreed, after all, he is also very interested in this set of houses, has not come to visit, Chen Xian came. When Lu Feng brought Chen Xian to the master bedroom, Chen Xian's eyes were immediately attracted, because what appeared in front of her was a super large round bed. Chen Xian estimated that sleeping 4 or 5 people will not be crowded. Wannabe capitalists, this is to want a multi-person sports movement. Chen Xian's brain immediately fled out of the mind. In fact, she really misunderstands the Lu Feng, because the Lu Feng don't even know what his master bedroom is like. Actually the master bedroom inside with check room, so envious, so jealous. This is Chen Xian's second thought, because she is now in the master bedroom inside the check room, looking at the rows and rows of closets built with precious fragrant wood, Chen Xian completely sour. To know that this is the Magic City, international first-class big city, she is now standing in this place is in the Magic City top mansion inside, the real inch of land. Chen Xian while accidentally pushed open the bathroom door, heaven and earth conscience, she really did not mean to push open the bathroom door. Mainly because the door of the master bedroom bathroom is too beautiful, she did not know it was a bathroom. After seeing the bathroom, Chen Xian was struck again, because this bathroom was even bigger than her bedroom. Inside the bathroom, an oversized double bathtub hit her hard, not only the bathtub, the shower also did wet and dry separation. The most excessive is that there is actually a sauna room. Chen Xian curious in the bathroom inside touch this, touch that. Lu Feng looked behind him and did not squeak, mainly because he himself has not seen, so let Chen Xian in front of the road. Suddenly, Chen Xian did not know what to press, the shower on her head began to spray water, Chen Xian a dodge, slipped and fell to the ground. Oops, Chen Xian let out a cry of pain. The overalls also got wet under the spray of the shower, and when Chen Xian slipped to the ground and twisted her ankle, Lu Feng reacted. Are you alright? Lu Feng hurried over to help her up, and then he himself was also covered in water by the shower that was spraying water. Don't ask Lu Feng why he didn't turn off the shower first, mainly because he wouldn't be able to. Hiss, it hurts, I sprained my foot, Chen Xian said with a frown. Lu Feng hurriedly looked at the past. This look does not matter, because Chen Xian today wearing a short skirt, a pair of snow-white long legs immediately attracted Lu Feng's eyes to the past. Coupled with the fact that at this time Chen Xian's body is already wet, the white shirt has become hidden, and you can already see the black lining inside, Lu Feng was instantly mesmerized by what he saw. Hiss, you still have to see when. Chen Xian's gentle voice with a hint of pain came, waking up Lu Feng, who had been mesmerized by watching. Sorry. Lu Feng hurriedly apologized, and then hugged Chen Xian to the bedroom. I will go and find clothes for you, you blow dry your hair first. Lu Feng handed the hairdryer to Chen Xian and then escaped like he was running out of the room. Put. Chen Xian covered her mouth and looked at the escaping Lu Feng and laughed. It is still really cute, it will not still be a chick. Chen Xian laughed while looking at her own proud body, because the blouse was wet, the proudly erect 36 has been clearly visible. Plus today did not wear stockings, a pair of slender long legs above the water beads. No wonder it can't be topped, Chen Xian thought to herself. After Lu Feng ran out of the room, his heart was beating fast. Where has he experienced this kind of thing? Although he has been in love, but because of his girlfriend's refusal, they have only held hands. Today suddenly saw such a tantalizing scene, Lu Feng said, take this test cadres can really not stand. Lu Feng thought while going to find clothes for Chen Xian. Because it was unoccupied, there were only bathrobes in the bathroom cabinet inside this house. Lu Feng took a set of pink bathrobe and hurriedly sent it to Chen Xian. You wear this first, give me the clothes, I'll go put them in the dryer for you. Lu Feng said as he handed the bathrobe to Chen Xian. I'll go and put it in the dryer for you, Lu Feng said as he handed the bathrobe to Chen Xian. I'll find you some medicine to revitalize blood circulation and remove blood stasis and apply it to you, Lu Feng said and went out again. Hello, please help me send over a blood circulation medicine. Lu Feng walked out of the room and made a phone call, said. The neighborhood housekeeper over here received the call and rushed over without stopping with a copy of safflower oil. Mr. Lu, this is the safflower oil you asked for, are you injured, do you need me to take you to the hospital? The housekeeper asked with concern. No thanks, it's just a minor sprain, Lu Feng politely said back. Good, then I won't bother you, your lunch will be ready soon, I'll bring it to you later, the butler said and retreated. Lu Feng took the safflower oil and came to the bedroom. The medicine is here, apply it yourself. Lu Feng looked at Chen Xian who was sitting on the bed in a bathrobe, and from his angle he could just see that touch of Snow White, and he forced himself to hold back his reluctance and move his gaze away, handing the medicine to Chen Xian. Mr. Lu, I can't bend over now, can I trouble you to help me apply it? Chen Xian's soft voice came, as if it still had a hint of seduction. Well, Lu Feng saw this and could only harden his head and agree. Gently put Chen Xian's feet to the right place, Lu Feng opened the safflower oil poured on his hands, and then placed on Chen Xian's ankles slowly rubbed up. The snow-white delicate ankles, in the moment of contact madly teased Lu Feng's little heart, the warm and comfortable touch, let Lu Feng hate to turn into a werewolf. Hiss. Mr. Lu. Gently. Slow down. It hurts a bit. Okay, then I'll be gentle. Lu Feng gently cupped Chen Xian's ankle and massaged it, and Chen Xian also changed from pain at the beginning to comfort. The warm big hands gently massaged her ankles, and every press was so comfortable that Chen Xian wanted to scream out. Mr. Lu's serious look, really handsome, Chen Xian thought while enjoying Lu Feng's massage. Okay, it's almost ready. About 5 minutes passed, Lu Feng reluctantly put Chen Xian's feet down. Lunch will be here soon, let me help you over to eat, Lu Feng added. Okay, thank you Mr. Lu, you are really considerate, Chen Xian softly said back. Lu Feng helped Chen Xian slowly walk to the living room, just sat down, the doorbell rang. Ding dong, ding dong. Here it comes, Lu Feng said. When he opened the door to his room, he saw the butler from just now with a slightly chubby chef pushing a food cart waiting outside the door. The moment they saw Lu Feng, the butler and the chef said in unison. Mr. Lu wishes you a pleasant meal, and then they helped Lu Feng bring the sumptuous meal from the food cart to the dining room. Trouble you all. It is our honor to serve you, the butler and chef said as they retreated. Click. With the sound of the entry door closing, Lu Feng brought Chen Xian to sit on the dining table. Looking at the sumptuous meal on the table, with abalone and pouring sauce, Australian lobster, and crabs bigger than their faces, Lu Feng and Chen Xian both fell silent, and then said together in their hearts, it is good to be rich. Afterwards, Lu Feng and Chen Xian did not listen to anything outside the window, and focused only on being a dry cook, and wind swept away the 6 dishes and 1 soup all wiped out. Hiccup, so full hold up. Finished eating. Chen Xian also disregard the image, also in Lu Feng the same big grin lying on the sofa. Mr. Lu, hiccup, thank you for your hospitality, this is the best meal I've ever eaten. Chen Xian hiccuped and thanked Lu Feng. You are welcome, hiccup, who let you be my soldier, hiccup. Lu Feng is also propped up to the point of not wanting to talk. Then the two people lay on the sofa without any image and rested. Right, Mr. Lu forgot to tell you one thing. Xinxian sat up with a prick like she suddenly thought of something. Chapter 5: The location of the Ferrari branch. What is it? Lu Feng asked. It's like this, Mr. Enzo said that since he gave the branch to you, he will let you be responsible for all the things of the branch. He asked you to look at the branch located in the Magic City. Which location is good? Chen Qian replied. Mr. Zhou said that since he gave the branch to you, he would let you be in charge of all the things of the branch. He asked you to see which location is good for the branch to be located in Magic City, Chen Qian replied. Yes, Chen Qian said with a smile. Then their side of the funds and what is ready, will not be ready to let me out of the money it. Mr. Enzo has allocated the startup funds over the initial total of 500 million yuan, the follow-up will continue to add funds. Chen Qian back, involved in this kind of business, she is still quickly into the state, after all, she is a professional. Oh, that's good, then I'll prepare for it, and see where it's more appropriate. Lu Feng calmly said. Good, then by the time you choose good directly notify me can be. Chen Qian looked at a face calmly agreed down Lu Feng, the heart is also thinking. Looks really behind the existence of a big brother otherwise the site selection of such a big thing, Lu looks like the total are not in the heart, must be a good idea. To know that the establishment of a branch in the Magic City is not so easy, even if you are a Ferrari cannot be involved in too many people and too many things, and even it involves too many people and too many things, and even needs the government's permission. Chen Qian this side in the messy thinking, Lu Feng this side in fact, the heart is also panicked then. He just graduated from college, where does he know what site selection, what experience? There is no network, but in front of the staff he can only pretend to be calm. Then Mr. Lu, I will go back first, I have disturbed you for such a long time, and let you treat me to dinner, it is really very embarrassing, next time I will treat you, Chen Qian said while standing up. Good, can you drive with your feet now, otherwise I will send you back, Lu Feng also stood up. No, thank you, Mr. Lu, I am already much better, I am really troubling you, said Chen Qian. Then take this bottle of safflower oil back, apply it a few more times and you'll be fine. Then thank you, I will leave first, you don't need to send. With the clicking sound of the door closing, Chen Qian left. And at this time Lu Feng is also back to the bedroom ready to sleep a little more, after all, last night did not sleep well. Just lying on the bed he smelled a good smell, it turned out to be the flavor of Chen Qian's body, so Lu Feng smelled Chen Qian's body fragrance and fell asleep. June evening, the evening sun and the sky red reflection, although not the heat of noon, but after a day of sun exposure, the air still has the flavor of the heat, the leaves are also rolled up. With the sound of stretching, Lu Feng also woke up. Hey, this branch site were good the golden triangle has long been no empty position, other places are not good to find, cannot be selected in the suburbs, Lu Feng agonized. Forget it, first go to dinner, do not want to, not tomorrow to look for, but also have to buy a car, otherwise I haul Ferrari president cannot always be stomping shared bicycle it. Thinking about Lu Feng and agonized, although he is now the president of Ferrari, but also live in a large mansion, but he has no money he is now less than $2,000 in the bank card. After leaving the door Lu Feng also has been thinking about these things, unknowingly walked to a barbecue store, and then walked in ready to eat something first. Boss, grill 5 bunches of cashews, 10 bunches of lamb skewers, and 2 chicken wings, Lu Feng shouted. Okay, you first find a seat, a moment will be good, the boss promised. After about 10 minutes, with the boss yelling, the steaming hot barbecue was brought up. Lu Feng was drinking beer and jerking off at the same time, and when he was drinking, he suddenly heard someone calling him. Lu Feng. 2 young guys walked over side by side, it turned out to be his college roommates Zhang Kai and Lu Li, the two are hometown, so they also lived together after graduation. Lu Feng greeted them, they are close to each other. Lu Feng greeted, their relationship is still good, after all, is sleeping in a dormitory. You kid a person hiding here to eat good do not call us. Zhang Kai said with a smile, and then sat down with Lu Li next to Lu Feng. I came out here to take a break, and then drink, Lu Feng also smiled back. You will not still have not come out of it, I say Su Lily is not worth it, that is the scum of the female, said Zhang Kai aside. No, I'm not because of this matter, is simply want to drink, Lu Feng helpless back. Shay, you see me believe it or not, Lu Li is also echoed. Really, I just want to come out to drink, I really have long come out from the shadow of the lost love. Looking at Lu Feng's serious look, Lu Li and Zhang Kai also put down their hearts. Then, let's have a good drink today. Zhang Kai said while opening a bottle of beer, the other side of Lu Li is also not willing to show weakness opened a bottle. The line. Then 3 people touched a glass. How's your job search going? Lu Li asked as he mumbled over his kebabs. I'll find one soon. Lu Feng said back, he cannot say I am now the president, immediately take off, people will take him for a fool. Well, first find a job to do, then do it while looking for a good job. If you really can't, come to our company, intern 4500, 5 insurance and gold and everything, 8 days off per month, Zhang Kai also said. No need, my side will soon be admitted, and so in case one day really cannot mix, I must go to rely on you, Lu Feng said with a smile. Okay, that's not much to say, you're so handsome and capable, you can definitely succeed. There are so many rich women in the Magic City, in case one day you kid is seen, soaring to the top, we two brothers still have to let you mention it, Lu Li also joked. By the way, the old Lu, 2 days after the reunion, your kid cannot be late, Zhang Kai suddenly said. The reunion? Okay, I know, tell me the location at that time, I will go over. Lu Feng replied. I'm telling you in advance, Su Lily will also go over, and may even bring the boyfriend who is more than 20 years older than her. You can't be impulsive. I heard that his old boyfriend is a real estate company's supplier, is also considered to be black and white, Lu Li is also interjecting. I'm not a 3-year-old kid anymore. Besides, she's really not worth it. Lu Feng gave them a reassuring look. I'm not a child. Besides, she's really not worth it, Lu Feng said, giving them a reassuring look. It was not until late at night that they dispersed. Let's go. Slow down on the road. Got it. Don't forget the class reunion, Lao Lu. Got it, don't worry, I will definitely go, Lu Feng can only promise again. They drank for 4 or 5 hours until the early hours of the morning. Then Lu Feng alone wobbled to the neighborhood, in the neighborhood housekeeper's assistance back home. A full 3 years of feelings, how can it be so easy to put down? Thinking that his girlfriend gave up on him because he had no money and turned into someone else's arms, Lu Feng felt that he was blind and didn't see through his ex-girlfriend's disguise earlier. Ding! The daily spike items of the limited time spike system have been refreshed. The items refreshed this time are as follows. Chapter 6 Tianyu Group. Ding ding ling ling. Early in the morning Lu Feng was called up by the alarm clock, stretched, turned off the alarm clock ready to turn over and continue to sleep. He dreamed last night, dreaming that he and Chen Qian ate together, shopped together, and finally returned home in bed. So he was tired and his back ached, and he was just ready to go back to sleep, but then he sat up violently. It seems like I forgot something very important, Lu Feng said to himself alone. I go. The second kill system should be refreshed. Thinking of this, he hurriedly focused his mind into the brain world, and then he saw the 3 items that the system had refreshed today. 30 million in cash legally and legally credited to the host's bank card. 6 stores on Shifeng Avenue valued at 52 million renminbi. 10% shares of Tianyu Group valued at 2 billion renminbi. System, please accept my knees, you're my god, Lu Feng said exaggeratedly. Ignoring Lu Feng's quirkiness, the system indifferently prompted the host to make a choice as soon as possible. I choose 3, must choose 3, 2 billion. This time I shall not be worth more than 4 billion, Lu Feng thought happily. Ding! The host has made a choice, 10% of the shares of Tianyu Group, the share transfer book please host to the Tianyu Group company to take. Why is it not delivered directly to me and still have to go pick it up? Lu Feng expressed his incomprehension. Ding! Each time the item is delivered in a randomized manner, the system replied. Alright, I know, just in time to go out for breakfast, Lu Feng then prepared to get dressed and get up. Just as Lu Feng was preparing to go out for breakfast. On the other hand, the Tianyu Group was already in a mess, and the executive president of the company suddenly received a phone call from the chairman of the board who had retired to the second line for a long time. The content of the phone is that he failed to invest, the capital chain is broken, have no choice but to sell 10% of the company's shares to tide over the difficulties, when the executive president knows this thing when directly froze. Drop. Until the cell phone hangs up to come beep 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 busy sound, Wang Yu only reacted. This time the company is going to change, Wang Yu muttered. It should be known that Tianyu Company has always been the old director's one word, holding 100% of the shares in hand and saying one thing or another. Now that there's an additional major shareholder holding 10% of the shares, I don't know what kind of changes it will have on the company's situation, maybe he, the president, will be affected. Ding! Wang Yu, who was thinking nonsense, was startled by the computer's beep and looked down to see that it turned out to be a document sent over by the old director. On it were the names and photos of the new shareholders, and looking at Lu Feng, who was too young to be young in the photo, Wang Yu's heart was in a state of flux. Xiao Lu, come over here. with the sound of the secretary pushing the door in. Wang Yu said without lifting his head. The company came a new shareholder. This is his name photo. You take it to the front desk downstairs to make arrangements. The new shareholder will come over to sign the contract today. Yes, President. Then the secretary took the information to the front desk downstairs to make arrangements. This side of our protagonist is leisurely riding a bicycle, holding a donut in his hand, eating it while rushing in the direction of Tianyu Mansion. Squeak, the brakes sounded. Lu Feng parked his shared bicycle and looked up at the building in front of him. The four words Tianyu Group flashed in gold above the building, almost blinding Lu Feng. There was no old face punching routine, and the security guard just did a registration and let him go straight away when he knew he had an appointment. Lu Feng then found the front desk. Hello, my name is Lu Feng. I think you should have been notified. Please take me over to your president, Lu Feng said as he looked at the three young ladies at the front desk. Okay, Mr. Lu, please follow me. Led by the front desk ladies, Lu Feng followed. As soon as they left, the two remaining front desk ladies started talking. Wow, is this our new director? So young, so handsome, receptionist B said. Yes, really handsome. Not only handsome, he smiles so gentle and good-looking, receptionist C said. Such a perfect man would be great if he were my boyfriend. Don't think so much. Such a handsome and rich man can't be compared with a small person like us. How do you know if you don't try, in case the director likes me? Just as the two receptionist girls were gossiping, Lu Feng had already arrived at the president's office. Hello, I am Lu Feng. Hello, I am the executive president of the Tianyu Group. My name is Wang Yu. With the two shaking hands and then exchanging names, the two sat down. After the two men shook hands and exchanged names, they sat down. Wang Yu took out a document from the drawer and handed it to Lu Feng. Lu Feng took the document and read it carefully. It clearly stated that 10% of Tianyu Group's shares would be transferred to Lu Feng. Seeing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but secretly marvel at the system's bullishness, doing too good a job, and then Lu Feng signed his name at the signature. Trouble you, Lu Feng said politely. This is my job. Do you need me to take you around the group? Wang Yu said. Yes, that's what I want to do. Wang Yu took Lu Feng out of the office, and along the way Wang Yu was introducing the company to Lu Feng. Lu Dong, our company started out as a real estate company, and after the original accumulation of capital, it has now also ventured into other industries. Now the market value has reached 20 billion, of course, you must have already understood all of this, but I still feel the need to tell you about it. Well, I already know what you said, but let's talk about the rest, said Lu Feng, seemingly calmly. In fact, he knows a hammer. He doesn't know anything. He only knows 10% of the shares are worth 2 billion, but he is a director, can't panic, must be stable. Wang Yu saw a calm Lu Feng. His heart was also secretly surprised. Worthy of being a big shot who threw away thousands of dollars to take 10% of the group's shares, so young to have such a good mindset. Lu Dong, you see, this side is the property of our group's newly developed neighborhood. Unconsciously Wang Yu brought Lu Feng to the company's sand simulation room. Looking at a high building on the sand tray, Lu Feng is also very excited. After all, these houses are sold, his wallet will also bulge. Very good, Lu Feng marveled. Then our side is also strolling almost. My side held a meeting, used to welcome your arrival today. After all, now a lot of senior management and staff do not recognize you. You think. Lu Feng looked around. Indeed, just now when the two of them were strolling around the company, the employees of the company were very curious about him. Along the way, there were people muttering about him, curious about his identity. Who in the world was he that he could let the executive president accompany him to introduce the company? Okay, go arrange it, Lu Feng said after thinking about it. Okay, please wait in my office, Wang Yu said back. Just as Lu Feng went back inside his office to drink tea, Wang Yu urgently gathered the executives of the company and the managers of the various departments and told them to notify down for an emergency meeting. Then before Lu Feng's mind could turn around, he was already pushed onto the meeting podium by Wang Yu. Lu Feng had never experienced such a big battle before. He had only sung a few songs at the New Year's Day party when he was in school. But either say as the main character Lu Feng quickly adjusted the state, tactical clearing his throat. Ahem. Hello everyone, my name is Lu Feng, is our Tianyu Group's new director. You may be a lot of people, have not heard of me, have not seen me. It does not matter, after today, you all know me. Today open this meeting, one is to let you know me, the second is that I also have some words to say to you, everyone. Just don't water the numbers. After Lu Feng stood on the podium and spoke for almost an hour, the meeting was considered to have come to a successful end. Lu Dong, do you need me to send a car to send you? No, thank you, I can go back by myself. After refusing one U.S. arrangement to send a car to send him home, Lu Feng walked out of the Tianyu mansion and then went straight to his shared bicycle. Chapter 7 Cousin Lu Yanyan. Lu Feng, who had just arrived home on his bike, laid down on the sofa and salted himself. Playing Bureau of Glory. Lu Feng said that he took out his cell phone and opened the game and began to operate. Mage don't rob my blue. Shooter will not play. CNMLB. With a burst of nationalist output, Lu Feng exasperatedly quit the game. What are all the things, one more than a pit? Just as Lu Feng chanted, the phone rang. The end of the sky is my love. Hello. Who is it? It's me, brother. Who are you? Lu Feng wondered. It's me, your uncle's daughter, Lu Yanyan. A good but indignant voice came from the phone. Lu Feng froze, only to remember, his uncle's only daughter, Lu Yanyan. It is also his playmate since childhood, 2 years younger than him, this year also just got into college. I do not know what she called. Yanyan, ah, you suddenly call for what? What is the matter? Lu Feng asked. Nothing, cannot call you, Lu Yanyan's nice voice from the phone out. No, just curious, you are usually a busy person, usually do not call me. Lu Feng laughed. Hey, this is not on the university, and then asked Dad to apply for a travel fund, ready to go to your side of the travel, Lu Yanyan also said with a smile. You can, very welcome, then when you come over it, I good to you to prepare the room. Lu Feng asked. Probably still need a few days, then notify you in advance. Hey, Dad this time gave me a very sufficient activity funds, and so will be transferred to you a little. Just say so, I still have things, waiting for my big drive it, bye. Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh as he listened to the busy voice coming from inside the phone. His cousin was such a quirky one, but had a very good relationship with himself. Because he lost his parents when he was very young, it was his eldest uncle who brought him up, so naturally he had a good relationship with his eldest daughter. When they were young, they climbed trees together in the countryside, caught fish, made traps together to catch birds, and went to school together. Every time this little girl was bullied inside the school, she would cry and come to him, her brother, to avenge her. Lu Feng would beat up the one who bullied her, and then the result was that both of them were called to their parents, and the eldest uncle was worried because of these things. Yes, the little girl has gone to college in the blink of an eye, and he himself hasn't seen him in 3 years, Lu Feng thought with emotion. Lu Feng hadn't been back home since he went to college, because he didn't want to rely on his uncle all the time, so he chose to work during the holidays to subsidize his studies. Even if the eldest uncle often called him money over or called him to come home, he still refused. After all, he also wanted to rely on himself to support himself. Payment pass arrived 3,000 yuan. Lu Feng was interrupted by the sudden voice prompts to recall, looked at the phone only to find that it was Lu Yanyan turned over the money. Brother, afraid that you do not accept, so directly transferred over, accepted, and so on 2 days when I go over to find you to play, you come to spend money. Looking at the notes left by his sister, Lu Feng's heart is also warm. After all, this is his sister's concern for him. Lu Feng gave his sister a sentence back asking her to be safe on her way here, and then he was ready to go out for lunch. He was in Tianyu group all morning, now it's noon, just go out to eat lunch, and buy some clothes to wear. After all, he is also a billionaire, can't always be shorts and undershirts. Cheetah Shopping Plaza. Lu Feng was browsing in the clothing store to see if he could find his favorite clothes. Just when he had his eye on a suit and was about to try it on, a voice suddenly came and interrupted him. Wrap the suit up for me, I'll take it. Lu Feng wondered and turned his head to look over, only to find out that it was his college class president. But it is really bad luck. Lu Feng mockingly came a sentence. It's not that he's deliberately picking a fight, it's that when he was in school, his so-called class president was jealous of him because of the love letters and confessions that some of the girls wrote to him. So the two of them were not on good terms since they were in school, and the other person he met today was definitely not harboring good intentions, so there was no need for him to be polite. You poor guy, what are you talking about? Can you afford the clothes here? Chu Fan also disliked Lu Feng nonchalantly. I said seeing you is really bad luck, the good mood of the day is gone. Lu Feng is also not weak. Hee, I see you is also my bad luck, but how do you have the courage to enter this kind of luxury store? You look at this suit you can afford, 28,000 yuan price you have to work how long? Chu Fan taunted. Sorry, since I have my eye on this suit, I will buy it. Hello, come over and help me wrap up the suit. Lu Feng said to the guide who was watching from the side. Oh, good sir, this is for you to wrap up, the guide hurriedly answered. No, this set of clothes, I want it, the other side of the Chu Fan is also called. Lu Feng looked at and he argued up Chu Fan, the bottom of the heart is flooded with mutterings. The next plot will not be he increased the price to buy, and then I play a pig to eat a tiger. Crazy hit him in the face, right? No, so vulgar said how to feel like in the world of fiction. Lu Feng in the bottom of his heart crazy vomit. Sir, we still have several sets of these clothes in the store, so I'll pack up a set for each of you. As the shopper's voice fell, at the sight of the staggering Chu Fan also froze for a moment. Lu Feng's side is also feeling embarrassed. Who let him think so much of it? Then with the two shoppers wrapped up the two pieces of clothing, Chu Fan is also a face of constipation expression of walking away. Before leaving also did not forget to put a cruel word. Class reunion you give me weight, was dumped by the big school grass. Lu Feng's side is also paid the money to take the clothes ready to go back. Do not ask where the money, he came before asking one you borrowed. Thinking of his embarrassment when borrowing money, Lu Feng is also a headache. Who would have thought that the rich man with a $4 billion fortune, not a few $1,000s on the body, at that time, people Wang Yu thought that they received a fraudulent phone call. Out of the Cheetah Plaza Lu Feng was ready to eat something and then go back. Who knew that he had met another acquaintance? Lu Feng. Lu Feng heard someone call him, quickly turned his head to look over. Do not know, a look startled, it was his ex-girlfriend called him. Seeing that it was Su Lily, Lu Feng indifferently asked. Do you call me anything? Oh, nothing, just saw that it was you, and then wanted to talk to you, Su Lily smiled back. If you have nothing to do I will leave first. Lu Feng looked at the beautiful girl in front of him, thinking of the happy times in the past, and then associating it with the scene of a man in his 40s pressing on her. Lu Feng only felt a burst of nausea. First do not go you find a job, or come to my boyfriend's company to work I asked him to arrange an easy position for you, but also be considered to our previous feelings, Su Lily arrogantly said. Hearing Su Lily say this, Lu Feng is really speechless. How in the world she called a person older than her father boyfriend, how to call the export Lu Feng was now just wanting to leave quickly because he suddenly realized that he didn't recognize his ex-girlfriend in front of him. No need, I've already found a job myself, so I don't need you to worry about it. You have the time to chat with me or spend more time with your boyfriend, Lu Feng directly refused to say. Baby, what are you doing here? Just when Lu Feng's words were just finished, an obese balding man ran over, and with his footsteps, his immense beer belly shook. Lu Feng saw the scene is also speechless. On Su Lily this small body, shall not be his so-called boyfriend pressure death Oh, an ex-boyfriend chatting about it, Su Lily fell into the arms of the fat man. Ex-boyfriend? It is the ex-boyfriend that you dumped, the fat man heard, but could not help but look at Lu Feng measured up. Che, in addition to handsome, nothing, fat man disdain. Yes, at that time, the school did not understand, he and Deadface chased me, I reluctantly agreed to. But I and he is innocent, this husband you know, Su Lily hurried to the fat man defense. Ha, of course you are innocent, in the first night of our meeting I know. The fat man heard Su Lily that way, on the spot laughed. Hate, you really bad, Su Lily pretending to be shy look whacked the fat man. Ha, men are not bad, women do not love, baby, what you say to him, the fat man asked with a bad smile. Did not say anything, is to see him poor, want you to help him, let him go to your company to work, after all, he is also people's first love well, Su Lily pampered. Ha, well, since the baby opened up, then you come to my company. I see your image is good, come over to me as a security guard, I give you $5,000 a month, how about it, the fat man sniffed disdainfully. At this time, Lu Feng, who has already endured for a long time, directly disliked back. Just you? You have a tank thick no tank high, in addition to the ass is the waist of the contestant, hair thin mosquito stand up to break the foot, you are also worthy of, you two are stinky fish with rotten shrimp, perfect match. At those words, the fat man and Su Lily were stunned, standing there for a moment were confused. And Lu Feng is twisting his head and ran away, you ask me why I want to run? Shit, when the fat man standing behind a few big men is a pose? Just when Lu Feng had run out of shadow, the fat man and Su Lily reacted. Give me a chase, find him and break his legs, the fat man said furiously. A few brawny men hurriedly chased after him when they heard their boss's order. Hubby, don't be angry, Su Lily hurriedly comforted the fat man. The fat man slapped Su Lily directly on her face. Bitch, I'll clean you up at night, don't you have a class reunion, I'll go too, I'll make him eat his words. Chapter 8 Go to Times Square to collect rent. This way Lu Feng flew all the way to the place where he parked his bike, and then rode his bike and ran away. Today is really bad luck, running into two bitches in a row, he spat as he rode his bike. Not long after he arrived home, back home Lu Feng walked into the bathroom and took a shower, lay down on the bed, the result was that just after laying down on the bed, he sat up. I go, just focus on running, did not eat, order a takeaway. With that, Lu Feng opened his cell phone and clicked on the American takeout. skillfully ordered a good takeaway, saved the address of Mission Hills International, and then opened the short video of Jitterbug and brushed it. Ding dong. Just when Lu Feng was watching the long-legged beauties and was getting excited, the doorbell rang. Hello owner, 9527 at your service, this is your takeout. With a burst of familiar introductory words, Lu Feng froze, because standing in front of him is exactly the neighborhood property security guard, number 9527. How is it you, where is my delivery man? Lu Feng questioned. In order to ensure the life and property safety of the owners, all takeaways are delivered by our property staff, said 9527 loudly. Well, it's hard for you. To serve you, it's our honor, then 9527 handed the takeout to Lu Feng and left. It is worthy of being a mansion, unlike some neighborhoods that don't allow takeout workers to enter, and don't even deliver it themselves, letting the owners come to get it, Lu Feng spat out. Back to the room, Lu Feng opened the takeaway and ate. After all, it was almost evening now, he hadn't eaten after a busy day. Originally, he wanted to eat something good at Cheetah Plaza, but he slipped away because he angrily disliked the fat man, and he didn't even eat. After eating, Lu Feng also simply washed up, and then lay down on the bed again, ready to sleep. After all, 12 a.m. still have to see if the system can give him a refresh out of what good things. Ding bell bell bell. With the alarm clock ringing, Lu Feng also quickly sat up from the bed, not caring about sleep, immediately focused on entering the system. Let me see if the system can refresh out any good things today, Lu Feng said excitedly. Ding. The limited time spike items have been refreshed. A system tone came from his ears, and hearing the system tip, Lu Feng hurriedly looked over. The refreshed items are as follows. A Times Square worth 1.5 billion renminbi. An Audi R8 worth 2.4 million renminbi. Armani clothing combination set worth 12 million renminbi. Lu Feng looked at the three options in front of him and fell into a deep thought. Although he is very short of a car, the value of the cars refreshed this time is not very high if the expensive sports car is chosen, but forget about it this time. Armani clothing all set, he just bought a suit, so also do not need, then only to choose the first option. I thought that the first option was to brush out the $1.5 billion worth of Times Square, the second and third options will be better, but the results are better than a dish, Lu Feng muttered. System, I choose the first. Ding. Host has made a choice, choice 1, Times Square is worth 1.5 billion renminbi, the documents will be delivered by courier at 8 o'clock in the morning. With the fall of the system S words, Lu Feng's value added another 1.5 billion yuan. Oh cock, this time it's still good, it's delivered directly to the doorstep, Lu Feng said and exited the system. After all, it's early in the morning and he still has to sleep. Early the next morning, there was a knock on the door. Knock knock knock. Lu Feng, who was sleeping soundly, was woken up again by the knocking sound, but he was not at all unhappy. Instead he quickly put on his clothes and ran out. Hello, your courier, please sign for it, said the courier boy wearing a helmet. Aha, okay, hard work, Lu Feng took the pen and signed. With a click, along with the sound of the door closing, Lu Feng also opened the document bag and took out the contents. Without the slightest hesitation he signed the document. After all, he still trusted the system. The night gave me a pair of eyes, and I used it to look for light. Along with the phone ringing, Lu Feng also picked up the phone full of questions. Do not ask why the phone ringtone is not the pale end of the sky is my love anymore, he wanted to change his taste. Just after connecting the phone, he heard a nice voice coming from the phone. Hello, how are you Mr. Lu Feng? I'm the manager of the Times Square property, my name is Wang Shui, the voice on the phone introduced itself. I'm Lu Feng, what's the matter? Yes, the rent of Times Square under your name is going to be collected this month, so we would like to ask you to come over and see if the rent needs to go up in the next quarter. Then you can give us your account, and we'll collect the rent uniformly and then pay it to your account, Wang Shui said. Okay, then I will come over later. As soon as he heard that there was money to be taken, Lu Feng was overjoyed, not to mention the fact that he was now worth billions of dollars, but he didn't have much money on him. The 500 million that Ferrari called over is in the company's account, and he himself doesn't have much to do with it, and the Tianyu Group is not at the time of the dividend now, so he himself is still a pauper. Master, just pull over, Lu Feng said to the driver driving in front of him. That's right, he took a taxi today, did not ride a shared bicycle, in his words. Are you kidding me? I will soon be a rich man, what to ride a shared bicycle, take a taxi, must take a taxi. Lu Feng just got off the car and saw several people in suits standing at the entrance of the plaza, men and women, no surprise, it should be the plaza property people waiting for him. On the other hand, Wang Shui hung up the phone after the mobilization. First of all, to arrange under the staff to go one by one to notify the plaza inside the merchants, let them pay attention to the image, pay attention to health. Then arrange the cleaning to clean the public health inside the square. She herself is with the property staff at the door waiting for Lu Feng's big ride. You ask her why she is so grand, not grand no way now the square has changed owners, people are unhappy can change the whole property company. At that time they dozens of people have to roll away. Wang Shui fought for so many years to climb to the general manager of this position. In case because of what place to provoke Lu Feng unhappy, and then replace the entire property company, Wang Shui crying have no place to cry. Holding the apprehensive mood, Wang Shui led the property staff to wait for half an hour, and finally waited for Lu Feng. Hello, I am Lu Feng. Ah, you are Mr. Lu really young and talented you in person is much more handsome than the photo. Wang Shui, at the first moment of seeing Lu Feng is a meal of praise, and then make every effort to make Lu Feng happy, hate to go to accompany Lu Feng at night. Anyway, she does not lose, Lu Feng is so handsome and rich, maybe she can rely on Lu Feng to climb up again. In this way, Lu Feng finished the square and Wang Shui's incessant praise. Mr. Lu, are you still satisfied with our management? Wang Shui asked cautiously from the side. At this time, Lu Feng was sitting on Wang Shui's general manager position to read the report. Well, the management is okay. Lu Feng replied without lifting his head and continued to turn over the report in his hand. Wang Shui heard Lu Feng such a cold answer, thought it was where he did not do right, let the new boss unhappy, heart suddenly cold half. In fact, Lu Feng didn't think that much, he was now shocked by the rent collection report in his hand. Number 07 store quarterly rent 120,000 yuan, number 08 store quarterly rent 10,800 yuan, number 15 store quarterly rent 140,000 yuan. Like this store times square almost 100. Note a quarter for 3 months, stores are also big and small, so the rent also varies. After reading, he said that in the future, this also what to create a business. After reading it, he said that in the future, there is no need to create a business, directly collect rent. Finally, in Wang Shui's uneasy mood, Lu Feng finished reading the report. Well, I have finished reading the report, Lu Feng's words reached Wang Shui's ears. Wang Shui hurriedly responded, Mr. Lu, are you still satisfied? Well, this rent is okay, don't raise the rent next quarter. We also have to consider the situation of the commercial tenants, as for when to raise the rent, I will notify you, Lu Feng said. Mr. Lu is wise, Wang Shui said with another ass kiss. Well, you don't have to keep kissing my ass all the time, I know what you think, afraid that I will replace your property, right? Lu Feng asked with a smile. No, I'm just being honest. Seeing that Lu Feng exposed her trick, Wang Shui instantly panicked. You don't have to be afraid, your company management is not bad, before I came here I was also thinking, if you are not good management, I will replace you, so fortunately, you are good management. So, General Manager Wang, continue to do it, Lu Feng said slowly. After listening to Lu Feng's words, Wang Shui's hanging heart was finally put down, although she is more utilitarian, but the professional means is still there, or else she cannot sit in the position of general manager. Thank you Mr. Lu for your compliments, these are what we should do, we will continue to work hard to manage it well, said Wang Shui happily. Okay, I'll give you the account number, when you collect all the rent, just call me directly, Lu Feng got up and said. Yes, I will definitely transfer it to you on time, said Wang Shui hurriedly. I'll be going now, Lu Feng said. I will see you off, Wang Shui hurriedly opened the door for Lu Feng. No need, by the way, you go back to inform, this month all your property staff salary doubled, after the wage increase of 30%. As for the money needed, just take it from my rent. Lu Feng said while waving his hand, to want the horse to run, you have to let the horse full, this reason he still knows. After Lu Feng went out of the square, the property staff gathered around Wang Shui with a crash. Chapter 9 Xin Chuankue. Wang's sister, that Lu how to say, will not want to replace our company right? Yes, how do you not speak Wang's sister? Done for, finished, I want to lose my job, this Lu looks so handsome, people still want to not give him a chance to chase me, and the result is that he turned around and fired us. Just when the employees were chattering non-stop, Wang Shui finally spoke. Quiet, Wang Shui said, don't you guys guess blindly. Mr. Lu is still satisfied with our work, and he said that he would let us continue to manage for him, so you guys didn't lose your jobs. Just as Wang Shui finished speaking, the crowd beside her exploded. Yeah carrot oh carrot, I knew that if we manage so hard, Mr. Lu won't fire us. Hey, finally we don't have to be unemployed, it's not easy to find such a good job and such a good leader like Sister Wang. Then since Mr. Lu didn't fire us, I've decided to give him a chance to chase me then. Che, don't be narcissistic, what kind of character is Mr. Lu? It's your good fortune to be able to look at you one more time. Just when the crowd was messing up again, Wang Shui was again calling them off in time. Ahem, hearing Wang Shui tactically clearing her throat, the employees all looked over. Next, to tell you a good news, Mr. Lu said that this month's salary is doubled. Everyone happy or not? Wang Shui also said with a smile. The crowd, after a short period of silence, instantly boiled up like boiling water. Carrot, oh carrot. Happy carrot, carrot. Long live Mr. Lu, long live Sister Wang, the employees celebrated happily. Stop, there is another good news to tell you, Wang Shui added. As soon as the employees heard the good news, they immediately stopped clamoring and looked at Wang Shui. Mr. Lu said, after the wage increase of 30%, Wang Shui's voice just fell, the crowd again a clamor. Well, everyone is at ease to go to work. Mr. Lu gave us such a great benefit, we have to repay him. Seeing the employees clamoring again, Wang Shui hurriedly called a halt. After the employees all went out, Wang Shui also sat down. Phew, this day by day is still really tiring, Wang Shui said. But once she thought of the rising wages, she also smiled. On the other hand, Lu Feng walked out of Times Square and also walked aimlessly on the street. Although he had many industries under his name, he was actually a big idler. Ferrari branch is not well established, his president is not much use, Tianyu Group has Wang Yu at the helm, it is not his turn to worry about, Times Square is the property company agency. Just as Lu Feng is ready to take a car to go back to play the game, saw not far from an old man fell, he rushed over to help up the old man. Granny, you are all right, Louboutin pas cher, Lu Feng asked. The old lady looked to help her as a young man, immediately ouch up. Ego, it hurts, 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 it hurts. The old lady cried out in pain, while tugging on Lu Feng. What's wrong with you? I kindly help you up, how you still rely on me, Lu Feng angry questioning. I don't care, it's you who knocked me down, otherwise why do you want to help me, you pay me money, I'm an old man, I'm easy to do, the old lady unreasonable. Hearing the words of the old lady, Lu Feng understood, he has encountered bumper porcelain, this kind of bad luck can also let him encounter, really unlucky to home. Old lady, I can warn you here can be monitoring, is your own fall, I kindly help you up, you do not hear blood, or I called the police. Lu Feng saw the pedestrians are casting their eyes on them, hurriedly said. You call the police you bully an old lady, no justice everyone quickly come to see in broad daylight young boy bullied the old lady, he also want to call the police to arrest me. The old lady heard Lu Feng said so more unscrupulous. Lu Feng looked at the crowd gathered around the melon, but also decisively took out a cell phone alarm, and the old lady saw Lu Feng alarm, she also gave her son called, so that her son rushed over. Not to 2 minutes, a bald man with tattoos on his arm walked over, while walking, said who was bullying my mom, looking for death. Lu Feng looked at the bald man who came to his front as also not the slightest bit abashed road. I saw your mother fell down, kindly help your mother up, your mother also bit back at me, said I knocked her down. How does my mother not blackmail other people, not you bumped why did you come to help her the man was not reasonable road. Ouch I go, not ashamed to be a mother and son. Lu Feng spit in his heart, just want to dislike the past heard a cold and gentle voice came. According to this gentleman, does it mean that your mother fell to the ground is not allowed to help someone to help as he knocked down? The bald man heard the voice is also clamored which is nosy, believe it or not I get you dead. Lu Feng is also to look aside, only to see a dressed in white dress, wrist and hair with daisy decoration girl standing there. She is slender, a goose-egg-shaped face like jade, skin race snow, beautiful eyes like autumn water clear, the whole person looks fresh and vulgar, in the hot summer sun reflection, like a jasper lotus leaves on a dewdrop, crystal clear, bright and dazzling. The girl continued to open her mouth, it is me who said, you slander the good people, are you still not allowed to say it? The man also looked dumbfounded, he had never seen such a good-looking girl, as if she had walked out of a painting, for a moment he forgot to retort. Xin Shuangkite, how are you, quickly come to me, Lu Feng hurriedly said, he was afraid of the man in case of anger and then hit people. Xin Shuangkite heard Lu Feng's words and walked over. Mr. Lu, long time no see, Xin Shuangkite greeted softly. Long time no see, Lu Feng looked at the girl in front of him and also greeted shyly. It couldn't be helped, who could top such a gentle and beautiful girl smiling and giving herself a greeting? Just as Lu Feng was about to say a couple more words to Xin Shuangkite more, the man's rude voice came over again. Who let you guys his flirting here? The bald man said angrily, especially when he saw that the pretty girl had been gently looking at Lu Feng, he couldn't stand it anymore. He raised his hand to fight, Lu Feng saw that the other party was ready to do it, hurriedly pulled Xin Shuangkue behind him, and stood in front of him to prepare to fight with the man. And Xin Shuangkite looked at Lu Feng's back, looked at the way he was trying to protect himself, the corner of his mouth also gently curved up. What are you doing? Are you going to make a move? Just when Lu Feng was about to make a move with the bald man, the police rushed over, and as soon as the old lady saw that the police were coming, she was ready to be evil. "Comrade police, it's them, these two youngsters, knocked me, an old man of several dozen years old, to the ground, but also to beat my son." The old man's words just set out. Lu Feng is happy. Really, people do not face the world invincible awe. Hearing the old man say this, the police looked at Lu Feng. "Do you have anything to say?" said the slightly older police. "The police, uncle, you can ask the surrounding people, you can also call the neighborhood surveillance," Lu Feng emboldened said. Then the two police officers asked the surrounding melon masses, and then tuned the monitoring, saw that the old man himself fell. Then Lu Feng kindly went to help her. She also bit back, not only that her son was actually ready to hit people, after understanding what happened. The old lady and his son were also taken away by the police, and when she was leaving, the old lady was still clamoring that Lu Feng had touched her. As the police took the mother and son away, the surrounding melon eaters slowly dispersed, leaving Shinshankui and Lu Feng on the scene. "Long time no see. Long time no see." The two people said in unison, and then closed their mouths at the same time, and carefully looked at Lu Feng's ears had already reddened, while Shin Changkite also lowered her head shyly. Chapter 10: Eating with the School Flower. How could Shin student be here, or Lu Feng broke the embarrassment and asked. "I just happened to pass by here and then saw the scene and came over to take a look," Shin Shankue said as she lowered her head and fiddled back and forth with a few slender fingers. "Thank you for speaking for me today," Lu Feng said. "Thank you." "You are welcome." #carrot. Carrot Lu classmate, Shin Changkite said with a gentle smile. "Have you eaten yet? Let me invite you to dinner," Lu Feng asked. As soon as she heard that Lu Feng was going to take her to dinner, Shin Changkite's eyes narrowed in happiness. Afraid of being discovered by Lu Feng hastily lowered his head again, and then softly said, "Will not disturb you?" Lu Feng said, "How can I? It's my honor to have dinner with Shin Chancellor." That's right, Shin Xuankui is the school flower of Magic City University of Finance and Economics. In fact, Lu Feng also knows little about this mysterious school flower. Because Shin Xuankui is a senior year transferred over, I heard that the imperial capital side over, just transferred to the University of Finance and Economics by virtue of the heavenly beauty directly by the whole school men rated as the new school flower. Even girls can't afford to be a little bit jealous when facing Shin Xuankui, there is only endless envy. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Shin Changkite took out her cell phone and sent a message, then put it back inside her small bag. Just as Shin Changkite had just put her cell phone inside her bag, a black commercial car that had been parked on the side of the road from the very beginning drove away. Then "Mr. Lu, where do you want to take me for dinner?" Shin Changkite said as she looked at Lu Feng with a crooked smile. "I'll take you to a particularly delicious noodle shop. The owner's crab meat noodles are a masterpiece," Lu Feng immediately said back. "Well nah, then we will listen to the arrangement of Lu." Lu Feng sniffed and called a cab on his cell phone, and the two of them got into the car and set off to the noodle shop. "This is the place," Lu Feng introduced to Shin Changkite. Shin Changkue, who had just gotten off the bus, looked at the small store of less than 20 square meters in front of her and wondered how delicious it could be. That's right, Lu Feng brought Shin Changkite to the noodle shop that he often eats. Just as soon as he entered the door, Lu Feng shouted, "Boss, 2 bowls of crab meat noodles, plus a double portion of crab meat, and then a chilled spicy crayfish." Okay, come right away," the boss promised. "Yo, is this Xiao Luo's girlfriend? Looks really good," the boss saw Shin Chuankui behind Lu Feng flirted. "No, not really, we are classmates, just happened to meet today, just have a meal together," Lu Feng hurriedly explained. "You see, I don't believe it, just classmates happen to meet, you kid will bring people over to eat," the boss said with a smile. "I don't think so, Uncle Chen, you hurry to cook." Afraid of Shin Chuankui misunderstanding, Lu Feng hurriedly let the boss go to cook. Seeing the boss go to the back kitchen to cook, Lu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief and took Shin Changkite to find a seat. "Shin, don't be angry, the boss was just joking," Lu Feng explained to Shin Changkui as he sat down. Hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Shin Changkite smiled and said, "It's okay, Lu, I won't be angry, the boss is also concerned about you before asking, I understand." Lu Feng saw that Shin Changkite didn't get angry and let out a long breath of relief. He just didn't know that when the boss misunderstood that they were boyfriend and girlfriend, Shin Changkui didn't explain, but instead laughed happily. The noodles came. As the boss's words just fell, 2 bowls of crab meat noodles that were appetizing at first glance were brought up, covered with a thick layer of crab meat and decorated with some chopped green onions. Lu Feng and Shin Changkui were drooling. "Thank you, uncle," Shin Changkui tenderly thanked the owner of the restaurant. "Ha, you're welcome, hurry up and try it." The boss was also very happy to hear Shin Changkite thanking him. Lu Feng on the side also said, "Shin student, hurry up and mix the noodles, otherwise it should be lumped." But, Mr. Lu, I'm from the north, this is the first time I've eaten this kind of noodle today, I'm not very good at mixing it, can you help me? Shin Shankui looked at Lu Feng with a gentle gaze and said. Of course I can, I will mix it for you first, Lu Feng said, and agreed directly without much thought. Shin Xuankui looked at Lu Feng to mix the noodles for herself and smiled wryly, then held her chin and looked at Lu Feng with a happy face. Just as Lu Feng mixing noodles for Shin Changkite, the boss came over again, holding 2 plates, one with crayfish and one with hand-beaten shrimp balls. Your crayfish is also ready, the boss said while putting the lobster on the table. Uncle Chen, we didn't order any shrimp balls. Lu Feng saw the boss put another handmade shrimp balls on the table and said doubtfully. I know you didn't order any, this is my gift to you, you kid brought your girlfriend here for the first time today, this is for you, Uncle Chen said with a smile. Uncle Chen, we are really ordinary friends, you do not blindly guess, Lu Feng heard this immediately anxious. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Just when Lu Feng didn't know how to explain, Shin Shankui said softly. When the boss saw Shin Shankui thanking himself, he also walked away happily. Lu Feng looked at Shin Changkite a little confused. Uncle had served it up, so of course he was too embarrassed not to accept it. Seeing that Lu Feng kept looking at himself, Shin Changkite hurriedly explained. When Lu Feng heard this, he didn't think much about it, and picked up the noodles and ate them. When Shin Shankui saw that Lu Feng had started to eat, he himself ate them in a gentle manner. A meal took almost half an hour to finish. Have you eaten well, Mr. Shin? Lu Feng drank some water and asked. Aha, eat well, too delicious, today this meal is so happy, Shin Shankui seems to have a point, said. I guess it is too delicious, Lu Feng thought, after all, he also ate once and fell in love with this noodle. Boss, goodbye. After saying goodbye to the boss, Lu Feng and Shin Shankui walked out of the noodle shop. The trees along the roadside were arranged in an orderly manner, the canopy of the trees covered the sky, there wasn't a single breeze in the air. The sound of cicadas came out from between the dense branches and leaves, the fine green leaves were turned over by the sun, and a few bird chirps came from the distance, gentle and melodious. Thank you, Mr. Lu, I am very happy today, said Shin Xuankui who was getting on the car with a smile. Looking at the smiling pretty girl in front of him, Lu Feng felt as if a breeze was coming, cool and comfortable. You are welcome, slow down on the way back, pay attention to safety, said Lu Feng also smiled and closed the door for Shin Changkite. Looking at the cab that is moving away, Lu Feng feels as if he is suddenly missing something, and his heart is empty. Never mind, I don't want to do so much, go home and play the game. Lu Feng also sat in the cab home. This side of the Shin Changkite, just get on the car and go not long to let the driver pull over. The driver is also very puzzled, cannot figure out what this beautiful little girl to do, but also did, after all, the customer is God. Just when the driver had just stabilized the car, a lengthened Maybach stopped next to the cab, and then came down a secretary dressed as a woman and opened the door of the cab. Miss, I've come to take you back. Hearing this, the driver was confused, who was he talking about? It couldn't be that pretty little girl in the back row, wasn't she just getting in? Just when the driver was thinking, Shin Xuankui got off the car, then the secretary-like woman opened the back door of the Maybach for Shin Xuankui and let her sit on it. Shin Changkite seemed to be a different person in an instant. If just now Shin Changkite gave people the feeling of being gentle, lovely, and letting people want to protect her as soon as they saw her, then the current Shin Changkite made people feel cold and arrogant. Don't forget to pay the fare, Shin Changkite said and closed her eyes. The secretary sniffed and drew out $500 from her bag and handed it to the cab driver, while she herself returned to the Maybach car. Looking at the limousine that had already gone away, the cab driver hadn't reacted yet. Looking down at the $500 in his hand, the driver was in deep thought. What's the situation? Who am I? Where am I? Am I in a movie? The driver mumbled. Chapter 11 Class Reunion. On Maybach. Miss, the master just called, the secretary in the car said to the back row of Shin Shankui. What is the matter? Shen clear and cold back. The master asked when you will return to the imperial capital, he and his wife miss you very much. You give them a call back, just say that I will go back after a while, said Shin Changkite when he heard the secretary's words. By the way, I don't want this matter to spread out today, if you let my parents know, you should be clear about my character, Shen said again lightly. Yes, miss, the secretary hurriedly answered. After saying the words, Shin Changkite closed her eyes again and pretended to sleep, but in her heart, she was thinking about the time she spent with Lu Feng today, and suddenly, as if she suddenly thought of something happy, the corner of her mouth rose slightly. A wind cannot escape from the palm of my hand, Shin Changkite murmured. Lu Feng, who returned home, had just laid down on the bed when the cell phone call rang again. Old Lu, class reunion tonight, don't be late, came Zhang Kai's voice on the phone. I know, Lu Feng. Yes, I know, Lu Feng said back. The address is Tinglong Hotel, said Zhang Kai on the phone. This is such a luxurious place classmate's wallet can hold, Lu Feng heard is the Tinglong Hotel questioned. To know Tinglong Hotel in the Magic City is also very famous, just a table of food have to 2 or 3 million, this is still ordinary rooms, if the high-grade rooms, that just a table of food have to have 200,000 to the top, not to mention senior rooms above the top rooms, that is even more sky-high prices. It's okay, we don't have to pay for it, the class president will pay for it all. Zhang Kai heard Lu Feng's question and said happily. That's fine, I know. After listening to Zhang Kai said that the class president spent money, Lu Feng's doubts also unraveled. But no, class president Chu Fan family is very rich, Chu Fan's father's family is in the billion to up it. Hang up the phone. Lu Feng is also as expected to open the game ready to go in to kill the four sides. Until the color of the sky slowly darkens. With the game crystal was broken, Lu Feng also ended up kneeling for 7 games. Shit, what kind of teammates are they? Lu Feng kept complaining, then put on his clothes and prepared to go out to participate in the class reunion. In the dusk of summer, the sun is setting in the west, a ray of sunlight in the sky is no longer so blinding, and the softness of them is beautiful with the evening sun. Lu Feng's side also arrived at the hotel entrance on time. Old Lu, over here, Zhang Kai shouted to Lu Feng who was not far away. Seeing Zhang Kai calling out to himself, Lu Feng also immediately walked over. You kid, come so late everyone is almost there. Zhang Kai put his arm around Lu Feng's shoulder and said, next to him stood Zhang Li. The game is too obsessed with it, and I accidentally overplayed it, Lu Feng explained. We'll talk about it later, let's go in first, Zhang Li said. With the sound of the door opening, Lu Feng and the 3 of them walked into the private room. As soon as Lu Feng entered the private room, his classmates greeted him warmly. This is not the big school grass, a period of time has not seen and become handsome it, a girl wearing sexy black stockings teased. Yes, with his talent and looks, he should have found a good job, said a boy with black glasses. Ha, it's been a long time everyone, Lu Feng said in greeting. Okay, sit down and chat, Zhang Kai pulled Lu Feng to find a seat and sit down. Why don't you see Chu Fan, Lu Feng asked Zhang Kai. The class president went to find the hotel manager to go, Zhang Kai unscrewed a bottle of water to Lu Feng said. Because just graduated not long ago, the students are not strangers, so the scene soon came to life, are in 3 or 5 a group of chatting most of the content are some gossip, feelings, and work things. Just when everyone is chatting happily, Chu Fan opened the door and walked in, and came in to see Lu Feng. Yo, this is not dumped big school grass it, how only to I thought you do not dare to come it, will remember to self-punishment 3 cups. Chu Fan immediately mocked. Hearing Chu Fan mocking himself, Lu Feng also not willing to show weakness back to the road with you also worthy of letting me self-punishment 3 cups? What are you? Next to the students see the 2 tit for tat, instantly quiet down, after all, Lu Feng and Chu Fan can be the school days of the man of the hour, a rich, a face, the 2 from the school time is not against. Che, a dumped waste just, let you drink but give you face, Chu Fan 3 words not away from the topic of being dumped. Chu Fan you cannot be too bullying, this thing Lu Feng is also a victim, this time a side of the black silk girl cannot stand to see it then opened his mouth to say. Next to the students to see someone to speak for Lu Feng is not strange, after all, Lu Feng before as long as by Chu Fan target, the class of girls will stand out to help Lu Feng dislike back, there is no way, who let Lu Feng handsome it. No more handsome than the reader greatly 1/10 of handsome What can you say besides taking this matter, a waste that can only rely on his own father, how do you have the nerve to say me, Lu Feng opened his mouth and counterattacked. Seeing that the 2 people's gunpowder flavor was getting thicker and thicker, the other students hurriedly pulled the 2 people apart. Along with Chu Fan's seat the crowd is also instantly divided into 2 groups, a wave around Chu Fan, a wave around Lu Feng. Just Lu Feng's side of the people is far from Chu Fan's people, after all, everyone has graduated for a period of time, also can be considered to have experienced the poisonous beatings of the society, all understand the truth, that is, in the society to mix is to look at who has money, rather than handsome. It's just as well that Chu Fan's family is rich, so everyone is willing to surround Chu Fan, as for Lu Feng's side, there is only Zhang Kai Lu Li and 2 or 3 girls, one of them is that girl wearing black silk. Light language, our Lu school grass is now single O, you do not hurry to seize the opportunity to try, the other side of the girl said to the black silk girl. I would like to try it out, I just don't know if Mr. Lu Feng is willing to do it, Su Qingyue smiled and said. Hearing the 2 girls' conversation, Zhang Kai and Lu Li also coaxed from the sidelines, saying, then try it out, Lao Lu, how long are you going to be a widow? Lu Feng heard what they said, quickly waved his hand and refused to say. I have just graduated and have not yet stabilized, do not consider talking to someone for the time being. The girl called whispering on the other side of the table also had a flash of disappointment in her eyes. Just after Lu Feng finished his words, the shadow of Shin Changkite suddenly flashed in his mind for some reason. Lu Feng shook his head and hurriedly threw this image out. Just kidding, what kind of person is Shin Changkite? She is a famous iceberg beauty, and her origin is very mysterious. You have to know that none of the usual unscrupulous boys in the school dare to go to Shin Changkite, and you can tell from this that Shin Changkite must have a big head. Just as Lu Feng was thinking about Shin Changkite, the door opened again with a click. Sorry everyone, I'm late, a pleasant voice came. It's our school flower Shin Changkite. Wow, the big school flower finally came, some male students cheered. If Lu Feng's arrival made the female students happy, then Shin Changkite's arrival undoubtedly made the male compatriots excited. After all, which toad doesn't want to eat swan meat? How do I know if I don't try? What if Shin Changkite likes me like this? The male compatriots present secretly thought. Shin students come over here. Shin big schoolgirls sit here. One by one, the male compatriots present hurriedly issued invitations. Even Chu Fan also revealed a smile that he thought was very handsome and said, Shin, I just have an empty seat on my side, come to my side. Who knows that Shin Shankui didn't even look at him and directly walked towards Lu Feng. The male compatriots are looking at this scene, their hearts are going to be broken. Is it possible that as cold as Shin Chuanqi's has fallen under Lu Feng's pomegranate skirt? This was the only thought in the hearts of all the male students. Lu, can I sit here? Shin Changkite revealed a smile that was enough to kill all the males and said gently. Looking at Shin Changkite taking the initiative to speak to Lu Feng, the male students had the heart to kill Lu Feng. Of course. Lu Feng looked at Shin Changkite and agreed quickly, and just like that Shin Changkite sat next to Lu Feng. And at this time Chu Fan, who was sitting on the other side, saw Shin Changkite sitting next to Lu Feng, also revealed eyes that wanted to kill. After all, the whole school knew that Chu Fan was fond of Shin Changkite. When he saw Lu Feng and Shin Changkite chatting happily, Chu Fan was also puzzled. After all, the two of them weren't that familiar when they were in school. Impossible, ah. Chu Fan thought in his heart, other people don't know Shin Changkite, but he knows. The first day that Shin Changkui had just transferred to the University of Finance, the school administration held a special meeting, and then all of them, the male children, were picked up by their own parents. Especially thinking about what his father had said to him while sitting in the car, Chu Fan was even more confused. I don't care how you are normally, but this Shin Changkui you must not mess with, otherwise I will personally sink you inside the Huangpu River. These were Chu Fan's father's words, but his father also said that if he could pursue Shin Changkite head-on, it would be the biggest opportunity of his life. When Chu Fan asked where Shin Changkite came from, his father only said one sentence, which shocked Chu Fan into a cold sweat. Her arrival at the University of Finance was a phone call from a handful of people in Mordor himself, and also a handful of people who personally gave the order not to allow anyone to disturb her. Otherwise, why do you think that we people suddenly want to pick you up and take you home, but also not for fear that you will mess with someone who shouldn't be messed with, and thus make our family fall apart? Every time I think of my father's words, Chu Fan is afraid, that is a hand in Magic City, half a step up can enter the place, such a character actually for Shin Changkite call escort. You can imagine how big Shin Changkite is. If he can really get Shin Changkite's favor, he will really take off, Chu Fan secretly thought in his heart. However, as soon as he turned his head and saw Shin Changkite chatting with Lu Feng, Chu Fan was dying of embarrassment. Just when Chu Fan was thinking about how to make a fool out of Lu Feng, the door was pushed open again. Hello everyone, sorry traffic jam, came late, a voice came from outside the door. And Lu Feng, who was chatting with Shin Changkui, also raised his head violently when he heard this voice. Chapter 12 Tearing Each Other. The words just fell, a girl wearing a purple dress walked in with a balding man on her arm. That's right, this woman was Lu Feng's first love ex-girlfriend, Su Lily. Only to see Su Lily just walked into the private room and looked around as if she was looking for something, until he saw Lu Feng, who was sitting with Shin Changkui. You really came. Su Lily said with a resentful face. She was furious when she saw Lu Feng. If it wasn't because of him, she wouldn't have been beaten up by her boyfriend and ridiculed. And at this moment, the bald man had also spotted Lu Feng, but his eyes were dead set on Shin Changkite next to him. What a superb girl, if this can sleep with me, I would be willing to live 10 years less, the bald man thought in his heart, and even forgot to look for Lu Feng's trouble. What, you can come, I cannot come, here is your home open, you live in the Pacific, tube so wide, heard Su Lily questioning, Lu Feng immediately disliked back. Su Lily was dumbfounded by Lu Feng's dislike, so she had to tug on the bald man's arm. Hubby, look at him, he was the one who scolded you last time. Feeling someone tugging at himself, the bald man reacted and then looked at Lu Feng. Good boy, let me catch you, if I don't break your legs today, I'll write my last name upside down, the man immediately clamored. Lu Feng's eyes narrowed when he saw the man talking like that. He just wanted to open his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Chu Fan. Lily, you give me face, today is a class reunion, there is something to talk about later, don't spoil everyone's fun. Hearing Chu Fan's words, considering Chu Fan's father, Su Lily also pulled the man to sit down, ready to finish eating before settling the score with Lu Feng. Battle fire is not easy to stop down, the meal is also on all. Chu Fan see the time is ripe, stood up and raised his glass and said, "Classmates, today is the first time to gather after our graduation. I also take this opportunity to wish you all can find a good job, are getting better and better. Come on, let's all drink a toast." Others see this also have stood up and raised their hands of the wine glass. For a while the scene was very lively, it was as if everyone had forgotten the previous unpleasantness, but in this happy atmosphere there were always people who liked to find things to make everyone unhappy. Only to see Su Lily pick up another glass of wine to look at Lu Feng unsuspectingly. "This glass of wine I want to toast Lu Feng alone." Hearing Su Lily say that, everyone quieted down. After all, they knew that Su Lily would not have any good intentions. Sure enough, Su Lily stood up and raised the wine glass in her hand towards Lu Feng. "I want to thank him for sparing me, otherwise I wouldn't have met my current boyfriend, and if I continue to stay with him, I think my life would be over." Hearing such insulting words, a trace of anger flashed in Lu Feng's eyes, and he just wanted to get up and dislike him back, but he didn't expect Chu Fan, who was on the side, to stand out as well. Yeah, fortunately Lu Feng is a little self-aware, otherwise Lily you will have to work hard for the rest of your life if you follow him," Chu Fan said with a mocking face as he looked at Lu Feng. Su Lily saw Chu Fan helping himself and became even more bold. "Yes, class president, I heard that some people have not found a job until now, all day high and low eyes, nothing useful." Su Lily continued to sneer. "Hey, who said it is not?" Originally in Lily's face, but also want to help him a little, "let him come to my company to work, who knows that people not only do not appreciate, but insulted me." The bald man who has not been speaking also suddenly joined the battlefield. Hearing these words Lu Feng was about to stand up, but was held down by Lu Li and Zhang Kai. "Lao Lu, calm down, don't be impulsive," Zhang Kai said in a low voice. Just as Lu Feng was being held down by the two men, Shin Chankui next to him couldn't sit still and directly slapped Su Lily in the face. "You also deserve to say others, a hypocritical gold-worshipping woman, for money actually found a man older than her own father. I really don't know how you call this boyfriend out." Shin Chankui similarly returned the favor with a mocking gesture. Su Lily was directly confused by this sudden scene, and the man on the side who saw his woman being beaten just wanted to come up and say a few words before being scolded back by Shin Chankui. "You still dare to stand out, looking for a younger than their own daughter lover, but also shy-faced to participate in her class reunion. Your wife knows that you are outside to keep a mistress." The bald man was also disliked by Shin Chuankui's 3 words and didn't dare to speak. Just when both of them were stunned by Shin Chang Kite's dislike, Chu Fan once again stood out. "Long time Kite, what are you doing? This is none of your business," Chu Fan said as he looked at Shin Chang Kite. As a result, he did not expect Shin Chang Kite to directly launch an indiscriminate attack on him as well. "You still have the face to speak, call you a class president, you still really take yourself as an onion, help outsiders bully their own people, how do you have the good sense of? And do not call me long-cherished Kite, I am not familiar with you, you do not think I do not know you, that point of mind, be careful, I will let you eat without pockets and walk." Chu Fan was said to be on the face of the green piece of white piece, but just do not dare to say anything, because he is aware of Shin Chang Kite that the horror of the identity. But he doesn't dare, doesn't mean other people don't dare. Just when Shin Chang Kite just finished disliking Chu Fan, the bald man on the other side finally reacted, raised his arm and was about to hit Shin Chang Kite. Just in the nick of time, Lu Feng finally got rid of Zhang Kai and Lu Li's constraints, pulled over Shin Chang Kite to protect her behind, and then stuck the man's palm. "If you hit a woman, isn't it out of character?" Lu Feng said coldly as he looked at the man. The man directly laughed out when he heard Lu Feng's words. What are you pretending, kid? Today you just have to go out of the hotel door, you see if I can break your legs." And Lu Feng, after hearing the words of the bald man, just calmly laughed. "Hopefully, you will still be able to be so tough in a while." After saying that, he took out his cell phone and found the phone number and dialed it. Kid, are you going to laugh me to death? Who can you call? You do not think that I do not know your bottom, Lily, but everything told me, you are a fatherless and motherless poor." The man saw Lu Feng call immediately mocked. "Oh." Lu Feng just simply sneered and didn't say anything. And the dialed phone rang twice before someone picked up. "Hey, Lu Dong, so late to call, is there something? Is there a supplier surnamed Xiao under the group? Stop his goods, and then send someone to me to scrutinize the quality of his past supplies, as well as the payment for goods," Lu Feng said to the phone blandly. "Okay, Lu Dong, I'll do it," the voice on the phone directly agreed. Seeing this, Lu Feng did not say anything more and directly hung up the phone. And the man on the side laughed even harder when he heard Lu Feng's words. "Ha ha, kid, you do not pretend, about to laugh me to death." On the side of Su Lily also saw the situation is also opened his mouth and said, "Lu Feng, you will not be struck by the loss of heart, or you give me an apology, I give you to get some money you go to the hospital to look at the brain? How is apologizing enough? I want him to kneel down and kowtow to me, and then break his legs," the man said viciously. But did not wait for a few minutes, but the phone in the man's bag suddenly rang. The bald man took out his cell phone and saw the note on it, and his heart thumped. And Lu Feng just stood there looking at him with a smile on his face. The bald man's heart fluttered at Lu Feng's look, but he still pressed the answer button. "What's the matter? Don't you know I'm busy?" the man said in a calm manner. "Mr. Chow, Tianyu Group suddenly cut off the cooperation between us, and also sent people to check up on all the previous supply bills and quality overnight. Madam has already called and asked the manager of Tianyu Group, but the manager only said that we have messed with the wrong people and hung up the phone. What should we do now?" Hearing the voice coming from the phone, the man panicked, and when he saw Lu Feng, who was looking at him with a teasing face across the room, his brain instantly broke out in sweat. "How about it? Received a notice, right? Afraid? Don't be afraid. If the materials and bills that you supplied before are not a problem, then you don't have a problem, but if there is a problem with the goods and bills before, then you also have a problem." Looking at the man with a panicked face, Lu Feng said indifferently. At this moment, the man was completely flustered. Combined with the phone call from his men just now, he understood that he had kicked the iron plate, or a titanium steel plate. A single phone call could make Tianyu Group terminate its cooperation, and even send someone to check the accounts overnight. Pressing him to death was as simple as pressing an ant to death. Thinking that just now he actually mouthed off to such a big shot, even clamoring to break someone's 2 legs, the bald man couldn't control his legs from shaking. Plop. The man directly softened his legs and knelt in front of Lu Feng. "Mr. Lu, I know I am wrong, you spare me, I have an old man and a young man, they are all counting on me," the bald man said with a handful of snot and tears. When Lu Feng saw the man like this, he didn't have the slightest pity. If he was just an ordinary college student today, then he would be the one kneeling on the ground right now. "Didn't you just say that you were going to break my legs and make me suffer? How come you know you are wrong now?" Lu Feng coldly asked back. While on the side, Su Lily and her classmates were directly stunned when they saw this scene. They didn't expect Lu Feng to just make a phone call and make the arrogant and domineering bald man's attitude change 360 degrees. When the bald man heard Lu Feng's words, he directly kowtowed to Lu Feng. "I'm sorry, it's because I have eyes and I don't recognize him. Natai, you don't remember the small man, spare me," the man said while kowtowing his head. Lu Feng just looked at him indifferently as he performed, without a hint of wanting to forgive him. Suddenly, the man looked like he thought of something, and yanked over Su Lily, who was still in a daze. "Lily, you help me beg for mercy with Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu will definitely let me go for your sake." At this time was dragged over Su Lily also reacted. "How is it possible? You let me apologize to him, you have not eaten the wrong medicine, where is your bodyguard? Call out to beat him off." Su Lily has not yet seen the situation to continue to scream, perhaps she saw, but still want to struggle to death. The man slapped Su Lily's face, and then roared, "Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lu, or I will kill you." Su Lily was slapped to see the side of the students are looking at their own, instantly feel embarrassed, directly to the man's face to grab over, while grabbing also hissed, "You dare to hit me, see I will not scratch you to death." The man at this time is also the emotion on the head. Their own survival of the company was hit by a sentence to nearly bankruptcy, and the cause of the matter is because of the bitch in front of the eyes. So the man directly angry and furious grabs Su Lily's head to hit the table. Just as Su Lily's head was about to hit the table, the male students who were watching finally reacted and hurriedly held down the man. The man who was held down, however, knelt down again towards Lu Feng. "Lu Xiao, this bitch has made you unhappy, I will tie her to your bed later, you can do whatever you want, what do you think? As long as you can forgive me, you can let me do whatever you want." Hearing what the bald man said, Lu Feng was directly stunned. Not only Lu Feng, everyone present was stunned, they didn't expect the bald man to be so shameless. And when Su Lily heard the man say that, she wanted to rush up and grab the man again. "Good you Chao Bo, you actually did this to me, you know that in the beginning it was you who said that you liked me and wanted to marry me, otherwise how could I break up with Feng?" The man heard Su Lily's words directly laughed out. "Oh, all this time you were still pretending to be pure. At first it was my Land Rover parked on the side of the road, it was you who saw me leave the car phone, take the initiative to contact the seduction of me, and now actually also back to a rake." All the people present heard the two people's conversation is to feel the three views shattered. The man at this time also does not care how others look at him, and said to Lu Feng, Lu Les, you do not listen to her nonsense. If she seduced me, I will give her to you today, at your disposal. The man said he was going to call to notify the bodyguards outside to come in to catch Su Lily. Enough. Lu Feng saw that the two of them still want to continue to make trouble, impatiently said. Chapter 13 Midsummer Night. Hearing Lu Feng snapping, the bald man hurriedly shut his mouth. If today it was me on my knees begging you for mercy, would you agree to let me go? If I didn't have a bit of strength, I'm afraid that I just went out, my legs would have been broken by your bodyguards. Lu Feng looked at the bald man kneeling on the ground and said coldly. When the bald man heard Lu Feng's words, he immediately did not say anything, because he knew that if it was Lu Feng kneeling here today, he would not let Lu Feng go. Why don't you say anything? You won't let me go, so put your heart in the right place, I won't spare you either. Seeing that the man didn't speak, Lu Feng continued. Just as Lu Feng had finished speaking, Chu Fan jumped out again. Almost line, we are all students, there is no need to make it so stiff. Lu Feng, you give me a face. Seeing Chu Fan jumped out again to make a demon, Lu Feng disliked the past without any hesitation. You don't need to come out to pretend to be a big-tail wolf at this time, right? My good class president just now fell down on me and now come over to be a good person. Are you filled with shit in your brain? Forgetting things so quickly. Chu Fan was dumbfounded by his dislike, and could only silently retreat back. After disliking Chu Fan, Lu Feng turned his head to the bald man and said, self-inflicted sins cannot be lived, you wait for the next sanction. Said Lu Feng, pulling Shen Chuanqi's to go. A wind, wait a minute, see Lu Feng want to go, Su Lily hurriedly called out. Is there anything else you want to do? Lu Feng said impatiently. A phone, can we go back to the old days? Su Lily begged bitterly. She is not stupid, but very smart. From Lu Feng, a phone call can make the bald man immediately soft. She understands that Lu Feng now must be very powerful, so she wants to return to the side of Lu Feng. Oh, do you think it's possible, Su Lily, or do you think I, Lu Feng, would want a broken shoe worn by someone else? Lu Feng mocked. Hearing Lu Feng's mocking words, Su Lily also froze on the spot. Lu Feng stopped talking nonsense with her and left the private room with Shen Chuanqui, as he felt that there was no need to stay at this class reunion at all. Zhang Kai and Lu Li watched Lu Feng leave, looked at each other and hurriedly chased after him. At this time, Su Lily saw Lu Feng walking away without looking back. She could no longer hold back her grief and anger, and directly went up to fight with the bald man again. This time the students did not have a fight, because everyone knows that now Lu Feng is not the same as in the past, so they are afraid of offending Lu Feng. But Su Lily, a girl how to beat an adult strong man, soon was beaten dizzy. And the bald man, while beating, also said, Stink son, if not because of you, I can offend Lu Xiao, you bitch, I will sell you to Africa. Hearing that the bald man wants to sell himself to Africa, Su Lily panicked, because she understood that men can really do out such things. The thought of being sold to Africa to live that kind of miserable life, Su Lily hurriedly embraced the bald man's thighs, bitterly begged. Hubby, you don't do this to me, you don't love me the most, you don't want to marry me. Looked at the embracing of his own thighs, bitterly begging Su Lily, the bald man mocked. You are also worthy of me to marry you, I just look at you, look pretty good, live is also good, and with you to play only. Said the man, kicked off Su Lily, ready to notify the bodyguard over to take Su Lily away. And these things Lu Feng didn't know, because he had already taken Shen Chuanqui out of the hotel. Thank you, student Shen, it's you who helped me again today, Lu Feng thanked Shen Chuanqui. You are welcome, I am also not used to seeing a few of them, Shen Chuanqui said with a guffaw. Then I'll treat you to dinner, as compensation for your class reunion today, Lu Feng said. Good, because of you, I haven't had enough to eat, Shen Chuanqui said with a teasing smile. Just as Lu Feng was preparing to go to dinner with Shen Chuanqui, Zhang Kai and Lu Li chased after him. What do you two want to go so fast for? You don't wait for us, Zhang Kai said, panting. I am preparing to take Shen to dinner, do you two want to come together? Lu Feng looked at Zhang Kai and said. Wait. 1T go, you two go. Seeing Shen Chuanqi's behind Lu Feng looking at the two of them with murderous eyes, Zhang Kai and Lu Li immediately wimped out. That is fine, then the two of us will go first. Hearing Zhang Kai's refusal, Lu Feng directly said. I don't know why, Lu Feng's heart was instead happy after hearing Zhang Kai's refusal, as if he subconsciously didn't want Zhang Kai to agree to go to dinner together. Aha, you two have a good time, we'll both go back first, Zhang Kai said, pulling Lu Li and left. Seeing Zhang Kai and Lu Li walking away, Lu Feng and Shen Chuanqui called a cab and left the hotel. Old Lu, do you see, has gone away, Zhang Kai suddenly said to the side of Lu Li. Look out, a pair of dog, man and woman, also do not know when they are together. No wonder Lu Feng walked out so fast, the original is a beauty in the arms. Lu Li sniffing is also a face of indignation said. Yes, Shen Chuanqui, what person? The old iceberg, the old Lu, he is how to deal with. Zhang Kai face puzzled. Who knows although the school flower with school grass, but Shinchuankue obviously come to a great head when the old Lu will not be Shinchuankue her old man chased to kill it. I don't know, who cares, if you die under the peony flower, you can be a ghost, maybe Lao Lu likes excitement, let's go, we don't worry so much, let's have a snack, I don't have enough to eat, said Zhang Kai. Hearing Zhang Kai say this, Lu Li nodded with approval, and went to have a midnight snack with Zhang Kai on his shoulder. On this side, Lu Feng and Shinchuankue also took a car to a big stall. This place has very good fried dishes, especially the flower armor, you must try it, Lu Feng said to Shinchuankue. I found that Lu seems to have a special opinion about food, Shinchuankue said with a smile. Usually do not go to class in addition to part-time work is not much to do, so wandering in these roadside fly hall, time long, where to eat where not good will be clear. Lu Feng said to help Shinchuankue open a bottle of drink handed over. I didn't realize that you are still a gourmet, Shinchuankue took the drink and covered her mouth and laughed. Afterwards, the two chatted for a long time, and only stopped when the food was served. After the fried dishes were served, Shinchuankite couldn't wait to taste them. Well, this is really delicious, Shinchuankite said as she picked up a piece of garlic pork ribs. If you like it, you can eat more, eat slowly, there is no hurry. Looking at Shinchuankite who kept eating in front of him, Lu Feng was also dumbfounded for a moment, because the current Shinchuankite was completely different from the usual iceberg beauty. Lovely, beautiful, gentle, this is the evaluation that Lu Feng gives to Shinchuankite now. At this moment, looking at Shinchuankite who was eating, his heart suddenly has a little change, maybe he himself doesn't realize it, it seems that as long as he sees Shinchuankite he will become happy. The two of them ate until almost 11 o'clock before they ended the fight, and then Lu Feng was ready to call a car for Shinchuankis to prepare to send her back, but it was rejected by Shinchuankis. Let's take a walk together, Shinchuankite said suddenly as she looked at Lu Feng. Lu Feng looked at the beautiful Shinchuankite and nodded his head. The stars hang high in the sky on a summer night, and the air has long since lost the heat of the day, and there is just a cool breeze. Lu Feng and Shinchuankite walked together by the river, the two have been speechless, but very happy. Lu Feng didn't know why, as long as he was with Shinchuankite, even if he didn't do anything, his heart would be very happy. Coincidentally, a breeze blew on his face, blowing Shinchuankite's hair, also blew the teenager's heart. On a midsummer night, the teenage girl by the river formed a moving picture. Chapter 14 Luxury Fleet. After separating from Shinchuankis, Lu Feng, who had a lot of thoughts, returned home, but in his mind, he kept thinking about what Shinchuankis had just said. Feng, I am really super happy today, thank you for accompanying me, said Shinchuankite, who was wearing a long dress, tenderly to Lu Feng. As soon as he thought of this, Lu Feng's heart was in turmoil, and after thinking about it, he decided to call Shinchuankite to ask what she meant, only to realize that he didn't have her phone number. Maybe I'm just being sentimental, how can people look at me, Lu Feng laughed to himself. Then he went into the bathroom, took a shower, and lay down on the bed to sleep. There were no words in the night. Early in the morning, Lu Feng, who was sleeping soundly, was disturbed by the sound of cicadas, and wobbly got up and prepared to wash up to meet a beautiful day. In the bathroom, Lu Feng brushed his teeth while thinking about the beautiful dream he had last night. In the dream, he knew Shinchuankue when he was very young, the two of them played house together, and Shinchuankue clamored to be Lu Feng's wife every time, and wanted to give Lu Feng a child. How can I have such a strange dream, Lu Feng thought in his heart. After washing up, Lu Feng sat on the sofa and entered the system interface. This was the happiest time of the day for Lu Feng now. Ding! As Lu Feng entered, he also heard the most anticipated voice. This day's spike items have been refreshed. The refreshed items are as follows. A set of Patek Philippe's full range of wristwatches worth 470 million RMB. Ocean Conqueror yacht worth 230 million RMB. A top-notch luxury fleet of vehicles containing 6 Mercedes-Benz G63s, 1 Audi A8 special bulletproof command car, and 1 Rolls-Royce Phantom. Worth 1 billion RMB. Note the cars in the fleet are all special customized versions, modified so that ordinary bullets cannot penetrate them at all. Inside the car are installed with automatic fire extinguishing, automatic air purification equipment. The center of the Rolls-Royce is a set of emergency treatment equipment, which is contained in the owner of the blood matched. So 1 billion is really not expensive. Looking at the 3 choices on the panel, Lu Feng was also in deep thought. In the end, how to choose it, said every successful man must have a wristwatch, but the old saying that poor play car, rich play watch, rich play yacht. I also want a yacht, Lu Feng tangled said. System I cannot want all Lu Feng cheeky said. No, you can only choose one, the system ruthlessly rejected Lu Feng's request. Well, the same old rules, choose the expensive, I choose 3, Lu Feng helplessly said. Ding! The host has made a choice, choose 3, the reward has been issued, the fleet will arrive at the cell basement within 2 hours. As the system's voice came, Lu Feng also exited from the system space. As for why he chose the fleet, Lu Feng had actually considered a lot. First of all, he didn't even have a car when he went out now, it was either a taxi or a shared bicycle, which really didn't match his current status. Secondly, this fleet is not an ordinary fleet, after special modification, the safety is greatly increased, and the future travel is also assured. After all, how to say that he is now also considered a rich man, in case someone wants to rob him, and besides, it is not guaranteed that there will be an enemy who will backstab him later, so for the sake of his life, Lu Feng chose the fleet. Just as Lu Feng was waiting at home for his fleet of cars to come to his door, the appearance of a luxury fleet of cars on the esplanade in Mordor attracted people's attention. Only to see the fleet on the road speeding, a total of 8 cars, the front is 3 Mercedes-Benz Big G, then followed by an Audi A8, in the center is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, behind the same 3 Big G pressure. This is which Big Brother traveling People look at all the luxury car fleet have guessed. Other vehicles on the road when they see the fleet is also far away, afraid of scraping these luxury cars. And more good people to the fleet photographed on the internet, and then caused a furor on the internet. After a while, the convoy stopped at the entrance of the neighborhood of Mission Hills International. The security guards saw the scene are too scared to come forward. The night gave me a pair of eyes, and I used it. With the ringing of the cell phone, Lu Feng picked up the phone. "Hello, which one?" Lu Feng said. "Hello, Mr. Lu, the car you ordered has arrived at the door of your neighborhood, please come over to accept," a man's voice came from the phone. Lu Feng heard that the fleet has arrived, hastily packed up a little and went out. At this moment, with the arrival of the convoy, the residents of the neighborhood also boiled over. Because although those who lived in Mission Hills International were either rich or noble, the vast majority of them couldn't get out of such a luxury convoy. So a lot of people are wandering around, want to see the neighborhood. In the end is what people have so much energy. The neighborhood property at this time is also in a hurry to come, but looking at the roadside luxury fleet, and fleet side of the black-clothed men standing neatly, the property security guards for a time do not dare to go forward. After all, a month's salary is so little, not worth it. Lu Feng at this time also rushed to the scene, see surrounded by so many people, a little puzzled, and then see their own fleet of cars is also understood, the original are to see the car. With the arrival of Lu Feng, the leader of the pugilists directly led the other black-clothed people bowed to Lu Feng said, "Mr. Lu, your car has been prepared, please get on the car experience." As soon as the big man's words fell, people were shocked and couldn't speak. They all looked at the young man in front of them and speculated, in the end, what is the origin, have such a big energy, make such a luxury fleet? And at this moment Lu Feng said, "Really fucking cool what is the difference between this and the return of the god of war to hit the face of other people, cool Lu Feng thought while pretending to be calm and got into the car. With the sound of a roar, the fleet slowly left the neighborhood. Sitting in the car, Lu Feng looked at the driver who was driving in front of him, and his heart was curious. Because the system had only rewarded the convoy, so what was the situation with these drivers and bodyguards? Were they also rewarded, and could the system still make a big difference? Thinking of this, Lu Feng asked the system. "System, what's going on with these bodyguards?" Hearing Lu Feng's question, the system immediately responded. "Host, these bodyguards will be leaving at 10 o'clock this evening, and with the system's current level it is unable to create living people for a long time." Hearing the system's explanation, Lu Feng was dumbfounded, which means that these bodyguards are really created by the system, and it can really create living people. Thinking of this, Lu Feng could no longer sit still. "System, so when can you create living people for a long time?" Lu Feng couldn't wait to ask. Ding! The system upgraded to the second level will be able to refresh the characters in the daily spike items and open the system mall at the same time, the system replied. "I, Catala, did not expect you can also be a big change living people." Lu Feng cannot help but sigh. "It looks like we have to work hard to get the system upgraded to the second level as soon as possible," Lu Feng secretly thought in his heart. Just as Lu Feng was lost in thought, Chen Xian suddenly called. Seeing this, Lu Feng had no choice but to stop thinking. "Hey, what's the matter, Secretary Chen?" "Hey, Mr. Lu, hello, do you have time on your side? I have something to find you," said Chen Xian gently on the phone. "I have something for you," Chen Xian said gently on the phone. "I'll be right there," Lu Feng said after a moment's thought. After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng asked the driver to turn around and go to Ferrari's temporary office. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xian brought a few employees to the office building to wait for Lu Feng. After about 10 minutes, Chen Xian saw a luxury fleet of cars coming towards them from afar. But Chen Xian did not think much, because their temporary branch location in the Magic City Golden Triangle area. There are numerous listed companies and large groups here, and in such a place where bigwigs gather, it's normal for a luxury fleet to drive in. But as the car brakes sounded, the convoy stopped in front of Chen Xian and the girls. A group of black-clothed bodyguards quickly got out of the car and stood in accordance with the position. Then the leader of the big man opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce. Wearing a suit, with gold glasses, Lu Feng slowly came down from the car. Chen Xian saw this scene, were stunned, guessed half a day Big Brother turned out to be their own people. Looking at a group of black-clothed people surrounded by Lu Feng, Chen Xian hurriedly walked over. "Mr. Lu, hello," Chen Xian said respectfully. Behind the staff to see Lu Feng, although very surprised, but still unanimously said, "Lu, good." Chapter 15,000 Years of Coincidence. Lu Feng see to their greetings Ferrari employees, also was smiling and responded, "Everyone good." After the greeting, Chen Xian led Lu Feng to the company. Because this is a rented temporary site, so there has not been much recruitment of staff, and Chen Xian today to find Lu Feng to come is also the reason for this problem. "Mr. Lu, it's been a few days, and the European headquarters asked when this branch could be set up," said Chen Xian as she poured a cup of tea for Lu Feng. Hearing Chen Xian ask the question, Lu Feng is also a headache. He has no goal until now, but people have asked, always have to give an answer. Just as Lu Feng was ready to delay for a few more days to see if the system could brush out something by then, he suddenly thought of something. Then said to Chen Xian, "I came over today as also want to talk to you about this problem. I have already let people in the site before, it is just that I now give him a phone call to ask how it is." Lu Feng said and picked up the cell phone to call out. With 2 beeps the phone was connected. "Hey, Mr. Lu, what are you looking for me?" The voice of Wang Yu came from the phone, and at this time Wang Yu was fretting because of the group's affairs. The story goes like this. Tianyu Group has built a factory that covers an area of 80 acres, as well as an office building to support the factory, but after it was built, the other party ran out of money due to a broken capital chain, so they can't afford to buy it, and can't afford to pay for the breach of contract now. Wang Yu has been worried about this matter for the past few days, because most of Tianyu Group's funds have been smashed into the development of this factory. Because of the development of this factory, most of the funds of the Tianyu Group have been smashed into it, resulting in the account now does not have a lot of active funds, and even worse is that there is still a neighborhood behind the group that needs to be developed. And this factory and office building, although the location is very good, but this also led to it is very expensive, in a short period of time cannot be out. Cannot be out means no money behind to develop the neighborhood will have to stop. Stopping will be Tianyu Group's stock and reputation of the blow. Wang Yu is worried sick these days. This is the case, Wang Yu, our group can help me find a piece of land in a good location, and then help me to build a factory and office building. Lu Feng looked at Chen Xian, pretending to be calm and asked. Wang Yu over here froze directly when he heard what Lu Feng said. He didn't even know that he dropped his cell phone. Hey, old Wang, are you listening? Don't worry, the money will be not less than a penny. Lu Feng also thought that Wang Yu was afraid that he, the new director, was going to pull the wool over the company, and hurriedly explained. Can, Mr. Lu. Wang Yu, under Lu Feng's opening his mouth once again, only then slowed down and hurriedly agreed. Upon hearing Lu Feng's request, Wang Yu said that he had never heard such a nice voice in his life. Even his wife's one sentence of "I am willing" when they got married didn't sound as nice as what Lu Feng said at this moment. Lu Feng was relieved to hear Wang Yu agree. The first thing I want to do is to ask you how much money you need, just tell me directly. Lu Feng said that he was about to hang up the phone, but Wang Yu's excited voice came out from the phone again. Mr. Lu, don't hang up the phone first, I just have a factory here, there is a supporting office building, the location is absolutely good. Wang Yu, afraid of Lu Feng hang up the phone, hurriedly said. Wang Yu was afraid that Lu Feng would hang up the phone and hurriedly said. Wang Yu's speed is so fast that he found it. Hearing what Wang Yu said, Lu Feng expressed his shock. Really? Old Wang Yu, don't lie to me, Lu Feng asked with a bit of skepticism. Really, Mr. Lu, it's true, or I'll send someone to pick you up. We can go and take a look now. Wang Yu saw that Lu Feng didn't believe it, and hurriedly said. No need for you to pick me up, send me the location, I will go over to take a look now, Lu Feng said. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Wang Yu hurriedly sent the location of the factory. Mr. Lu, I'll wait for you at the factory, said Wang Yu, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Okay, I'll be there in a minute, Lu Feng said blandly, then hung up the phone. Wang Yu over here hung up the phone and hurriedly asked his secretary to call the company's executives to gather in the lobby, ready to leave for the factory. Quickly, tell them to gather quickly, if they are late, just get the hell out of here. Wang Yu said as he hurriedly rushed over to the lobby. In less than 2 minutes, most of the company's executives were gathered in the lobby, and all of them were in charge of the factory project. The young lady at the front desk was dumbfounded, wondering why these leaders were standing neatly in the lobby, not even sitting down. Ding! As the elevator door opened, Wang Yu directly rushed out and said to the standing executives while walking, "Hurry up, follow me, get in the car," and then took the lead in the fleet of cars waiting at the entrance. Hearing Wang Yu's words, those executives also hurriedly followed, looking at the front desk lady in a daze. With the sound of the engine roaring, the convoy drove out like a ground flight. "I go, what is the situation?" the president with the leaders for what so anxious, employee A said curiously. "I don't know, is it to grab the project?" employee B also said curiously. "Don't guess, see the president so anxious, it must be about the group's big event, maybe the group is going to have a big event," employee C said with a mysterious face. While the employees are talking, Wang Yu is sitting in the car, urging the driver to drive faster. "Faster, faster, 10 minutes, I'll give you a promotion and a raise," Wang Yu says excitedly. Seeing that his president is so anxious, the driver is also in high spirits, driving the car speeding down the road. On Lu Feng's side, he took Chen Xian and rushed towards his destination. Chen Xian, who was sitting in a Rolls-Royce for the first time, looked left and right, touched this and that, looking very curious. On Wang Yu's side, he quickly arrived at the factory's location with the driver's efforts. After getting out of the car, Wang Yu took the executives to stand under the scorching sun and waited for Lu Feng. But the executives on the side don't understand anymore. Why did the president gather them and bring them all to the entrance of this factory, as if he's waiting for some big shot? "President, are there any leaders coming down to inspect today?" asks one of the executives. Wang Yu heard this and answered back, "You know, the company has reached a life and death moment these days." The executives on the side laughed out loud when they heard this. "Don't joke, President, our company is now flourishing, how could it come to the point of life and death?" Another executive also chimed in. "Yes, President, I am in charge of the factory we are in now, and it has already been successfully completed. As long as we wait until the money arrives, our company will have enough money for the next project to be successfully completed, and we can also take the land in Xiqing district by the way." "I know what you guys are saying, but what if we can't get the money for this factory?" Wang Yu asked. "That's right, only Wang Yu and the old director know about the fact that we can't get the money for this project, because the impact of this matter is too great, and if we don't pay attention, the company might go bankrupt, so Wang Yu didn't tell the other executives of the company." "How can it be, now that the project has ended smoothly, could it be that the Red Maple Group wants to renege on its debt?" a senior executive asked incredulously. "Then if I tell you that Red Maple Group has gone bankrupt, what should you do?" Wang Yu said as he looked at the executives. Hearing Wang Yu say this, the executives instantly panicked. Because they understand that if they can't get the payment for the project on time, then Tianyu Group's next project will have to be stopped, not to mention going to grab that piece of land on the west side of the city with other groups, or maybe Tianyu itself will have to go bankrupt. "Does the old director know about this?" an executive suddenly asked. "The reason I didn't tell you is because I was afraid of being disorganized," Wang Yu said indifferently. Wang Yu said lightly. "What should we do now?" The executives instantly made a mess. Wang Yu said coldly. The executives slowly quieted down when they heard Wang Yu's words. "You are all old people, you should know that the old director of the Red Maple Group and our chairman are old friends for many years, or else you wouldn't have collected only 30% of the project payment and dared to complete the project directly in the first place." The executives nodded at the words. It was because they knew the relationship between Red Maple Group and their own chairman that they looked so surprised when they heard that they couldn't get the money for the project. "It is because of this relationship that we ourselves have advanced too much money for this project, thus leading to the fact that the company does not have much active capital on top right now. And the chairman of the board doesn't have much active capital in his hands either, even he sold 10% of the company's shares before," Wang Yu said slowly. The company's executives all nodded at his words. They all knew about these things, but now that they are about to go bankrupt, what's the use of talking about this? Seeing them all hanging their heads, Wang Yu didn't say much because he was even less confident than these executives before. But now it's good that this factory will soon be taken over by someone else, or their new director Lu Feng, so he decides that he's going to help Lu Feng improve his voice within the group. Although the group is now facing a crisis of bankruptcy, have you forgotten that we still have a new director? The executives instantly got excited when they heard Wang Yu's words. "Mr. Wang, isn't it true that Lu Dong is willing to step in and help out?" one of the executives asked hurriedly. Others are also looking at Wang Yu with an expectant face. Wang Yu didn't sell out when he saw this. "That's right, before there is really no way, I contacted Lu Dong, told Lu Dong the company's current situation. I wanted to let Lu Dong help contact to see if there is anyone willing to buy this factory, but Lu Dong, after learning about the company's current situation, directly gave me a huge surprise. Lu Dong said that he could buy this factory, so that the company to ease the urgent need, so I hurriedly pulled you over to accompany Lu Dong to look at the project. Hearing Wang Yu's words, the executives directly chanted "Long live Lu Dong." Seeing this, Wang Yu began his plan. I know that most of you were prejudiced against Lu Dong, thinking that a young man who bought shares of the group because of his family's money is actually a brat who can't do anything. Hearing Wang Yu's reprimand, the executives all lowered their heads in shame. But today, it's this young man who you all think can't do anything that saved the group, saved us, and saved our jobs. So from now on, I won't allow anyone in the company to talk about Lu Dong behind his back, but if anyone belittles Lu Dong again, don't blame me for being unforgiving, Wang Yu said with narrowed eyes. Yes, don't worry Mr. Wang, we'll never be like this again. The executives immediately assured that, in fact, it was Wang Yu who didn't say that they would do the same, because just like what Wang Yu said, Lu Feng saved all of their rice bowls. Right after Wang Yu finished his lecture, a fleet of luxury cars drove up from the distance. Lu Feng had finally arrived. Chapter 16 Examining the Factory. Looking at the fleet of cars coming towards them, Wang Yu was actually a bit confused and didn't quite dare to confirm if it was Lu Feng arriving because the fleet of cars was too big. As the convoy came to a stop, a beautiful woman in professional attire came down from the car. The beautiful woman got off the car and hurriedly opened the back door of the Rolls-Royce, then stood aside and bowed to wait, while the bodyguards who came down with her also quickly opened two black parasols and held them above the back door. Under the backdrop of the black-clothed bodyguards and the beautiful secretary, Lu Feng walked down from the Rolls-Royce. At this moment, Lu Feng was as dazzling as a god descending from heaven in the eyes of the Tianyu Group executives. Lu Dong good. A crowd of executives forced down the shock in their hearts and said to Lu Feng, "Hello, you guys, hard work, so hot days still come over to accompany me to see the project," Lu Feng said in greeting. It's not hard, the executive said hastily. Just kidding, this is the ancestor who saved their rice bowls, not to mention accompanying him to see the project, even accompanying him to sleep is not impossible. Lu Dong, then let's watch and talk. Wang Yu came to Lu Feng and made a gesture of invitation. Well, let's take a look. Then Lu Feng visited the place under Wang Yu's guidance. Lu Dong, you see, this is the factory area that covers an area of 70 acres. We used the best materials when we built it, and the designer drew no less than hundreds of drawings just for the sake of designing the whole factory area. Wang Yu introduced it while walking around. Well, it doesn't look bad. Lu Feng nodded his head as he listened to Wang Yu's introduction. In fact, he finally put down a big stone in his heart. After fixing the problem of the Ferrari branch, he didn't have to worry about sleeping well every day. In a short while, after the introduction of the factory area was completed, Wang Yu brought Lu Feng to the place of the office building. He saw an office building covering an area of 15 acres towering in front of Lu Feng's eyes, with a height of 8 floors, a half-curved main body design, and snow-white exterior walls, all telling of the building's grandeur. Looking at the office building in front of him, Lu Feng turned his head to look at Chen Xian. "Chen's secretary feel how?" Wang Yu heard Lu Feng ask a small secretary. The heart cannot help but guess the secretary in front of the eyes is not Lu Feng raised a small honey. At the time of Wang Yu's wild guesses, Chen Xian opened her mouth to speak. "President, this place you chose, whether it's from the location or from the office building and supporting factory in front of you, is impeccable, it's simply perfect." "President? Is he calling me?" Wang Yu looked at Chen Xian blankly, a little confused in his mind. Looking at Wang Yu, who was puzzled because Chen Xian called himself president, Lu Feng was also happy. "Don't guess, it's calling me. I forgot to tell you guys, I'm actually still the president of Ferrari's Asian division. This factory and office building is the division I chose for Ferrari." Hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Wang Yu and the executives behind him were directly dumbfounded. What the hell, the young man in front of them was not only their director, but also the president of Ferrari? Has this world now exaggerated to this point? Wang Yu sniffed and asked cautiously, "Lu Dong, is it the same Ferrari that builds sports cars? Are you really their president?" Hearing Wang Yu's question, Lu Feng directly laughed out. "Ha, of course, which Ferrari could it be otherwise? I am now the president of Ferrari's Asian branch, and the one next to me is the assistant that Ferrari has assigned me." Hearing Lu Feng's exact answer, Wang Yu said that he was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. "Lu Dong, you really impress me, so young to be sitting as the president of Ferrari Asia, really young and promising. I actually questioned you before, I'm really sorry," Wang Yu said sincerely. I'm the president because I hold shares in Ferrari and I'm their director, that's why I'm the president," Lu Feng said in a self-effacing manner. I didn't realize that after Lu Feng finished speaking, Wang Yu and the others were even more confused. So you still hold shares in Ferrari? Wang Yu's tone of voice was a bit shaky. Yes, what's the problem? Lu Feng asked rhetorically. No problem, said Wang Yu, hastily waving his hands. Poor CEO Wang Yu, he was directly struck to the point where he didn't want to speak today. When he became the president of Tianyu at the age of 40, he already felt that he was very powerful, but now he was directly killed by Lu Feng. Wang Yu had the heart to die even if he thought about it. Seeing that Wang Yu had no more questions, Lu Feng was ready to talk about the price of this factory and buy it, but just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by a voice coming from his ear. Mr. Lu, please wait for a moment. Lu Feng turned his head to look over when he heard the voice, only to see an old man around 60 years old walking over with the support of his nanny. And Wang Yu and the executives of the Tianyu group directly hooted and ran over when they saw the old man. Old director, why are you here? Wang Yu, who was leading the group, asked. I've come to take a look, the rising star who helped our company through the life and death difficulties. The old director said smilingly. He said he bowed deeply to Lu Feng, and after Lu Feng saw it, he hurriedly ran to the old man and pulled him up. You are Li Yunfeng, elderly, right? Lu Feng said while pulling the old man's hand. That's right, it's my old man, the old man said back with a smile. Thank you so much for the snow. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that my life's work would have collapsed this time. Hearing the old man's sincere thanks, Lu Feng quickly waved his hand. Speaking of which, you still helped me a lot, otherwise where can I find such a suitable factory? Besides, I am also a director of the company. To help the company to solve the difficulties is also my duty. You say this is with me to see the outside. Ha ha ha. Hearing what Lu Feng said, the old man laughed happily, and then took Lu Feng's hand and said with a solemn face. The company has a director like you, I am really relieved. No, you are too polite. Then the two of them held hands and chatted for a long time, until the old man's nanny reminded the old man that it was time to drink water, and only then did they stop. The old man took the cup of water handed over by the nanny and took a sip, then opened his mouth and said, Bring a bottle of water for Xiao Feng as well. The nanny heard the old man's words and hurriedly ran to the car and took another bottle of water and handed it to Lu Feng. Looking at Lu Feng to the hands of the water to drink, the old man only opened. Small wind. This factory you really intend to buy it? Well, not because of this factory short of funds. Otherwise we put it here slowly sell. As for the company needs money, the big deal my old man to go out of his face to find old friends to borrow money turnover. Hear the words of the old man, Lu Feng said. Don't worry about it, the old man, I really need this factory, and have enough money to buy it, and also have enough money to buy it. I really need this factory, and I have enough money to buy it, so just relax, I'm not trying to be brave. Hearing Lu Feng say this, but the old man is still not assured, he is afraid that Lu Feng to help him and break his own chain of funds, then he will be the sinner. Just when the old master still wanted to say something, Wang Yu on the side suddenly opened his mouth. Old director, you still don't know, right? This new director of ours is also the president of Ferrari Asia, and it is the president who holds the shares of Ferrari in his hands. The old man also directly froze when he heard this. He never thought that Lu Feng actually had such a layer of identity. He had never thought that Lu Feng actually had such a status. Lu Dong bought this factory for Ferrari to use as a branch, so it shouldn't be necessary for Lu Dong to contribute too much, and Ferrari side should take up the big part, Wang Yu explained. Hearing Wang Yu's words, the old man is still a bit unconvinced and turns his head to look at Lu Feng. Masterly, Wang Yu is right, this factory really doesn't need me to spend much money. Lu Feng saw the old man looking at himself with inquiring eyes, and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. When Elderly heard Lu Feng's explanation, he didn't say anything more, but just kept pulling Lu Feng's hand, and kept saying that the younger generation is fearful, the younger generation is fearful. In fact, Lu Feng in front of the old man is also a lot of admiration. From scratch to the company's market value of 20 billion, the old man is relying on their own unusual vision and the means of thunder and lightning. Moreover, the old man's heart is also particularly kind. At first he was afraid that Lu Feng would get into difficulties because of helping himself, and then refused Lu Feng's help. Since all of you have no more objections, let's talk about this factory, about how much money is needed. Lu Feng saw that all the people didn't say anything and spoke again. Hearing what Lu Feng said, Wang Yu didn't dare to talk but looked at the old man. Let the person in charge of this project come out, calculate how much money, don't count blindly, only count the cost price, don't even count the labor for me, the old man slapped his thigh and said domineeringly. Hearing the old master's overbearing speech, Wang Yu and a group of executives also cried and laughed, and could only do what the old master said. Lu Feng, who was standing on the side, however, was anxious because he didn't want to take advantage of the old master. The old man, you cannot be like this, one size fits all. I have not thanked the group to help me solve such a big problem. How can let the group suffer? We should be how to calculate. No, Xiaofeng, you helped the group such a big favor. Today must be so calculated. The old man was very tough said. The old man was very tough and said, I have to do this today. Seeing that the old man and the young man were about to argue over this matter, Wang Yu also immediately rounded up the scene. Otherwise, we first calculate the market value of how much, and then you two in the detail chat how. Well, you calculate it, the old master said agreed to down. Seeing that the old man agrees, Wang Yu leads a group of executives in charge of the project to do the math on the spot. After not more than 5 minutes, Wang Yu came over with a draft paper. The calculations have been done. Mr. Liu, master, please take a look, said Wang Yu, handing the results of the calculations to the two of them. After calculating, Tianyu invested a total of $1.4 billion in this project, and the Red Maple Group invested the first $600 million, with a market value of $2.8 billion, Wang Yu said. Then, I'll collect $1.4 billion from Xiaofeng, and then take out $2 billion from this $1.4 billion to the Red Maple Group, so that my old friend can use it for his retirement, the old man said after a glance. Hearing the old man's non-refusable tone, Wang Yu could only do as he was told. At this time, Lu Feng was not satisfied with the price. The old man, you can't do this, this is directly less than half, you ate too much loss, Lu Feng quickly refused. There is no harm, if it is not for little Wenju, this half of my life's hard work directly lost. The old man said forcefully. The old man, no, this price I really cannot accept, Lu Feng still shook his head. Looking at the two people who were arguing because one wanted to charge less and the other wanted to give more money, everyone present was also silent. Chapter 17, Seeing Enzo again. Finally, after countless negotiations, the factory was successfully sold to Lu Feng for $1.9 billion. Wang Yu and the executives who witnessed the entire transaction said that they had never seen such an amazing deal in their lives. Secretary Chen, call the deposit first later, Lu Feng said to Chen Xian. Okay, Mr. Liu, Chen Xian nodded her head and replied. Since both of us have solved a big problem today, I propose that we have a meal together at noon. What do you say? Said Wang Yu on the side. Well, this is good, today we have to thank the small wind, the old man Li Herd immediately agreed down. Good, let's have a meal together to celebrate. Seeing that everyone is proposing to have a meal, Lu Feng also agreed to do so. Afterwards, several people got into their cars and prepared to go to dinner. After about half an hour, the caravan stopped by an ancient farmhouse-style building. The old master looked at the curious Lu Feng, and then explained to him this building. This is listening to the Tao Xiaozhu, a real private kitchen. People who come here, no matter what your status, dinner must be booked. It so happens that I just happened to book a session here 2 days ago, so you kid have a blessed mouth today. Lu Feng heard the words of the old man was also interested in the place in front of him. I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it, Lu Feng said with a smile. Afterwards, the old man led Lu Feng to go in. This meal is only Lu Feng and the old man and Chen Xian and Wang Yu. As for those executives, they have gone back. Lu Feng, who had just entered the Hearing Tao small building, was shocked by the scene in front of him. Because in front of him was a green bamboo forest, covering an area of more than 20 acres of land so large, the bamboo forest is located in a small ancient attic. To know that they are in the Magic City, every inch of land, this hotel owner actually engaged in such a large piece of bamboo forest used to decorate, enough to see its wealth and energy. Under the guidance of a young girl wearing a cheongsam, Lu Feng came to a small building in front of the bamboo forest. The cheongsam girl opened the door, lit a good incense, which let Lu Feng them in. After going in, the people took their seats. You can now see, touch the place, all by the good incense wood and rosewood to build, so a small attic costs no less than 200 million yuan. Old man smilingly introduced. The crowd was surprised after hearing this. They did not expect the decoration here is actually so luxurious. And this side of the ingredients are flown in from all over the world. Randomly a meal is 3 million at the bottom. I was going to invite someone to dinner here to see if there is anyone who can help the company get through the difficult times, did not expect it crookedly, and finally invited you to this for the solution to the company's big trouble of the merit. Ha, this is not quite good, you have not wasted this meal, Lu Feng said with a smile. Ha, is this reason, small wind? I am the more you look at the more satisfied, but unfortunately I only have a failure grandson, no granddaughter, otherwise I really have to let you do my granddaughter-in-law, the old man said with a smile. The old man's words scared Lu Feng, hastily waved his hand and refused to say, Old man, now cannot be arranged marriages, we now advocate free love. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the old man also laughed, and then changed the topic. But at this time, Lu Feng's mind did not know why the figure of Xin Chuankue appeared again. Knock knock. Just as Lu Feng was lost in thought, he was suddenly awakened by a knock on the door, and then he saw a team of beautiful girls wearing green-colored cheongsams and carrying plates in their hands walk over. The young girls gently placed the dishes on the table and slowly bowed to the crowd before retreating. Since the dishes have all been served, let's move the chopsticks, the old man greeted. After hearing this, several people were not polite and picked up their chopsticks. The meal lasted for about an hour or so before it came to an end. Before leaving, the old master kept pulling Lu Feng's hand, telling him to make sure to go to his house to get together with him when he was free. Lu Feng smiled and agreed. The few people then parted ways. The old man was old, so he went straight back. Wang Yu had to go back to his company to work, while Lu Feng and Chen Chen both returned to Ferrari's temporary branch. Secretary Chen, the location of the branch is done. We can now recruit the staff, first build the general framework of the company, so that when the time comes, we can also be accountable to the headquarters side. Sitting in the car, Lu Feng said to Chen Qian, who was sitting beside him, "I'll go back and do it." Hearing Lu Feng's plan, Chen Qian hurriedly nodded her head to indicate that she knew. The car quickly arrived at Ferrari's temporary branch, and after the two of them got off the car, they went straight to the office. The two of them were going to give the $500 million that Ferrari headquarters had previously called over to Tianyu Group first, and then, by the way, they would ask Ferrari headquarters for the rest of the money to buy the factory. Inside the office, Chen Qian was in the process of transferring the money to the Tianyu Group while Lu Feng was on a video call with Enzo. Beep. With the video connected, Lu Feng met Enzo once again. "Hey Lu, what are you looking for me for?" greeted Enzo in the video with a smile. "Mr. Enzo, it's been a long time, there's really something I want to do with you this time. The company's branch has already been selected and built, I've already sent the deposit over, and I'm just waiting for you to make the final payment now," Lu Feng said with a smile. When he heard that Lu Feng had taken care of the branch so quickly, Enzo on the other side of the computer looked very surprised. After all, he had given Lu Feng all the authority to establish the branch because he wanted to test Lu Feng. As a result, he didn't expect Lu Feng to fix things so quickly. Even Enzo, the big man who was in charge of Ferrari, was a bit surprised in his heart. "Ha, Lu, you really surprised me," Enzo said after adjusting his emotions. Hearing Enzo's words, Lu Feng smiled flatly. And Chen Qian, who was on the sidelines, had already transmitted the data of the branch's factory and office building to Enzo while the two were chatting. While Enzo was looking at the data, Chen Qian began to help Lu Feng take credit. "President Enzo, you don't know that Mr. Lu has helped us save a lot of money this time around with the branch. I believe you can see from the data, this time the factory both layout and location cannot be faulted. The most important thing is that the market value of the factory is 3 billion, and Mr. Lu 1.9 billion to take down." When Enzo heard Chen Qian's words, his first reaction was disbelief. "Lu, you two will not be a partnership in teasing me, this is almost impossible," Enzo said with a surprised face. "After all, this is not in the food market to buy food, directly cut in half, like this kind of billions of dollars involved in the single can cut down 10% or good." Seeing that Enzo didn't believe it, Lu Feng explained to him what happened. "It's like this, Mr. Enzo, this factory happens to be a product of the group I hold shares in, and because of some special reasons, I took it at cost." Hearing Lu Feng say such a big thing with very calm words, Enzo was also not calm anymore. "Lu, I really appreciate your help, but since you hold shares in that group, I can't let you suffer. I will have someone directly call 1.5 billion to you later, so that together with the 500 million from before, there is a total of 2 billion, as for the extra 100 million, it will be taken as your thank you fee," Enzo said with a grandiose face. The sight of the Chen Qian heard this directly dumbfounded. "Is it possible that you rich people are directly according to the billions of dollars to give thanks to the fee?" After Lu Feng heard Enzo's words, he was suddenly excited inside. After all, he was only in a superficial splendor right now, but he was actually very, very poor on the inside. "Then thank you, Mr. Enzo," Lu Feng forced down the excitement in his heart and said thanks to Enzo with a calm face. "Haha, you're welcome. Besides the extra 100 million, I'm going to give you another gift, but it's going to be kept secret for now, so you'll know when the gift arrives," Enzo said with a mysterious face. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng became interested in Enzo's mysterious gift. "Lu, I'm not going to talk to you now, I have a meeting here, it's about new energy, I've been busy with these things for a while," Enzo said while rubbing his head. "Okay, see you later, come to China when you have time," Lu Feng said politely. The two then hung up the phone. "Secretary Chen, is Ferrari going into new energy too?" Lu Feng asked curiously. After all, in his cognition, Ferrari has always built fuel cars. Suddenly from the mouth of Enzo, the boss of Ferrari, he learned that Ferrari is also going to enter the new energy. Lu Feng is still very curious. Yes, Mr. Liu, Ferrari set up a new energy department a long time ago to study new energy vehicles. After all, new energy represents a new cake. Ferrari also wants to have a share in this feast, Qin Xian explained after some thought. Hearing Qin Xian's words, Lu Feng nodded in agreement. Yes, just look at Tesla, directly relying on new energy to become the richest man in the world. Not only Tesla, even the domestic automobile manufacturers are also entering the field of new energy, in an attempt to realize the curved road to overtake. And Ferrari, as a veteran car dealer, early layout of new energy is also reasonable. Lu Feng sat on top of the boss chair and analyzed. By the way, thank you for the words you just said for me. Because of the words you said, Mr. Enzo has transferred 100 million more to me, Lu Feng suddenly said to Qin Xian. Mr. Liu is too kind, I am just telling the truth, Qin Xian responded modestly. Words are not like that. When the time 1.5 billion turned over, you turned to the Tianyu Group 1.4 billion. Then you yourself from the rest of this 100 million to take $1 million, as my reward for you. Lu Feng looked at the modest Qin Xian. The more you look at the more satisfied, directly waved his hand, rewarded her 1 million yuan. Boom. Qin Xian was directly shocked by Lu Feng's generosity to an unsteady, almost a butt on the ground. How, dislike to give less? Lu Feng looked at Qin Xian's surprised appearance, teased. No, I'm just too excited, Lu, Qin Xian quickly explained. Don't be excited, follow me well, you will not be able to benefit from it later. Lu Feng directly draws up a big cake. Yes, Mr. Liu, you can rest assured, Qin Xian quickly assured. Well, do not talk to you more, I have to go, do not forget to put the rest of the money on my account inside, Lu Feng said, stood up to go. Mr. Liu, please wait, I invite you to have a meal. Last time I said I would like to invite you to dinner, there has been no opportunity, this time you rewarded me with so much money, I must invite you to dinner, Qin Xian hurriedly stopped Lu Feng said. In the face of Qin Xian's request, Lu Feng thought for a moment and agreed. Alright, let's have a meal together then, but don't go to any luxurious place, just find a random food hall and eat something. Chapter 18, Strolling Through the Old Street. Hearing Lu Feng promise himself, Qin Xian jumped up happily. Lu Feng, on the other hand, let the bodyguards go back first, he can sit in Qin Xian's car. In fact, Lu Feng is mainly afraid that these people will directly disappear in place when the time comes, and then must not scare others to death. The bodyguards heard Lu Feng's arrangement and drove away. On this side, Lu Feng sat in Qin Xian's minivan and set off for dinner, but because it was not yet time for the evening meal, Lu Feng and Qin Xian went to the old streets of Magic City together. The old street of Mordor has a very long history. From the Republican period, the old street has already existed. After the precipitation of history, the old street is now more lively and grand. Parking the car, Qin Xian led Lu Feng into the old street, looking at the many vendors dressed in Republic of China clothes hawking, looking at the typical Republic of China buildings on both sides of the road, Lu Feng thought he had traveled back to the Republic of China. Mr. Liu, when you come to the old street, you must try Yuan Fuji's pastries, especially the osmanthus cake, Qin Xian introduced to Lu Feng. Really, then I'll listen to you tonight, you make the arrangements, Lu Feng said. Hearing Lu Feng say that, Qin Xian also directly led Lu Feng towards Yuan Fuji. Boss, have an osmanthus cake and then a box of pastries to mess around with, Qin Xian said to the boss. Because it's only 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the people in the old street are not particularly many. In the evening the old street is full of people, so basically there is no need to queue up to buy things now. Mr. Liu, you try it, Qin Xian said to Lu Feng as she held up a piece of osmanthus cake. Look at Qin Xian's hands of osmanthus cake, Lu Feng took over, and then put into his mouth, worthy of Qin Xian's affectionate recommendation, really very tasty, the entrance of osmanthus fragrance straight to the heart, soft and delicate taste is also very good, eat a piece of as if you can clear a day of fatigue. Lu Feng couldn't help but take another piece and put it in his mouth, seeing Lu Feng eating so flavorful, Qin Xian is also holding the box to eat up. Mr. Liu, you eat slowly, I still have a box of pastries here, messy spell it, you all taste, Qin Xian mouth stuffed with pastries slurred said. Hearing Qin Xian's words, Lu Feng took over Qin Xian's hands of pastries messy spell, took out a piece of horseshoe cake into the mouth, really is also very good, Lu Feng heart exclaimed. Then the two walked while eating the pastries in their hands, until Qin Xian saw a stall selling stinky tofu, and hurriedly pulled Lu Feng to quickly walk over. Boss, give me 2 portions of stinky tofu. Mr. Liu, do you eat spicy food? Qin Xian turned her head and asked. I can eat a little bit, Lu Feng said back. Then 1 extra spicy, 1 slightly spicy, Qin Xian said to the boss. Okay, the boss promised, and then began to fry up the stinky tofu. In a short while, 2 steaming portions of stinky tofu came out of the pot. Received, the boss handed over 2 copies of stinky tofu, Qin Xian slightly spicy one-handed Lu Feng, and then he could not wait to eat up. Lu Feng looked at Qin Xian eat so fragrant, also began to eat up. Then the two people have been shopping, have been eating, until already evening. The two people, one holding a yellow wine milk tea from the old street, walked out. Mr. Lu, let's take the yellow bus to eat. You must take a ride on the yellow bus in the old street. Experience the way of traveling in the Republic of China, Chen Xian suggested as she sipped the milk tea. Good, then take a ride. Looking at the yellow car in front of him, Lu Feng is also very curious. After all, it used to be in the movies and TV dramas to see the yellow car. Experience is not bad. Hearing Lu Feng agreed, Chen Xian went up and pulled the carmaster to talk about the price to go. Uncle, you cheaper, too expensive, we are too so light, you pull very labor saving, Chen Xian said to the boss. Aya, little girl, I'm already the best deal, the boss said helplessly. A little cheaper, uncle, please, Chen Xian continued. Okay, 80 lowest price, the boss promised. Hey, thank you boss, Chen Xian quickly thanked, paid the money and then ran over to Lu Feng. Okay, it's done, Mr. Lu, let's go, Chen Xian said to Lu Feng. Then Lu Feng and Chen Xian together on the yellow car, enjoying the breeze blowing in the face. Sitting on the yellow car, Lu Feng comfortably squinted his eyes, as if all the unhappy can be dissipated with the wind. In no time, the yellow bus master sent them to their destination. Here we are, you can get off now, said the rickshaw puller. Hearing the boss's voice, Lu Feng opened his eyes and walked down with Chen Xian. Thank you, boss, Lu Feng and Chen Xian thanked together. You're welcome, you guys have fun, said the boss, and then pulled the car away. How is it, Mr. Lu? It feels very good, Chen Xian asked. Aha, it feels very good, the experience is very good, Lu Feng very agreeable. However, are you sure you can still eat it? Lu Feng said very doubtful. Of course I can, Mr. Lu, don't underestimate me, Chen Xian responded. Then Chen Xian led Lu Feng into a very contemporary pavilion. Looking at Chen Xian, who was familiar with ordering food, Lu Feng felt that she should come often. You should often come here to eat, Lu Feng asked. Yes, usually some small sister party or something, we are preferred here, the boss is a local Magic City people, a hand of local dishes burned is that called a delicious, Chen Xian explained. Then sat for about 10 minutes, the two ordered dishes began to be served one after another. Stir-fried eel silk, Magic City braised pork, fragrant onion oil chicken. Our Magic City famous local dishes. Mr. Lu quickly tasted, the taste is really super great, Chen Xian said to Lu Feng. Looking at the food in front of him, which makes people's taste buds move, Lu Feng couldn't help but pick up his chopsticks and eat it. Is it good, Mr. Lu? Chen Xian asked with an expectant face. Delicious, the flavor is really good, Lu Feng nodded his head and praised. After about half an hour or so, the two people also winded up eating all the food on the table. Mr. Lu, you drink water, Chen Xian said and got up to help Lu Feng pour a cup of water. The two of them sat on top of the chairs and rested for a while before they walked out of the restaurant. After refusing Chen Xian's request to send him home, Lu Feng took a taxi home alone. After arriving home, Lu Feng directly took the elevator to the underground parking lot without saying a word, because he wanted to see if those bodyguards and drivers were still there. It wasn't until he saw the neatly parked fleet of cars inside the underground garage, but there wasn't a single person in sight, that Lu Feng believed that they had really left after their time. After simply washing up and lying on the bed, Lu Feng slowly fell into deep thought. From a few days ago, he had nothing, his girlfriend ran away with someone else because he had no money. To now have billions of family property, bank card is lying inside the full 9-figure deposits of the president, this just a few days actually changed drastically. Every time I think of this, Lu Feng feel unreal. Not to mention that he is also like a novel inside the way, ruthlessly hit the face of his gold-digging ex-girlfriend and his nemesis, really fucking cool. But unconsciously Lu Feng's mind surfaced Shin Changkait's figure, although he is now also considered to be very bull, but it seems that compared with Shin Changkait's background is nothing. That's right, Lu Feng also from the last reunion knows some of the background of Shin Changkait, can let the big man in the Magic City personally call Shin Changkait, absolutely big head, anyway, now worth billions of Lu Feng is not please. Even to put it bluntly, don't say please, it is difficult to see, after all, that is the real top of the big man, the existence of the day-to-day management of the existence of the ordinary people to see aside is considered to be burned incense. The pressure is so great. Lu Feng while thinking, while slowly entering the dreamland. The first time I saw him, I was so proud of him, I didn't even know if she liked him or not, so I dared to think so much. Chapter 19 Cousin came. Lu Feng got up early the next morning, because Wang Shui from Times Square called him and said that the rent has been collected, and has been hit to the top of Lu Feng's bank card. Lu Feng hung up the phone and saw the text message from the bank, and saw the long string of numbers, his heart was also smiling. Sure enough, it's still cool to collect rent, Lu Feng said to himself. Just as Lu Feng was about to go out for breakfast, the phone rang again, and it turned out to be his sister, Lu Yanyan, calling. "Brother, you hurry to the airport to pick me up. I have arrived in Magic City," said Lu Yanyan on the phone lightly. Hearing Lu Yanyan said words, Lu Feng hastily asked back, "Is not still 2 days, how to come over today?" Brother, you are not remember wrong. I told you the day is today. You can forget. Really, men are not reliable," Lu Yanyan indignation said. Well, you wait at the airport for a while, I will immediately come to pick you up," Lu Feng hurriedly promised. Hang up the phone. Lu Feng took the car keys and went out. Even breakfast did not come and eat. Driving a Mercedes-Benz Big G on the road, Lu Feng also experienced the feeling of a rich second generation. This one-handed steering wheel feeling is really good. Because of the morning rush hour traffic jam, Lu Feng drove more than an hour to the airport, and then just to the parking lot till Lu Yanran called. Lu Yanyan, who had been waiting at the airport for quite some time, also complained that Lu Feng had come too late and made her wait here for such a long time after receiving Lu Feng's call. Hearing her sister's complaints, Lu Feng hurriedly said that he would treat her to a big meal later to make it up to her, and only then did Lu Yanyan give up. "Brother, I am here." Lu Feng, who was looking around for someone, heard someone calling himself, turned around and looked over, saw that it was his cousin Lu Yanyan who was calling himself, and hurriedly walked over. "But let me look for little sister." Lu Feng took Lu Yanyan's hand luggage, said, and then looked at Lu Yanyan standing next to the pavilion jade standing girl. "I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that." "Oh, right, brother, I forgot to introduce you. This is my classmate and good girlfriend. This airfare money is this little rich woman out of it. How, introduced to you as an object," Lu Yanyan teased. Seeing Lu Yanyan want to introduce himself to the object, Lu Feng quickly waved his hand. "What are you talking about, messing with the lovebirds?" said, and showed an apologetic smile to the girl next to him. "Sorry, beautiful girl, my little sister likes to joke around." The girl next to her heard Lu Feng apologize to herself and guffawed. "It's okay, brother, I know." After saying that, the girl introduced herself again. "My name is Lin Wan, I am Yanyan's good friend. This time I also came here with her on a trip." Hello Lin students, welcome to Magic City to play. You just got off the plane, I will take you to dinner," said Lu Feng, directly picked up the girl's suitcase ready to take them to dinner. "Then thank you, brother," the girl tenderly thanked. "Hey, I know you are the best brother, not in vain I brought you a beautiful and rich little rich woman," Lu Yanran said with a bad smile. Lu Feng just as did not hear what Lu Yanyan said, pulling the 2 suitcases in front of the walk. Waiting for the car, Lu Yanyan asked Lu Feng where the cab was. Lu Feng told him that the Mercedes-Benz Big G in front of him was his car. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lu Yanyan was directly stunned. Even the sight of the Lin Wan's eyes also flashed a trace of surprise. "What, this car is yours? You will not be rented it, brother. We have no outsiders, you do not need to be so wasteful," Lu Yanyan said in surprise. "This is really my car, not rented or borrowed, really is my own car," Lu Feng helplessly explained. When Lu Yanyan heard Lu Feng's words, her eyes widened directly. "I go, brother, you will not go to rob a bank, illegal things we cannot do," Lu Yanyan said, worried. Seeing that Lu Yanyan just don't believe, Lu Feng directly opened the trunk to put the luggage in, and then opened the back seat door to the chattering Lu Yanyan stuffed in. After doing all this, Lu Feng is also thoughtful to open the other side of the door and then invited Lin Wan on the car. Lu Yanyan, who was walking on the road, was also complaining about Lu Feng's evil behavior, saying that Lu Feng did not treat her gently. How could he stuff a young girl of a wonderful age directly into the car? What is the difference between this and a human trafficker? And then treating Lin Wan as a gentleman, typically forgetting her sister when she sees her color. Lu Feng, who was driving in front, directly ignored Lu Yanyan's playfulness behind him, and concentrated on driving the car. Looking at Lu Feng ignoring himself, Lu Yanyan patted Lu Feng's shoulder again. "Brother, this car is really what you buy. Where do you come from so much money? It will not be a rich woman adopted it." Hearing Lu Yanyan's words, Lu Feng resisted the urge to beat her up and said, "This is really my car, your brother. I am now also considered a small success, so also bought a car to act as a facade." Really is not being adopted by a rich woman? Lu Yanyan still does not believe. "It really isn't," Lu Feng said through gritted teeth. Hearing Lu Feng's exact answer, Lu Yanyan believed it. "So brother, what are you doing now? Can afford the millions of dollars of cars?" Lu Yanyan asked again. After all, she is now very shocked. How can someone just graduated from the business success? "It's just a partnership with others to open a company," Lu Feng back. "Then where do you get the money? To know that these 3 years my father to your money, you have not moved a point." Lu Yanyan heard Lu Feng open the company more puzzled. "I did not contribute money, I am technology shares," heard Lu Yanyan's question. Lu Feng casually find an excuse to say, after all, if he told the truth he was afraid of Lu Yanyan will go crazy, so he intends to slowly tell Lu Yanyan. Finally, after Lu Yanyan asked an unknown number of questions, Lu Feng came to the place where they ate. Looking at the luxuriously decorated restaurant in front of her, Lu Yanyan hurriedly pulled Lu Feng's hand and said, "Brother, just eat something in the morning." Hearing Lu Yanyan, who wanted to save money for herself, Lu Feng smiled. "It's okay, just eat here. The breakfast here is very famous in the whole Magic, and Guangzhou and Shenzhen side of the breakfast is almost the same," Lu Feng explained. Lu Yanyan was anxious when she heard Lu Feng's words. She was afraid that Lu Feng was swollen and trying to get Lin Wan's attention, because she was joking when she said that she introduced Lin Wan to Lu Feng. She is aware of her sister's vision and family background, that is, if Lin Wan agrees, her family cannot agree, even if Lu Feng is now a small success and still driving a few $1 million of cars. "Silly girl, not tell you, brother is now rich, money does not take you to eat good, that want money to do." Hearing Lu Feng say this, Lu Yanyan's eyes instantly red. Yes, her brother has loved her since she was a child. When she was small, her brother would save up her pocket money to buy her good food, and would secretly prepare a birthday present for her when she had her birthday. After she was wronged at school, her brother would help her stand up, although every time he helped her stand up after the eldest uncle would say he, but every time her brother still had no choice but to stand up to help her. Thinking of this, Lu Yanyan suddenly hugged Lu Feng. Lu Feng was shocked by this sudden scene. After busy patting Lu Yanyan's back to comfort, said, "What's wrong? How is it? How suddenly?" Also cried, "It is not who let you aggrieved or uncle and noisy you. All right, a brother has been, when I go back to the theory of the great uncle. At that time, I will go back to discuss with the eldest uncle." "See their own good girlfriend," suddenly cried. Lin Wan is also up to rush to comfort. Lu Feng looked at the passers-by. At this time all cast their eyes over, as if looking at the scum, hastily pulled Lu Yanyan ran into the hotel. "What's wrong, girl, why suddenly cry?" Sitting at the table, Lu Feng looked at the tears still wiping Lu Yanyan, asked. Lu Yanyan heard Lu Feng said words wiped tears, said, "Nothing, brother, is the feeling that you are too good for me, I am too touched." Lu Feng heard his sister's words and laughed. "Ha, silly girl, brother to your good is supposed to do not hurt their own sister pain who Lu Feng heard is also crying and laughing. Looked at the side of the Lin Wan laugh her almost straight up waist. Lu Yanran then remembered that there is a person around, hurried to organize their own, and then said to Lin Wan viciously, "This matter is not allowed to say outside, or I will bite you to death." Lin Wan heard the threat, laughed louder, after seeing Lu Yanyan is about to pounce over, then hastily begged for forgiveness to ensure that absolutely will not be said outside. Chapter 20 Lu Yanyan's shock. "Well, stop, order food," Lu Feng said and handed the two menus to Lu Yanyan and Lin Wan respectively. The two little girls took the menu on the point up, while ordering food also while discussing which will be more delicious, point for a long time before counting point good. Barbecued pork buns, glutinous rice chicken, intestinal noodles, steamed spare ribs, phoenix claws. As a portion of breakfast was served up, Lu Feng directly greeted the two of them to eat. Only to see Lu Yanyan take the lead in picking up a phoenix claw and then put it on Lu Feng's plate, saying, "Brother, taste the chicken claw first." Looking at his sister to his own food, Lu Feng is very pleased. The former little kid finally grew into a big girl. Lin Wan on the side looked at Lu Yanyan to Lu Feng to clip food, yin and yang up. Yo, really only care about their own brother now even their own girlfriends are not important. Hearing Lin Wan's words, Lu Yanyan directly made a red face, not polite dislike, "Eat your bar, so much still eat still cannot plug your mouth." After about half an hour, the three of them finally finished eating. Lu Feng paid the money and took the two of them away. "Girl, you are ready to go play now, or rest a little tomorrow and then play?" Lu Feng asked while driving the car. Hearing Lu Feng ask himself, Lu Yanyan and Lin Wan exchanged views and planned not to go today, and go tomorrow after resting. Originally, Lu Yanyan had booked a hotel, because she knew that Lu Feng had only rented a very small house in Magic City, and it couldn't accommodate so many people. But Lu Feng did not let her rent a house, only said that when she came to the natural arrangement of them, so Lu Yanyan had to agree with Lu Feng's arrangements, did not live in the hotel but with Lu Feng back. All the way without words. The car quickly drove into the neighborhood of Mission Hills International. Looking at the immediate garden layout neatly, fake mountains and fake water all the neighborhood, Lu Yanyan was once again shocked by Lu Feng. "Brother, don't tell me that you live here now," Lu Yanyan asked with a look of disbelief. "Yes, I live here." "How this is shocked Lu Feng said with a smile, directly to the car to the underground garage. "This is also too luxurious, you rent a house here must be very expensive. How much is the rent a year?" Lu Yanyan asked curiously. "What rented house? This is the house I bought myself." "What? You bought it yourself? How much does it cost?" You can buy a house in Magic City Lu Yanyan as if she heard something incredible. Not much, just about 100 million," Lu Feng said lightly. $100 million. Lu Yanyan directly screamed. Next to Lin Wan heard, also very surprised, curious about their own good girlfriend's brother. In the end, what to do? Kenan just graduated on the purchase of luxury cars and mansions. Just as Lu Yanyan was still in shock, Lu Feng parked his car in the parking space, then got out and pulled open the door and patted Lu Yanyan's head, before the little girl reacted. Brother, I mix with you, you can casually open to me 2 or 3 million per month on the line. Lu Yanyan got off the Lu Feng's arm, hugging pampered said. Lu Feng heard Lu Yanyan's words, and did not even think about refusing. What do you think? You are now, the most important thing is to finish your studies, in order to consider the other, Lu Feng said seriously. Well, Lu Yanyan heard Lu Feng's words and immediately pulled a small face, a look of unhappiness. Let's go, I'll take you guys back to have a good rest, you should be exhausted. Lu Feng said and took Lu Yanyan and Lin Wan on the elevator, ready for the two of them to go home and have a good rest. The three of them walked out of the elevator and arrived at the entrance door. As soon as she saw the entry door, Lu Yanyan couldn't help but let out a gasp. Wow, old brother, this gate of yours is also too luxurious. Lu Yanyan said in shock as she looked at the armored door in front of her that was worth several $1 million. Lu Feng smiled gently without saying anything. As Lu Feng used his pupil to unlock and open the purple copper armored gate worth millions, Lu Yanyan was even more surprised. Wowzer! This is where you live? Ah, this is too luxurious, too extravagant, Lu Yanyan said as she directly walked in quickly. This hall is estimated to be as big as our house, and this balcony, longer than my life, Lu Yanyan said to Lu Feng. If you like, I will give you a room. You want to come over to live when you come over, Lu Feng greeted Lin Wan while sitting down and spoiled said. Really, Lu Yanyan said hastily. Of course, later I will take you to record a fingerprint, you pick a room, here you want to come over when you want to come over, Lu Feng said and poured a cup of water and handed it to Lin Wan, said. Thank you brother, Lin Wan took the glass of water and said. Thank you brother, you are too good to me, Lu Yanran also said excitedly. Several people sat in the living room for a while. Lu Feng let Lu Yanyan go to see the room prepared for her. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I didn't know that you were coming over, so I prepared a room. Today only the two of you can sleep in one room, Lu Feng said to Lin Wan. It's okay, brother, we both often sleep in the same bed at school, said Lin Wan gently. Yes, brother, don't worry about it, said Lu Yanran. That's fine, then you guys have a good rest. You must not have slept well last night, I won't bother you, said Lu Feng and exited the room. Looking at the room Lu Feng prepared for herself, looking at the bed with her favorite color sheets and a large doll on the bed, Lu Yanyan's eyes reddened again. Brother is really too good to me, Lu Yanyan murmured. Lin Wan looked at the red-eyed Lu Yanyan, directly pulled her to sit on the edge of the bed. Can you tell me about your brother, Yanyan? Lin Wan helped Lu Yanyan wipe the tears, said. Hearing the good girlfriend to listen to the story of their own brother, Lu Yanyan also heart secretly smiled. That sentence, how to say, a woman to a man to produce curiosity, that is the beginning of her fall. Thinking of this, Lu Yanyan took Lin Wan's hand and talked about the two of them when they were young. As for Lu Feng, he hurriedly returned to his bedroom, because today he was afraid that his sister would wait too long at the airport. Lu Feng didn't even know what the system had refreshed today, so after settling down with his sister, Lu Feng hurriedly ran into his room. Sitting on the bed, Lu Feng hurriedly focused his mind to enter the system, and with his arrival the system's beep sounded on time. Ding! The limited time spike system has been refreshed, and the items refreshed this day are as follows. 1 Augusta Westland AW-109 civilian helicopter worth 62 million renminbi. 1 Idle Cloud Manor worth 1.8 billion renminbi. Magic City Puri Hotel worth 740 million renminbi. Such good luck this time around, the things that have been refreshed are all good, Lu Feng said to himself. Let me see what is good to choose. Lu Feng raised his head and looked at the window in front of him and also thought about it. The first helicopter, although Lu Feng would like to experience what it is like to fly an airplane, but he will not fly, and helicopters do not mean that you can buy and fly, involving airways, and many things, so for the time being, cannot choose. The second Idle Cloud Villa, Lu Feng do not know where, but it should be a manor, otherwise it cannot be so expensive, but Lu Feng now has a place to live, not too much need this, he would prefer to refresh out of the industry, because the industry can help him earn money. The third is Lu Feng's favorite industry, a hotel, and not an ordinary hotel. Puri Hotel in the entire Magic City can also rank into the top 10, so Lu Feng is very moved. Just when Lu Feng wants to choose the third option, suddenly thought of something. System, how much is still missing can be upgraded, Lu Feng asked. Ding! Is querying and calculating, the results of the host's worth are as follows. 1% of the shares of Ferrari Group is worth 2.1 billion renminbi. 10% of the shares of Tianyu Group is worth 2 billion renminbi. A Times Square is worth 1.5 billion renminbi. The top tuning fleet is worth 1 billion renminbi. A set of big flat floors in Mission Hills International is worth 74 million renminbi. Looking at the value of the body, which has already been close to 7 billion renminbi, Lu Feng is very happy. However, he thought that the system needed 10 billion worth of body value to be upgraded, and the upgraded system could refresh the characters and open them all. After thinking for a long time, Lu Feng still decided to choose 2, because together with the manners 1.8 billion, almost 9 billion, tomorrow may be able to let the system upgrade. System, I choose 2, Lu Feng said to the system. Ding! The host has made a choice 2, Idle Cloud Manor A, please host to Idle Cloud Manor sign receipt, the system mechanical voice came out. Still have to go to the place to sign for it, well, then I will go over there now, Lu Feng said helplessly. Then he exited the system. Lu Feng opened the door to his room and greeted Lu Yenran, who was in the second bedroom, letting the two of them make a phone call to the housekeeper to let the housekeeper send them over if they wanted to eat lunch. Then he went out. Follow the navigation Lu Feng, all the way almost out of the magic city before stopping, looking at the asphalt road leading to the mountain in front of him. Lu Feng a foot gas pedal drove up until almost to the top of the mountain, only to see the manor. At this time the manor door stood a few characters wearing suits. See a big G came, hastily ready to meet. Creak. With a foot brake, the car stopped beside several men in suits. Lu Feng opened the door and walked down. You are Mr. Lu, right? How are you? I am the person in charge of this transfer of the manor. Just call me Xiao Xiao, the one in the lead said hurriedly. Well, hello, hard you run a trip, Lu Feng said blandly. No, it is our honor to serve you, the man responded. Then let's take a look at the house, Lu Feng said. Yes, please come with me. Chapter 21 The Bullish Manor. Hearing Lu Feng propose to look at the house, Xiao Xiao hurriedly led Lu Feng into the manor to visit it. Mr. Lu, look, this is a special alloy to build the gate, can be bulletproof, and the gate is equipped with the most advanced self-recognition system, can easily identify is not the manor inside the person or car. If the detection of outsiders intruded, the gate will instantly close, and will be drilled from the bottom of the second gate, used for defense. Small Zhao to Lu Feng introduced the manor gate. After introducing the gate, Xiao Zhao introduced the fence to Lu Feng. The entire manor covers an area of nearly 70 acres of land, all surrounded by a fence, and the surface of the fence is also covered with a layer of alloy steel plate 2 centimeters thick. Even above the fence are equipped with a high-voltage power grid and monitors. As long as the monitor monitors that someone is trying to climb over the fence, the high-voltage power grid will be instantly activated. Hearing Xiao Xiao's introduction, Lu Feng was satisfied. This is simply a fortress. Biochemical crisis are not afraid. Afterwards, Xiao Xiao took Lu Feng to visit the garden scenery arrangement in the manor. Mr. Lu, the arrangement you are seeing now was personally arranged by the Suzhou City Garden Master with his people. From the rockery to every tree and flower here, including the small river, all of them were built strictly according to the method of the Suzhou-style garden. After the introduction of the scenery arrangement, they finally came to the area of the villa. Afterwards, Xiao Zhao led Lu Feng to finally walk into the location where the villa was located, only to see 3 secondary villas forming a triangular formation, tightly enclosing the main villa in the middle, and then a small river about 2 meters wide slowly flowed around the several villas. Opening the gate of the villa, Xiao Zhao began to introduce the main villa for Lu Feng. The entire main villa ground floor height of 4, underground height of 3, a total of 7 floors. The ground floor of 4 external walls are divided into 3 layers. The outermost layer is the antique design decoration, and then there is a thickness of 5 centimeters of alloy steel plate. The last layer is the thickness of up to 40 centimeters of the mixed soil wall. This is too bull. Although Lu Feng was surprised in his heart, his surface was steady as a mountain. Seeing that Lu Feng was still so calm after hearing so much, Xiao Zhao secretly speculated about Lu Feng's origin in his heart. What kind of big shot was actually so calm? To know that after he first learned the information about these houses, he was shocked directly half a day before reacting. Next, Xiao Zhao took Lu Feng to visit the entire villa, what hall, parlor, rest area, entertainment area, fitness area, study room, through the introduction. Finally, a few people took the elevator to the basement. The most shocking thing to Lu Feng is that the 3rd underground level is actually a shelter, which can store a dozen people a year's worth of food, and comes with air purification equipment and equipment to purify drinking water. And the whole manor is also spend a lot of money to create an intelligence system. That is to say, in the future, Lu Feng can be in the main villa to control everything in the manor, including the monitoring system, defense system. After Lu Feng finished reading, he sighed in his heart that he was still far from being a real tycoon, and his vision was still too narrow. Finally, Xiao Zhao briefly introduced the other 3 villas. Of course, there is certainly no way to compare with the main villa. The other 3 villas are only 3 floors above ground, only 2 floors below ground, and the strength of protection is not as good as the main villa. After listening to the introduction, Lu Feng also directly asked Xiao Zhao to take out the transfer certificate and signed on it without hesitation. Xiao Zhao, who had completed his task, didn't stay too long and left with his staff. Looking at Xiao Zhao and his team, Lu Feng couldn't wait to start manipulating the manner system. After clicking into the defense interface and seeing Xiao Zhao and his group drive away from the surveillance, Lu Feng immediately turned on the defense system. Only to see the manor gate quickly closed, and then the ground rose up a fully closed door made of alloy, and the high-voltage power grid on the wall was also instantly turned on. The high-voltage grid on the wall was also instantly on fire. Then he entered the monitoring system. Looking at the entire manor is under the cover of the monitoring, Lu Feng contentedly retreated out. Find some more bodyguards, patrol a little bit will be okay, Lu Feng looked at the empty manor murmured. If it wasn't for the total ban on guns in China, Lu Feng would have wanted to get a few guns for self-defense. Just as Lu Feng was still wandering around inside the manor, the people inside the other manors on the hill knew that the manor at the top of the hill had a new owner. What kind of person is it that can actually take the manor at the top of the hill, knowing that when I first spent $2 billion to buy it, people wouldn't even sell it to me, an old man in a tang suit muttered. You should know that there are only 18 manor houses on this mountain, and the owner of each manor house is a big shot that resounds in the Magic City and even the whole of China. The idle cloud manor at the top of the mountain was bought by someone, interesting, an old man with a majestic face and an endless aura emanating from his body murmured. You now immediately head to the mountaintop manor, go and send an invitation to the owner there, just say that in a few days my old man will celebrate his birthday, invite him over to gather. The servant heard this and immediately went out to deliver the invitation. At this time, Lu Feng also finished the whole manor, satisfied and ready to leave. The result is not yet on the car it was called to stop. Sir, please wait, a young man ran over quickly. Is there something wrong? Lu Feng said as he sized up the person in front of him. It's like this, our old man asked me to send you an invitation, I hope to get together with you, said the young man, taking out an invitation and handing it over. Lu Feng looked at the invitation handed over and wondered, he didn't know the old man of their family, why would he invite himself over? Just when Lu Feng wanted to refuse, the servant saw Lu Feng wanted to refuse and hurriedly said my family's old man's name is Yi Weiman. I rely on. Lu Feng directly by the name shocked out of a cold sweat, this is not the name of the last hand of the Magic City, such a big man why suddenly want to find their own? Seeing that Lu Feng was a bit confused, the servant opened his mouth and explained. It turned out that Yi Weiman lived here and had heard that he had moved in with a new neighbor, and it just so happened that in a few days it would be the old man's 70th birthday, so he wanted to invite him over to participate. Lu Feng nodded after hearing this. Okay, I know, please go back and tell the old master that I will definitely go over to wish him a happy birthday. After the servant heard this, he bid Lu Feng farewell and went back. Sitting in the car, Lu Feng's hands were still shaking a little. There was no way the hand of the Magic City the big brother of the big brother, actually invited himself to participate in the birthday banquet, who else would be excited Lu Feng forced down the excitement in his heart and drove the car to leave the manor, because there are still 2 girls at home waiting for him to go back. The servant here also told the old man about Lu Feng after he went back. You mean a young man of only 23 or 24 years old? The old man asked skeptically. Yes. After receiving the servant's definite answer, the old man directly fell into deep thought. Is it the heir of whoever is over in the imperial capital, or is it the cultivated heir of those families? The old man muttered. Unfortunately, he was destined to not get an answer now, as Lu Feng had already arrived home immediately. With a click, the door was opened. Looking at the living room empty, Lu Feng walked to the door of the room and knocked on the door. Yan, Lin students, get up, I will take you to have dinner, Lu Feng said as he stood outside the door. Got it, old brother, we'll get up right away, came Lu Yanyan's voice from inside the room, who had just woken up from her nap. Hearing what Lu Yanyan said, Lu Feng directly turned his head and sat on the sofa in the living room waiting for the 2 of them. After a while, Lu Yanyan, who was rubbing her eyes, walked out with Lin Wan. Brother, you're back, Lu Yanyan said with a yawn. Well, I just came back, just in time to take you guys to dinner, Lu Feng said as he sat on the sofa. Cannot go I am so sleepy do not want to go out, Lu Yanyan face at this time a little spirit is not. That also need to eat look at your appearance, Noon did not eat it. Lu Feng saw 2 people actually so spiritless, opened his mouth and asked. It's like this, brother, we're too sleepy, so we didn't get up to eat, Lin Wan explained. That's all the more reason to go eat, let's go, brother knows a particularly delicious restaurant, take you there, Lu Feng stood up and took the lead to walk out. Oh, that's okay, you wait for us for a while, we wash up, draw makeup, Lu Yanransi can't argue with Lu Feng can only agree to say. I'll wait for you in the car, remember to lock the door. I know it. Chapter 22 Shin Chuankue's Origin. Lu Feng waited for a long time in the car, only to wait for them two downstairs, so it can be seen that the girls go out is really very troublesome. I'm not sure where I'm going to eat, Lu Feng asked as he drove. We don't know. You look at the arrangement. Lu Yanyan snapped her nails, head also did not lift back. Then go to the Rui residence. I do not know, this point can still have seats. Lu Feng see two people do not have any goal directly made a decision. As a result, the words just fell, the phone rang, Lu Feng took out his cell phone and pressed the answer button. Hello, which one? Lu Feng looked at the unfamiliar number prompted on the cell phone and said. It's me, Shin Chuankite, came the voice on the phone. Hearing that it was Shin Chuankite who called, Lu Feng almost crashed his car into the guardrail with a shaky hand. What are you doing, old brother? Do you want to murder? Lu Yanran screamed, and Lin Wan next to her was also startled. The Shin Chuankite on the phone heard a girl's voice and was instantly curious. Why, is there someone next to you? Is it bothering you? Hearing Shin Chuanki's misunderstanding, Lu Feng hurriedly explained. No, it's my sister, they came over to find me to play, and we're about to take them to dinner. Hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Shin Chuankue on the other side of the phone let go of her pinched hand and returned to a gentle state. I want to invite you to accompany me to the birthday of a senior in 2 days, because I am afraid that I am a bit lonely, Shin Chuankue said softly. As soon as he heard that Shin Chuankite invited himself to go to the party with her, Lu Feng was very excited and quickly agreed. Seeing that Lu Feng had agreed, Shin Chuankite on the other side of the phone revealed a nice smile. Then thank you, Lu classmate, I wanted to invite you to dinner today, but since you want to accompany your family, let's do it in a couple of days. Lu Feng was so happy when he heard that Shin Chuanki's was going to invite himself to dinner that he couldn't even care about his sister. I don't want to let me accompany them, I will send them to their destination, and then I will go to you. Lu Feng quickly said. Will not delay you. The phone inside the Shin Chuankue seems to laugh a little. No. Then, I'll wait for you, Shin Chuankite said gently. Hanging up the phone, Lu Feng made arrangements for the two people in the back row. Later, you guys will go to dinner by yourselves, I have something I need to go and deal with it, and after saying that, he transferred $10,000 to Lu Yanyan. After hearing this, Lu Yanyan gave Lu Feng a skeptical look. Brother, you didn't lie to me, I just heard a girl on the phone talking, it's not your girlfriend. No, it's just a work thing, the money is transferred to you, I'll put you guys to the old street of Magic City, you guys have a good time shopping, Lu Feng defense. That's fine, we go shopping by ourselves, Lu Yanyan saw the situation can only agree. Afterwards, Lu Feng kicked the gas to send Lu Yanyan and Lin Wan to the old street, and clicked on the location sent by Shin Chuankue to rush over. Sprinting all the way, Lu Feng smoothly arrived at the destination. After parking the car, Lu Feng called Shin Chuankite and asked her exactly where she was. I'm at the Riverside Tavern, you can see me directly when you arrive. Lu Feng jogged all the way to the Riverside Tavern after he heard. Let you wait for a long time. Lu Feng came to the door and saw Shin Chuanki's waiting for him and said. I also just arrived, today suddenly invited you to dinner, did not disturb you. Shin Chuankite looked at Lu Feng tenderly and said. No, I'm just responsible for being a driver, and now that I've sent them to their destination, I don't have anything else to do. Well, let's go in, Shin Chuankue said, taking Lu Feng inside. Sitting on a chair, looking at the cozy decoration inside the tavern, and then looking at Shin Chuankite in front of him, Lu Feng was speechless for a while. What's wrong, are you nervous? Shin Chuankite saw Lu Feng who didn't speak and laughed. Ha, which is not, I'm just too hot, did not react for a moment, Lu Feng awkwardly explained. The two of them then sat in the tavern, drinking wine and chatting, just like a couple in love. Suddenly, Shin Chuankue looked at Lu Feng and changed the topic. A Feng, you have changed, I can feel that you are now no longer an ordinary freshly graduated college student. I can feel that you are no longer an ordinary fresh graduate now. When he suddenly heard Shin Chuankite's slightly intimate name, Lu Feng's heart jumped. Why do you say that I'm not an ordinary fresh graduate anymore? Lu Feng asked rhetorically, pretending to be confused. Shin Chuankue smiled a little at his words. Ordinary people don't have the means to scare a boss with connections in both black and white to his knees with a single phone call. Ha, it was also a fluke that I happened to know his higher company to be able to handle him, Lu Feng said modestly. He didn't want others to know about the existence of the system, not even those who were even closer. Then today, I came over and drove such a good car. Shin Chuankue smiled gently and directly broke down Lu Feng's excuse. It is a fluke business success, Lu Feng scratched the back of his head and said with a simple smile. Congratulations. Seeing that Lu Feng did not want to say, Shen Shankite raised her cup and touched it with Lu Feng. Afterwards, Shen Shankite said, remember when I said on the phone that I would let you accompany me to celebrate someone's birthday in a few days? I remember, you said you were afraid of going alone and being bored. Then do you know the name of the birthday person? Shen Shangkui's face showed an inexplicable smile. I don't know, how do I know? You just told me today, Lu Feng puzzled back. His name is Yi Weiman, he is the last hand of Mordor, Shen Shangkui said, a heavenly figure in a light tone. Lu Feng was confused, he did not expect that it was actually Yi Lao, to know that just a short time ago he also received an invitation letter from Yi Lao, saying that he would let him come over to get together. As a result, he did not expect that Shen Shangkui would also want to take him there with him. This is too much of a coincidence. Shen Shangkite looked at the surprised Lu Feng and smiled faintly, but in her heart, she was secretly happy. Feng, you're scared, huh? What are you bringing me along with you to do with such a big person? Lu Feng said as he looked at Shen Shangkite. Nothing. Is a person afraid of boredom and then take you together? You know, I have no friends in this side, said Shen Shangkite lazy. Really, because of boredom? This is the former hand of the magic city. If you take this opportunity to sell, I estimate that 100 million will be grabbed to buy, Lu Feng said with a face of disbelief. You should know by now that I have a big head, right? Shen Shangkui replied. I know, Lu Feng froze, spat out a breath and said. I come from the imperial capital, the four great families of the imperial capital, Li Yishan Wang. I come from the Shen family. Shen Shangkui slowly said his own history. Hearing that Shen Chuangkite came from the Shen family in the imperial capital, Lu Feng was actually not shocked at all, because he had guessed it long ago. Surnamed Shen, transferred from the imperial capital a year ago, and let the current hand of the magic capital call to personally escort him. Only the Shen family in the imperial capital can do it. You should have guessed it a long time ago, right? Shen Chuangkui looked at Lu Feng, and the gentleness in his eyes was as if he wanted to humanize it. Lu didn't answer because he was thinking about why Shen Shangkite was telling himself these things. Seeing that Lu Feng did not answer, Shen Shangkite said to himself again, I don't have much time left. My family has arranged a marriage for me. It is the proud son of the Li family in the imperial capital, and the two families want to wrestle for that supreme position through the marriage. Rumble. This paragraph seems to be like a thunderbolt that splits Lu Feng's head, directly letting him sit in a chair for a long time, unable to return to his senses. Chapter 23 System Upgrade. Lu Feng really did not think that Shen Xuankui would actually tell him such a big secret, and when he heard that Shen Xuankui was going to have a political marriage soon, Lu Feng only felt a sharp pain in his heart. Then what does this have to do with you taking me to Master Yi's birthday banquet? Lu Feng asked with forced composure. Because I know that you are now a small success, so I am ready to help you out, so that you can grow up early, Shen Xuankui heard slowly said the reason. What? Let me grow up early? Why? Lu Feng heard here even more puzzled. Because the boy I like is still too weak, Shen Shangkite looked at Lu Feng tenderly, the love in her eyes was not hidden at all. Hearing the words of Shen Shangkite, Lu Feng's brain was instantly blank, sitting motionless in the chair, until after a long time, he came back to his senses. What do you mean by this? Lu Feng asked excitedly. Yes, what do I mean? Shen Shangkite looked at the excited Lu Feng, pursed her lips and smiled, got up and left. Lu Feng saw Shen Shangkite leave and hurriedly chased after him. You wait, what do you mean by this? Who are you in the end? Lu Feng said as he grabbed Shen Shangkite's soft jade arm like a snowy lotus root. The moment he grabbed Shen Shangkite, Lu Feng was directly fixed by that gentle touch. Seeing Lu Feng grabbing his arm, Shen Shangkite was not angry, but just gently took Lu Feng's hand down and gently stroked Lu Feng's face. Gently said, Feng, knowing so much now won't do you any good, you need to work hard to become stronger. After saying that, Shen Shangkui left, and then left Lu Feng alone standing in the same place. Shen Shangkite, who got into the Maybach, looked at Lu Feng who was not far away, and the feelings at the bottom of her heart couldn't be suppressed any longer. Feng, I'm sorry, but I can only do this now. If you can get the full support of Elder Yi, then it's only possible between us. Even though I told you so much in advance and put you under so much pressure, I believe you can do it, because the time left for us is really running out. On the other side. The disoriented Lu Feng didn't even know how he got home, all he knew was that someone had called a chauffeur for him, and then he appeared on the bed in his bedroom. Lu Yanyan and Lin Wan have not yet returned, the two people are still shopping. Lu Feng lying on the bed through the strength of alcohol and fell asleep in a confused manner. Early the next morning Lu Feng was woken up by a crackling sound, only to get up and realize that it was the two little girls who were preparing breakfast. Although the kitchen was as good as ransacked right now, there were also fried eggs, and heated sandwiches, and rinsed oatmeal on the table. Lu Yanyan saw Lu Feng get up and hurriedly greeted him. Brother, you're up, hurry up and go wash up, try our two handicrafts. Hearing Lu Yanyan speak, Lu Feng instantly realized that the sound in the kitchen was the two preparing breakfast. In order to live up to the good intentions of the two, Lu Feng forced himself to wash up and then sat on the table. He picked up a piece of fried black eggs, and in Lu Yanran's expectant eyes, Lu Feng put it into his mouth. Instantly, Lu Feng's mouth was filled with bitter and burnt flavor. Yummy! Lu Feng swallowed the egg with difficulty and then praised Lu Yanyan. When Lu Yanyan heard her brother's praise, the inside of her eyes instantly filled with light. Yes, I knew I was a great cook. Lin Wan on the side looked at Lu Feng actually ate the fried egg and praised Lu Yanyan. She was a bit unconvinced and put one into her mouth and took a small bite. Less than a second after the egg entered her mouth, Lin Wan felt a salty and astringent flavor rush straight to her brain before she spat it out. Wan Wan, what's wrong with you? Lu Yanyan looked at Lin Wan vomited, hurriedly said. It's okay, it's just that I got up in the morning and I don't want to eat, Lin Wan said with a bitter smile on her face. Then do you want to go back to the room to rest? Lu Yanyan asked with concern. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan revealed a relieved look and quickly ran back to her room, only leaving Lu Feng with a look of self-seeking. Lu Feng was speechless, looking at the dark cuisine above the table. In order not to hurt his sister's heart, he gritted his teeth and directly ate all the food as fast as he could, and ran back to his room without looking back. This strange scene could confuse Lu Yanyan. What's wrong with these two people today, so strange? After returning to the room, Lu Feng simply couldn't even wait to see what the system had refreshed today, and ran directly to the bathroom to vomit. It was not easy to vomit almost the time. The stomach again grumbled, a shit intention straight to the head. Lu Feng had to sit on top of the toilet again to set off firecrackers. Crackle, crackle, crackle. After about 10 minutes, a pale Lu Feng held the wall and walked out. While thinking that in the future, he absolutely cannot eat Lu Yanyan's cooking while lying on the bed to open the system. Ding! This day's spike items have been refreshed, and the results are as follows. Tanglong Hotel worth 1.9 billion renminbi. A building in Yuan neighborhood worth 10 renminbi. 500 million renminbi exchange card worth 500 million renminbi. When he saw the first option, Lu Feng felt that the name of Tanglong Hotel was so familiar. After taking a closer look, wasn't this the place where the class reunion was held some time ago? It was actually messed up by the system. Lu Feng thought and looked at the second option of a building, knowing that his dream was to be a chartered house. How cool it felt to sit and wait to collect money. As for the 500 million renminbi card, he didn't even look at it because he wasn't short of money right now. Better choose the first one, who let the system upgrade right away, plus this 1.8 billion, my worth can break through 10 billion. Thinking that the system is going to be upgraded, Lu Feng finally chose the most expensive Tinglong Hotel. Ding! The host has made a choice. Choice 1, the Tinglong Hotel transfer agreement has been put on the host's bedside table, the system's faint voice prompted. Lu Feng heard this time directly put the transfer agreement to his side, hurriedly exited the system interface, immediately saw the transfer agreement on the nightstand, picked up quickly signed on it. After signing, Lu Feng saw that the system hadn't been upgraded, and returned to the system interface. System, how come you haven't upgraded? In the face of Lu Feng's inquiry, the system immediately made a reply. Ding! The system upgrade has to get the host's consent. Agree, I agree, you hurry up and upgrade. Ding! Detected that the host's value has exceeded 10 billion, the system began to upgrade. The upgrade time is 24 hours, during which the system will fall into a deep sleep. Please be prepared for the host, the system replied, and then there was no movement. The system? System? Attempted to call out twice, but as a result, no one said yes. Lu Feng could only exit the system interface. Finally upgraded, so looking forward to the changes in the secondary system, can refresh the characters, can open them all to buy things, TSK, really happy just thinking about it, Lu Feng said to himself. Shinshankue, don't worry, I will definitely become stronger, I will build a huge business empire and prove to the Shin family that I, Lu Feng, alone can be a family. Lu Feng suddenly thought of Shinshankue again in his heart and secretly made up his mind. However, for now, it is better to go to see the Tinglong Hotel that belongs to me first. Just by the way, take Yanran to have a good meal, Lu Feng thought and opened the door and walked out. Chapter 24 hit Shu Fan in the face again. With Lu Yanyan and Lin Wan, Lu Feng drove out the door. Girl, when you want to go back, give me a word, I will go home with you, Lu Feng suddenly thought of something. Really that's great, my parents old miss you, Lu Yanyan sniffed and immediately jumped up happily. However, the next few days you see things to help me keep secret, go back do not say, I do not want them to worry, Lu Feng in advance with Lu Yanyan played a good shot. He was afraid that when the time came, Lu Yanyan would talk nonsense and scare his eldest uncle and aunt. In a flash, Lu Feng came to the Tinglong Hotel, just parked his car and wanted to go in, but he saw a person he did not want to see, Chu Fan, and Chu Fan also saw Lu Feng at this time. Yo, still driving a big Giat, with these two little beauties to pretend it, this car is rented, Chu Fan saw Lu Feng sneered. Brother, who is this Lu Yenran asked. A bitch just, lazy, let's go, Lu Feng ignore him, after all, stand at a different height, see the scenery is not the same, Lu Feng has now lazy and Chu Fan quarrel. But Lu Feng ignored him, Chu Fan instead intensified up, said to the two girls behind Lu Feng. Two beauties, you cannot be fooled this guy is a poor man, his Mercedes-Benz is certainly rented, to bring you to this Tinglong Hotel certainly cannot afford to eat inside the dishes. At this time Lu Yanyan and Lin Wan also understand over, in front of this man who said non-stop must be Lu Feng's opponent, natural Chu Fan did not have a good face. We are happy, he is poor we are willing to follow him, even if it is to drink cold water we both follow him, Lu Yanyan directly disliked back. Yes, brother Lu brought us to this big hotel to see is also good bring us to open our eyes, Lin Wan also said at the side. Hearing what the two girls said, Chu Fan was instantly confused, he really couldn't figure out what kind of mesmerizing soup Lu Feng had poured into the two girls to make them die like this. When Lu Feng heard the two little girls say this, he immediately said on the sidelines, although I don't have much money, but there is no way who let me look handsome Chu Fan heard directly speechless. How, you Chu de Xiao come here to do what, again to feast on classmates? Chu Fan heard directly and proudly stood up his chest. Today as my father came over to feast on others, let me come over to prepare in advance, how about it, poor pussy, in addition to the last time I have mercy to invite you to come over to eat, you in this life is estimated to never be able to afford to come here again, right? Chu Fan was in the middle of talking when he was interrupted by a sudden voice. Xiao Fan, what are you doing over there, did you finish what you were asked to do? A middle-aged man walked over with a group of people. Hearing that it was his father asking, Chu Fan hurriedly ran over and stated that he had already finished everything and was just waiting for them to come over. After hearing this, Chu father nodded, and then turned his gaze toward the Lu Feng trio. Is this your friend? No, I want to be friends with such pretenders who have to come over here to puff up their faces, Chu Fan said with disdain. Hearing his son say that he is not his friend, Chu's father directly left, after all, there are still people he wants to feast behind, he does not want to waste time on these trivial matters. Chu Fan watched his father leave, he also didn't care about mocking Lu Feng, and hurriedly followed his father and left as well. Seeing a few people far away, Lu Yanyan then asked brother, was it your opponent just now? No, it wasn't, it was just a smug bitch, Lu Feng said indifferently. Let us go, let us take over this hotel, Lu Feng raised his feet and edged away. What? What do you mean take over this hotel? This hotel is your, Lu Yanyan heard hurriedly pulled Lin Wan followed up. The hotel manager received a phone call early this side, in order to show in front of the new boss, the manager directly with the staff standing at the door this side waiting to meet Lu Feng. Chu Fan's father also happened to walk to the entrance of the hotel with the guests to be entertained, and seeing the general manager standing there, he hurriedly and enthusiastically walked over. Ego, Mr. Zhang, how dare I trouble you to wait for me here, Chu Fan's father said excitedly, and then wanted to shake hands with the hotel manager. The hotel manager with a dumbfounded face looked at the enthusiastic Chu Fan's father, and completed the handshake in a daze. Chu Fan, who was following behind, saw that his father was actually able to make the manager of the Tinglong Hotel stand at the door to greet him, and his heart was also overjoyed. My father can be really bull. At this time, Lu Feng also walked over, seeing Lu Feng, Chu Fan just wanted to mock, then saw the hotel manager quickly ran over, then stood directly in front of Lu Feng. Mr. Lu good. Well, this time to come over is also to mix a familiar face, do not need to be so grand, looking at the hotel manager with the staff grand appearance, Lu Feng said flatly. Looking at the general manager nodding his head repeatedly because of Lu Feng's sentence, Chu Fan rubbed his eyes, suspecting that he might not have woken up and had to go back for a nap, because this scene seemed too unreal to him. But before he could react, Lu Feng made arrangements for him. Did you see this person, in the future, permanently pull into the blacklist, don't let him appear in the Tinglong Hotel again. After saying this, he pulled the two little girls who had already been shocked to the point of not being able to walk and was ready to enter the hotel, but suddenly stopped in his tracks when he passed by Chu Fan's father. There is also this person, also not allowed to enter, there is his son must have his father, the lower beam is not correct the upper beam is crooked, after saying that he did not turn back into the hotel. Only left Chu Fan and his father in a mess, reacted to the manager hurriedly stopped to go and Chu father and said. Mr. Chu, sorry, just now our Lu general manager said, you and your son from now on cannot enter our Tinglong Hotel, please leave. Hearing the manager say so, Chu Fan hurriedly walked to the manager in front of, Mr. Zhang, you cannot be just that poor then deceived, he is a loser, he is nothing. Just after Chu Fan had finished speaking, the hotel manager's face went cold. "Security, come here for a moment, throw this kid out for me," the manager said into the walkie-talkie. A few men in security uniforms ran over quickly, then set up Chu Fan and left. Chu Fan still kept cursing Lu Feng as he was dragged away. In the face of all this, Chu's father hadn't reacted yet. "What are you doing, Mr. Zhang? You have to give me a statement today, or else I am not a vegetarian." Although he didn't understand what was happening, Chu's father still issued a threat to the hotel manager. The hotel manager also heard the meaning of Chu Fan's father's words and directly coldly hummed. "Oh, I call you Mr. Chu, you can't really take yourself too seriously, offending our Lu general manager. Be careful to let you eat and walk." After saying this, he turned around and left, not forgetting to arrange for the security guards to let them not let Chu Fan's father come in. In the face of the hotel manager's mockery, Chu's father dared to be angry but dared not say anything, because he understood too well the strength represented by Tinglong Hotel. He simply could not afford to mess with it. Go go go, we are not going to eat here." "What the heck, listening to a young man so much, is this surname Zhang a dog raised by someone else?" Chu's father is not a loser and doesn't want to lose face in front of his partners. "Don't, Chu, we see that we still cooperate. Today the meal did not eat, but also with you suffered such a big insult. And your son has just obviously already offended that young big shot. If we then cooperate with you, in case we are stared at by that big shot will be finished." The partner finished and left, did not give Chu Fan father the opportunity to stay. Hey, don't go let's discuss it again Chu's father still wants to stay a bit more, but the partner directly sat on the car. Looked at the partners have gone far away, and then thought of offending the big shot of the Tinglong Hotel. Chu Fan's father was furious, just when this time Chu Fan ran back again. "Dad, your partners how all gone Chu Fan asked. "Dad, what's wrong with you?" Looking at his father did not agree with himself, but instead stared at himself with the eyes of a hater. Chu Fan was scared and backed up a few steps. "Pa!" A slap slapped on Chu Fan's face. "You still have the face to call my father?" Chu Fan's father like a wild beast roared up, and then grabbed Chu Fan as a beating and kicking, enough to beat half an hour, before Chu Fan was pulled away by the ambulance. At this time, Lu Feng has been accompanied by the manager to sit in the Tinglong Group's top private room, a private room that is never open to outsiders. Chapter 25 Uncle Call. Sitting inside the top box, Lu Feng handed the menu to the two little girls who were still surprised. "Look at what to eat," pointed, especially Wan Wan, "have not eaten in the morning." Lin Wan heard the words could not help but mutter in her heart, "Not or because your sister's cooking is too difficult to eat it." Lu Yanyan, who received the menu, looked at what was written on it: Australian lobster, top-grade Wagyu beef, king crab, and black gold abalone, and was immediately taken aback. "Brother, is this really your hotel? If it is, then I will let go and order after all, these things I have only seen on TV it." Lu Feng smiled directly out. Ha, you let go, eat hard, I'll count on your brother." But although Lu Yanyan said so on her lips, she still did not bother to order much. On the contrary, Lin Wan didn't be polite with Lu Feng and ordered several dishes, because unlike Lu Yanyan, as a white rich beauty, she was able to see Lu Feng's difference in these 2 days together. Soon, a large table of food came up. The level of luxury was many times better than what Chu Fan had treated him to earlier. "Brother, then I will be polite, anyway, there are no outsiders," Lu Yanyan said and picked up a piece of black gold abalone and put it into her mouth. Wow, delicious. The moment her mouth came into contact with the food, Lu Yanyan was directly conquered by the food on the table. In the following time, the three of them simply couldn't talk and chat, and kept on eating furiously. Even Lin Wan, as a white rich beauty, also put down her frame, and took the lobster on the table and ate it with a big mouthful. A meal was eaten for more than an hour before it ended. Accompanied by the manager, Lu Feng took the two little girls who were already about to walk out of the hotel. "Wait and tell them, double your salary this month, including you." Lu Feng glanced at the manager and directly sent a wave of benefits. "Understood, Mr. Lu, I thank you on behalf of all the members." The manager forced down the excitement in his heart and said respectfully, "Well, there is nothing else, I'll be off. Mr. Lu, take care." The hotel manager bowed until Lu Feng's car disappeared from his field of vision. This is when he slowly got up. "Let me take you to the bun to play," Lu Feng, who was driving the car, suddenly proposed. Hearing that Lu Feng is going to take them to the bun to play, the two girls are very happy. Noisy let Lu Feng drive faster. After all, they have long been on the magic city of the bun has been longing for. All the way without words. Car soon came to the destination. The two little girls out of the car hand in hand to run to buy a swimsuit, directly to the Lu Feng dumped to the side. "Wait for me, I also need shorts." Lu Feng hurriedly ran over. Unlike the two little girls, Lu Feng simply picked a pair of shorts to change into and walked out, sunbathing on the beach. After a long while, the two little girls changed into swimsuits and shyly walked out, while the man who saw them directly drooled all over the place. Brother! Heard someone call himself. Lu Feng opened his eyes, and then he was shaken by the two pairs of snow-white thighs in front of his eyes. Only to see that although the two of them were wearing the kind of swimsuit that was more conservative, they still couldn't block the beautiful body. Lu Yanyan was wearing a white bathing suit that looked so lovely and attractive, while Lin Wan was wearing a black one-piece bathing suit that made people look at her and turn into a wolf. Really grown up, looking at the rippling scenery in front of him, Lu Feng murmured, but did not know that the nosebleed has flowed down. Brother, what are you talking about? Nosebleeds are flowing out, Lu Yanyan shyly stomping feet. I don't know what to say, but I don't know what to say, she said. Lu Feng reached out and touched it, and sure enough, his nose was bleeding. You two play here, I go first to deal with it. Lu Feng put down a sentence and ran away. Looking at Lu Feng's messy appearance, the two little girls immediately laughed so hard that they couldn't straighten their backs, and then, Lu Yanyan pulled Lin Wan to the side and the two of them painted each other's sunscreen. After Lu Feng dealt with the nosebleed, saw the two people in the sunscreen, scared to turn his head back. Because he really can't stand the tantalizing scene in front of him, he simply didn't look. The two people who applied the sunscreen did not delay, and directly ran to the shallow water to play. Looking at the two people playing in the sea, Lu Feng's heart is also stupid. Ah! What do you want? Lu Feng suddenly heard a scream, and then immediately ran over. What are you guys doing? Looking at the man in front of him who wanted to make a move on the two little girls, Lu Feng pulled Lu Yanran and Lin Wan to his side as soon as he could. Yo, how, we come to find these two little sister play cannot a yellow hair provocative said. Hearing the words of the yellow hairs coupled with Lu Yanran's explanation, Lu Feng understood, the original several hooligans is to see the two little girls look so beautiful body and so good, cannot help but come over to accost. I don't care what you are, but you scared my sister, you have to give me an apology, Lu Feng domineering said. After all, he is worth more than $10 billion, and has seen a lot of big people and big scenes, now Lu Feng is really a bit of a big brother. A few small punks by Lu Feng suddenly exudes the momentum to be startled, but on second thought and feel that their side of so many people cannot be in front of the beautiful beauty of the goat, they want to surround over to hit Lu Feng. The results were rushed to the patrol. Marine police caught a square. With a few punks being taken away by the police, Lu Feng directly used the reason of protecting the safety of the two of them to smoothly join the two in the game. No wonder from now on the king does not have a morning court. This is too happy, Lu Feng heart secretly happy. A few people played for a long time on the beach until the evening before reluctantly going back. On the way back, Lu Yanyan and Lin Wan are still discussing where to play tomorrow, but Lu Feng only thought of hurrying back to sleep. Back home the two little girls are tired lying on the sofa to rest, and Lu Feng sat on top of the rocking chair. The result is that just lying down, the phone rang again. The night gave me a pair of eyes, and I use it to find the light. Lu Feng, who heard the phone ringing, took out the phone and looked at it. It turned out to be the eldest uncle calling, that is, Lu Yanyan's father. Hey, uncle, how's your body these days? As soon as he picked up the phone, Lu Feng asked with concern. Good, I and your aunt are good health, the phone came a burst of cheerful voice. Lying on the sofa, Lu Yanyan heard the phone call from her father, and sat up directly in shock, then looked at Lu Feng with pleading eyes. Yanyan didn't give you any trouble, did she? The voice on the phone said again. Hearing this, Lu Yanyan's heart was in her throat. Lu Feng saw the situation and gave her back a reassuring gesture. Don't worry, uncle, Yanyan is very obedient here, I help you to watch her. The voice on the phone heard Lu Feng's words and laughed. Ha, you kid, I'm afraid that you love her too much, give her spoiled. How can it, and Yanyan is not a child, you can rest assured, Lu Feng smilingly responded. Well, with you in, I feel a lot of peace of mind, otherwise I do not feel at ease with her to go out to play it, so old is still like a child. Lu Yanyan heard her father say this to himself, mouth is also pouting high. Inside the phone, after asking Lu Yanyan, the eldest uncle asked when Lu Feng would be coming home. Xiao Feng, when are you coming back? Your aunt and I miss you. Inside the phone came the words of concern of the eldest uncle, so that Lu Feng heart is very touched. I plan to go back with Yanyan this time, so I will accompany you properly. Good, come back on good, you kid these 4 years have not come back. To you to play the money also do not want, the phone, the eldest uncle complained of the voice came. Lu Feng heard a snort, did not dare to answer, but changed the topic, so the two talked for a long time before hanging up the phone. Just hung up the phone, Lu Feng heard the sound of cell phone bank card transfer. A closer look turned out to be the eldest uncle transferred $5,000, but also with a note saying that let Lu Feng eat some good, do not save too much money. Feeling the love of the eldest uncle to himself, Lu Feng touched his eyes red. Uncle, next let me honor you a little bit. Lu Feng in his heart secretly made up his mind. After all, he has long taken the eldest uncle as a father, and Lu Yanyan as a pro-sister. After playing all day, the few people just kept lying on the sofa, not moving, and they didn't even want to eat. In the end, Lu Feng called and informed the housekeeper to send the meal over. After eating the meal, Lu Yanyan and Lin Wan went back to their rooms to rest, while Lu Feng sat on the sofa and entered the system interface. Looking at the upgrade countdown displayed above, Lu Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart and went back to his room to sleep. After all, time flies fastest when you're asleep, doesn't it? Chapter 26: The Bull of the Second Level System. Early the next morning, with a ray of sunlight on his face, Lu Feng instantly woke up from his sleep, and then quickly entered the system interface, and saw that the system that had been upgraded was completed, and happily cheered up. System, you have finished upgrading, ah? Ding. Yes, host, I have finished upgrading, and now I will introduce you to the changes in the system after upgrading. The mechanical voice of the system came. Lu Feng sniffed and hurriedly looked at the system, and then realized that there was an additional mall selection on the system panel. Holding the mindset of trying, Lu Feng clicked on the system mall. Just in an instant, it was shocked speechless by the things inside the system mall. This is really shocking. The system, you are too bullish. Lu Feng looked at the dazzling goods in front of him, could not help but exclaim. Because the mall that was displayed in front of Lu Feng had everything inside: reinforcing genetic modifiers, fighting master skill books, flying carrier skill books, vehicle carrier skill books. Moreover, there were a lot of technologies that far exceeded the current ones, such as plasma cannons, laser technology, rocket return technology, exoskeleton armor technology, and everything. Ignoring Lu Feng, who was still in shock, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! The system has been successfully upgraded, gifting the host with a free mall lottery. What is a lottery? When Lu Feng heard the system's words, his brain was full of question marks. That is, the host can choose this lottery opportunity to be used to extract the props in the mall. This lottery does not have the prestige point limit, all depends on luck, the system explained. What do you mean by reputation points? The system explains. What do you mean by reputation points? Lu Feng was even more puzzled after listening to the system. Prestige points is a combination of the host's property, influence, so as to generate the currency used to buy mall items. The system is not tired of explaining. Although I don't really understand it, but let's draw the lottery first. I'm kind of looking forward to what I can draw, Lu Feng said excitedly. Ding! Drawing, please wait for the host. Lu Feng watched the system interface flash around, bouncing back and forth between countless items, and finally settling on the Fighting Master skill. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Fighting Master skill book. How to use this skill book? Is it possible to become a Fighting Master after using it? Lu Feng asked curiously. Just click on the skill book and choose to use it, the system answered. Oh, then I try. Lu Feng cannot wait to say. After all, the system said too magical. After using it can become a master, which boy does not have a dream of martial arts? Ding! The spike items for this day have been refreshed, and the refreshed items are as follows. Just when Lu Feng wanted to try the Fighting Master skill book, the system suddenly prompted that today's items have been refreshed. Lu Feng heard that he could not care about using the skill book, and hurriedly looked at the system to see what good things can be refreshed today. Thompson's mansion worth 150 million renminbi. 30% of the shares of Star Entertainment Company worth 6 billion renminbi. One copy of the super battery technology drawing worth 5 billion renminbi. Looking at the things that the system refreshed, Lu Feng was directly nonplussed. Good guy, this is only the second level is so bullish, this third level shall not take off. Lu Feng muttered. Please make a choice as soon as possible. The merciless voice of the system broke Lu Feng's fantasy. Which one to choose? Although the Townsend is very good, but also depends on the comparison with whom. In front of the shares worth 6 billion, and drawings worth 5 billion, the Townsend is nothing. Lu Feng directly filtered out the first choice without even thinking about it. Although the shares are more expensive than the drawings by $1 billion, but in the long run, it is still the battery technology is good. But I do not have a company that produces automobiles. What should I do? So tangled. Looking at the remaining two options, Lu Feng fell into another tangle. Suddenly, Lu Feng thought of Ferrari. Isn't Ferrari going to research new energy sources? If I give this technology to them directly, I can exchange it for at least $10 billion. Lu Feng's eyes glittered with gold. He actually hit the idea on Ferrari, but he soon dismissed the idea. No, now the foreign car building program has been more powerful than the domestic, and then sell this technology to Ferrari, the gap will be even more powerful. Did not see the domestic car brands are desperate to research new energy? Do not want to complete in the field of new energy to overtake the car. This drawings if given to foreign countries, then I will not be a sinner. As soon as Lu Feng thought that he would be scolded by others pointing his nose, he instantly dismissed the idea. However, in the end, he still chose the super battery technology because he planned to build his own car when the time came, and if he couldn't, he would directly donate it to the country or sell it to domestic car companies. After resolving the choice issue, Lu Feng directly used the Fighting Master's skill book. After clicking the use button, Lu Feng waited for half a day, and the result was no reaction at all, which made him anxious. System, how can this thing not work? Ding, it needs the host to exit the system before it takes effect. Error, you didn't say so earlier. Hearing the system's explanation, Lu Feng spat out a sentence and hurriedly exited the system. The moment he had just exited the system, a large number of martial arts techniques, moves, directly appeared inside his mind, followed by a wave of inexplicable power transforming his body at the same time. So painful, the system, you fucking pit me. With a scream, Lu Feng fainted until the afternoon. Lu Yanyan saw that he had not yet come out, so she came over to tap the door which called Lu Feng up. The first time I saw her, I was so happy to see her, and I was so happy to see her, I was so happy to see her. What's wrong, Yanyan? Lu Feng asked suspiciously. Brother, are you a pig? It's afternoon and you still don't get up. Lu Yanyan looked at her brother who just woke up and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Aha! At that time, Lu Feng opened his cell phone and looked at his cell phone, and sure enough, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so it's no wonder that Yanyan came to call herself. Oh, yesterday stayed up late reading novels, slept too late. Lu Feng casually found an excuse. He can't say he fainted from the pain. Hearing her brother's explanation, Lu Yanyan didn't say much. She just said that she wanted to go shopping at Chanda Plaza later, so that he could accompany her. Lu Feng directly agreed. After sending Lu Yanyan away, Lu Feng, who had returned to his room, felt a change in his body and directly punched out, bringing out gusts of fist wind. Immediately afterward, following the fighting techniques in his mind, Lu Feng directly punched out a complete set of intercepting fists. Holy shit, what is the system? It's actually so bullish. I'm not only proficient in all kinds of martial arts now, but I've even improved my physical fitness by a lot. Looking at his fists, Lu Feng let out a gasp of amazement. Immediately afterward, he juggled in his room for a long time, and only after he had enough, did he go out and take Yen Ranlu and Lin Wan to Cheetah Plaza. The car sped all the way to Cheetah Plaza without any problems. Today, you two, buy whatever you want, brother, come and pay the bill with you, Lu Feng said to the two little girls with bravado. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lu Yanyan pulled Lin Wan and ran into the clothing store. As a result, after entering the store, Lu Yanyan saw the price of those clothes above, and then did not want to buy. Brother, if we do not change a bar, Lu Yanyan pulled Lu Feng's sleeve said. No, Yanyan, you see on which with me, I give you the bill. Lu Feng has not spoken, Lin Wan said. I don't need to, how can I let you spend money, Lu Yanyan said in a low voice. Said to pull the two of them to go, in the Lu Feng want to persuade Lu Yanyan here to buy, heard a shopper aside the whispered muttering, if not Lu Feng's body is now strengthened he could not hear. What kind of person, I thought to come to the big singlet, the results of a piece cannot afford to buy, I hate this kind of people, do not have the money still come to store high-end stores, employee A said. Yes, originally see that man quite temperament, thought Richard, the result is a pretender, employee B said also glanced at Lu Yanyan a glance. Hearing what the two shoppers said, Lu Feng directly walked over and then slapped the table, giving the two employees a fright. What are you doing? Why are you slapping the table properly? The employee immediately shouted. What did you just say? Lu Feng said in an icy tone as he looked at the two employees. We did not say anything. The two employees saw the situation to defend. Lu Feng see them do not die, directly let them call over the store manager. Two employees how dare to call over the store manager, has been procrastinating. At this time, the store manager who happened to come back from the toilet saw this scene and directly walked over. This gentleman, what happened? The store manager walked to Lu Feng's side and said softly. As soon as the two employees saw the store manager coming, they hurriedly complained, Store manager, this gentleman said that we were abusing him behind his back, but we weren't. When the store manager heard this, his attitude went cold, this gentleman, please explain. Lu Feng heard this and directly took out a gold card from inside his wallet and slapped it on the counter. Just now, my two sisters are here to buy clothes. From the entrance to the end of the door there is no one to come over to greet. They shopped on their own for a long time, and when they pulled me away, your employees whispered at the side and said that we are poorer than that, and said that if you can't afford to buy them, don't come to see them. So do you think that I should be angry or not? Seeing the black card of Magic City Bank that Lu Feng patted on the counter, and then hearing what Lu Feng said, the store manager can basically be sure that it is his two employees who judge people by their appearance, and then talk bad about people behind their backs and let people get caught. Thinking of this, the store manager hurriedly apologized to Lu Feng. I am sorry sir, this time it is our fault, it is our lax management, we will punish both of them later, please forgive me. When Lu Feng heard the store manager's apology, he just laughed coldly. If apologizing could solve all the problems, I think the world would be a beautiful place. The store manager heard the sarcasm in Lu Feng's words, but did not dare to say anything. After all, the error in this matter is on their employees. Otherwise, this way, today I do the Lord, you today in the store all consumption, I give you 20% discount. Oh. Lu Feng smiled coldly at the words, do you think I need to take advantage of you these small advantages? Said took the card with two girls away, before leaving also did not forget to say, if your employees only to judge people by their appearance, I suggest that you still close it before it is too late. At that, the store manager's face is black, and so Lu Feng out of the store door, she can no longer suppress the anger in her heart, to the two shoppers yelled, you two did what good that is the Magic Capital Bank's gold card at least to have 100 million deposits to have offended such a big brother, you do not want to mix it. The two employees heard that the head of the Lu Feng is actually so big, and hastily apologized, I am sorry, the store manager. We were wrong. What's the use of apologizing to me, if you don't get that gentleman's forgiveness, you two get the hell out of here, the store manager said fiercely. Hearing the store manager's words, the two men hurriedly ran out to catch up with Lu Feng. At this time, Lu Feng had already taken the two little girls into the opposite door of this clothing store. Welcome. Chapter 27 Don't judge a book by its cover. Lu Feng and the others had just walked into the store when a guide warmly welcomed them. Which type do you want to see, so I can focus on introducing it to you, the shopper said with a smile. Recommend a few outfits for my two sisters, price is not a problem, but it must look good, Lu Feng said indifferently. Okay, please follow me, the shopper led the way, the two girls looked at each other and followed the shopper. At this time, the two employees of that store just now also chased over, and apologized vigorously after seeing Lu Feng. I am sorry, sir, we know wrong. Yes sir, you just have a large amount of adults, forgive us to put. Lu Feng heard their apologies, just coldly laughed. You are not no wrong, you just know that you are going to be finished, and then no longer pay attention to them, sitting in a chair leisurely drinking the water that was just sent over by the shopper guide. And this side of Lin Wan Air after about 10 minutes, has changed to green small fresh halter dress walked out, see this body dress Lin Wan, Lu Feng is also complimented. TSK, it's so pretty, it makes people's eyes light up, and this kind of small freshness collocation is just enough to dispel the stuffy heat of summer. Hey, thank you brother for the compliment, Lin Wan smiled gently, then stood by Lu Feng's side together waiting for Lu Yanyan's appearance, not even looking at the shopper who stood there apologizing. Waiting for 2 minutes Lu Yanyan wearing a tea-break French white square neck dress came out, with a leg half of the white stockings, live from the fairy tale out of The Princess. Wow, Yanyan, you are also too good looking, Lin Wan looked at the princess like Lu Yanyan surprised said. Which is not, you are also very good looking give people a very comfortable feeling Lu Yanyan smiled back. Said and shyly stood in front of Lu Feng turned a circle, brother, I chose this good looking? Lu Feng also looked dumbfounded, although he knew that Lu Yanyan was very good looking, but wearing this body of clothes still stunned him. Good looking, my sister looks good in anything, Lu Feng complimented. Hearing the compliment just now, Lu Yanyan lowered her head even more shyly. Again, according to this standard, give the two of them 2 more sets each, Lu Feng said in a domineering manner. Lu Yanyan heard this, directly climbed to Lu Feng's ear, brother, don't, here also expensive I wear in one air body we're at up to almost 50,000 yuan, although you are now rich, but let's not buy so much it. You little girl let go to buy, I earn so much money, you do not help me spend how to do it, Lu Feng laughed, and then pushed Lu Yanyan and Lin Wan to the shopper, let them buy a few more clothes. After about another half an hour, the two girls chose a few more outfits one by one, and Lu Feng then asked the sales clerk to settle the bill. Hello sir, you have spent a total of 237,000 yuan, give you a discount, you can give 230,000 yuan, the shop assistant counted the account, said. The shop assistant calculated the bill and said, swipe the card, Lu Feng domineeringly took out his gold card. As soon as the shopper saw the gold card, she became more respectful, and this scene made the two employees waiting at the door ready to apologize look at their eyes red. If this order was bought in their store, the two of them would have to get almost 10,000 yuan commission, now there is nothing left, not only have they been offended, but they are also facing the situation of being fired. After paying the money, Lu Feng, in the guide's respectful bow, took the two people just out of the door, and met the two snobbish shopkeepers again. Sir, we really know we are wrong, you forgive us, the guide said with a crying voice, as a way to try to impress Lu Feng. Unfortunately, Lu Feng does not eat this set of things, the head did not return to go, but also warned them to follow over again we'll call the police, the two employees were scared and dare not follow again. If I had known this, why did I bother to do it? In the guide who had just sold 230,000 taunts, the two people lost their souls and left, because they did not obtain Lu Feng's forgiveness. The two people go back to face the situation is to be dismissed. After buying clothes, Lu Feng took them and went to catch dolls. Two little girls play that call a happy. If not, Lu Feng pulled them out. It is estimated that they can be inside the mall dolls to catch. On this, Lu Feng are two hands each carrying a large bag of dolls. Hard to get out of the square, Lu Feng put the dolls into the car, ready to take them home to rest. The two girls said they did not play enough to Lu Feng to take them out to play. There is no way, their own sister, their own favor. Lu Feng had to take them to the Huangpu River again, took the ferry, and then took them up the first tallest building in the Magic City. Played for a long time, the two people finally tired, and followed their ass. Lu Feng has long been unable to walk, heard them finally willing to go back, Lu Feng happy to cry. Brother, you're so weak sitting in the car, Lu Yanyan teased. Yes, how much exercise is this? Lin Wan also nodded in agreement. Hearing two people heartless words, Lu Feng rolled his eyes. You two still have the nerve to say, buy clothes and so on are all I carry, and your 2 bags of rag dolls are not all I carry. You go to where? I have to backpack back to where? Humph. Lu Yanyan and Lin Wan immediately stopped talking. Indeed, their things and bags are all carried by Lu Feng. Thinking of this, two people are also embarrassed. Hey, no brother, you hard. Wait back, I below to you eat. Lu Yanyan he a smile said. Stop, no, we will eat casually on the good. Lu Feng heard Lu Yanyan to cook hastily stop. Lin Wana was also startled, quickly helped persuade Lu Yanyan not to cook, but Lu Yanyan whole confused, do not understand why brother and Wan are so afraid of their own cooking, is not delicious? After driving for a while, they passed by a barbecue stand. Lu Yanyan and Lin Wan saw the barbecue stand and said that they wanted to eat barbecue, so Lu Feng stopped the car. Boss, what kind of delicious food do you have here? As soon as they got out of the car, Lu Yanyan asked. I have a lot of good food here. There are garlic mushrooms, flower armor fans, secret lamb kebabs, spicy grilled chicken wings, can't say enough, said the boss smilingly. Hearing so many delicious, Lu Yanyan hurriedly pulled Lin Wan sat down, asked the boss to ask for a menu to start ordering. Lu Feng also parked the car, walked over. When Lu Yanyan saw Lu Feng come over, she also thoughtfully gave the menu to Lu Feng and asked him to order some of his favorite food as well, and said that she had covered all the spending tonight. Lu Feng heard her sister say so, and also ordered nonchalantly. After a while, in the 3 people about to hold out when, the boss to their point of barbecue up, hungry day 3 people directly happy jerk up the string. Just when the 3 people jerked his cool, heard a table next to a few body depicting dragons and tigers of young people in that loudly in the expulsion of a homeless person, in the face of the strong man's expulsion, the homeless person was scared by them or close to tears. Seeing this scene, Lu Yanyan and Lin Wan are too angry to eat kebabs, but because the opposite side is a large group of men, and from the tattoos on their bodies can also be seen not to be messed with, the 2 girls do not dare to go over. Brother, why don't we call the police? You see they are using bottles to smash that old grandpa who is scavenging, Lu Yanyan whispered, and Lin Weiner nodded her head in agreement. No, I'll go over there to solve it. Lu Feng got up to go over. Hey, brother, don't be impulsive, there are so many of them, in case of a conflict we are at a great disadvantage. Lu Yanyan and Lin Wan hurriedly pulled back to go over to Lu Feng. Lu Feng smiled faintly, then took down the hands of the 2 grabbing on his arm and walked over. The punks were still smashing the old man with leftover food and beer bottles, and the barbecue stall owner didn't dare to come forward to stop the punks even though they were outnumbered. Just as one of the punks was about to take a beer bottle to smash the old man, a hand grabbed his raised arm, followed by a cold voice that came faintly from his ear. You guys have gone too far. Chapter 28 One Fight 5. The punk hurriedly threw away his arm, and then he saw Lu Feng. Who the hell are you? So nosy, do you want us to loosen your muscles? Lu Feng heard the face directly cold down. I say you are not a little excessive, so bully an old man, you have no conscience. Off your ass, beware of the old man beat you, another punk said and waved his fist. This time Lu Yanran and Lin Weiner worried about Lu Feng also came over. How can you do this? It's too bullying, Lin Wan said to the punks. When a group of punks saw the 2 beauties that suddenly appeared, their eyes instantly lit up. Yo, little sister, then come over here and play with your brothers, a little punk said with a smile. Ha, yeah, you 2 come over to play with us, I won't bully this old man, another punk also coaxed. The scavenging old man looked at the 2 little girls who were about to be bullied by the punks, and hurriedly said to Lu Yanran and the others, young man, you hurry up and take the 2 little girls to go, don't mind me. Hearing the old man say this, Lu Feng turned his head and gave the old man a reassuring look. Old man, you don't have to be afraid, I will take care of them. After saying that, he pulled Lin Wanner and Lu Yanran behind him. You 2 hide behind me, see how I can teach these scums a lesson. Lu Feng said just finished, the punks are not happy, directly a beer bottle thrown over, mouth also clamored, kid, fucking face, today not to you crippled, we do not mix. Another small punk has also copied up the bottle to come over to dry Lu Feng, mouth is also muttering curses non-stop, later on in your face, we play a good these two little beauty, let you understand what is called the gun to hit the head. When Lu Feng heard this, he directly copied up a bench and smashed it over to the punks who had just insulted Lu Yanyan and the two of them. Originally, he just wanted to stop them from bullying the elderly, but now these punks actually dared to insult Lu Yanyan, uncle can endure, auntie can't endure, fuck it. Suddenly, the stool directly to the punk smashed confused, he could not understand the other side of a person, and they are full of 5 people, how he dared to move first Lu Feng copied another stool, said to the 2 people who are still in a daze, hurry to hide far away, do not hurt you. Lu Yanyan saw that her brother had already fought with others, and hurriedly went over to help, but was caught by Lin Wanner in a death grip. One air, what are you doing? I want to help my brother he will be hurt, Lu Yanyan cried. Lin Wanner dead grasped her just won't let go, I've already called the police will come over, we first go to find people to help, otherwise we go up is not enough to add to the chaos of the brotherhood. In Lu Yanyan and Lin Wanner arguing, Lu Feng's side of the battle is entered a white hot, with a body comparable to the special forces, and master-level fighting skills, Lu Feng deal with these punks simply not too easy. Just see Lu Feng grabbed a punk up a shoulder drop, and then a flying kick down another, watching Lu Feng so violently put down 2 people, the remaining 3 punks clenched their teeth and rushed up together. Pa! Lu Feng punched down a punk who rushed up, and then a black dragon 18 hands, knocked down another one. The last one saw something wrong, picked up a bottle and smashed it over, but the result was directly by Lu Feng's fist smashed through the beer bottle, and then kicked it over, the punk was kicked and lay on the ground motionless, foaming at the mouth. Lu Feng's side resolved the fight in 3 strokes and hurriedly looked in Lu Yanyan's direction, fearing that they would be injured, only to see Lin Wan, who was locking Lu Yanyan with her arms. The two seemed to be arguing about something, but now their eyes were looking straight at him as if they had seen something incredible. Are you two alright? Lu Feng ran over and asked. As a result, none of the 2 people cared about him. Lu Feng thought they were scared, so he reached out and grabbed them and shook them. After shaking them a few times in a row, Lu Yan ran and the 2 of them finally reacted. Brother, are you alright? Your hand is bleeding, Lu Yanyan said as she hurriedly grabbed Lu Feng's hand. Lin Wanner, on the other hand, took toilet paper and carefully helped Lu Feng to clean up his hand, which was scratched because of the broken beer bottle. Alright, this is not on the hand just scratched by the glass, Lu Feng said with a calm face. Why are you so careless? They are so many people, you dared to do it, you scared me to death, Lu Yanran said the tears cannot stop falling down. Seeing Lu Yanyan crying, Lu Feng hurriedly comforted. Okay, Yanyan don't cry, I didn't hear them insulting you too, so I moved my hand. Once Lu Yanyan heard that was the reason, she cried even more. At this time, the police finally rushed over, see this chaotic scene in front of them, the police also a little reaction is not good, is not a good triad bullies it, now how these gangsters are lying on the ground. In order to understand the situation, the police questioned the owner of the barbecue stall, and then looked at the 2 little girls in front of the face of dumbfounded Lu Feng who kept comforting the 2 little girls froze. You said that these few punks were knocked down by him alone, a young policeman asked with a face full of disbelief. Yes, I was trying to go up to help, but it turned out that he knocked them all down in 3 or 2 strokes, said the barbecue boss in shock. And Lu Feng, who saw the police coming, walked over with the 2 girls. Then the police questioned Lu Feng. When asked who started the fight, the barbecue stall and the old man scavenging all said in unison that it was the punks who started the fight. Anyway, there is no surveillance on this roadside. After the understanding of the matter, the police put a few punks are all taken away, along with the old man scavenging was also taken away by the police, said the old man will be arranged to the old age home. Lu Feng was also asked by the police to phone number and address information, said not to take Lu Feng to make a statement, but if there is something will contact him, said the police went away. The 3 people who were disturbed by this matter also completely lost their appetite, paid the money and then directly left. On the way, the 2 little girls kept asking Lu Feng how he was so powerful, actually able to beat 5 punks. When Lu Feng heard that, he bragged about how hard he had practiced martial arts in the past few years, just to be able to protect his family one day, to eliminate violence and peace of mind, the 2 little girls to coax them to be moved to tears. After arriving home, Lu Feng was pressed onto the sofa by the 2 little girls, saying that they wanted to treat his wounds. Lu Yanyan said to find the medical box, took out the alcohol and cotton swabs to Lu Feng's hand to eliminate the poison, while Lin Wan'er is holding a bandage in hand to stand on the sidelines. Hiss, pain, Yanyan, you gently. Still hurt, I have been gentle enough. Speed slow down, I cannot eat. Oh, then I slow down a little bit, Lu Yanyan said the speed of the hand slowed down. After the disinfection was completed, Lu Yanyan also coated the wound with Yunnan Baiyao, and finally Lin Wana wrapped it up. Looking at the hand was wrapped in bandages, and there was a bow on it. Lu Feng was also crying and laughing. After returning to his room, he lay on the bed. His heart couldn't calm down for a long time. After all, from an ordinary person suddenly turned into an expert, whoever else could not adapt at once. Chapter 29: The Little Girl in Memories. The next morning, Lu Feng, who slept until he naturally woke up, got up and brushed his teeth, and pushed open the door to see the dining room table full of breakfast, xiaolongbao, donuts, tea leaf eggs and whatnot. And see her brother get up. Lu Yanyan rushed to call him over to eat breakfast. See Lu Feng sitting at the table without chopsticks. Lin Wan rushed to him that this is the two of them went out to buy, not Lu Yanyan do. Lu Feng this only dared to move chopsticks. In fact, originally Lu Yanyan wanted to cook for her brother, but was stopped by Lin Weiner. The reason given was that cooking at home was too noisy and would affect Lu Feng's rest, so Lu Yanyan only gave up the idea of cooking at home herself, or else she didn't know what kind of dark cuisine today's breakfast would be. Just after eating a good meal, Lu Feng received a phone call from Xin Xuankue, saying that he was going to attend Yi Weiman's birthday banquet tonight, and that he wanted to help Lu Feng choose a set of clothes, so that Lu Feng could hurry out. Lu Feng hung up the phone and hurriedly put on a jacket and ready to go out. The sight of the Lin Wan asked Lu Feng to go to what? The results of the Lu Feng returned to the sentence today. You play by yourself, I have something to do, the night will be very late to come back on the way out. Lu Feng, who flew to the entrance of the neighborhood, saw Xin Xuankue from afar. There is no way, Bentley with a beautiful woman is too attractive. It's hard for you to pick me up so early. Lu Feng looked at Xin Changkite and smiled honestly. It's okay, I just arrived, get in the car, Xin Changkite said gently back. What do you mean by what you said last time? Lu Feng asked as soon as he got on the car. He was too eager to know what Xin Changkite really meant. Xin Changkite heard Lu Feng's question and smiled gently. A wind, what do you think I mean? Not waiting for Lu Feng to answer, Xin Changkite said, now you do not ask so much, no too much for you no good. You now the primary goal is to see if you can get into the eyes of the old man of the leaf. At that moment, Lu Feng was silent. Yes, with his current strength it is impossible to have any influence on the two big families. Instead of asking so many questions, it would be better to get stronger as soon as possible. The car traveled all the way to the Magic City Luxury Goods Street. After parking the car, Xin Changkue led Lu Feng straight into a clothing store. Welcome to. As soon as the guide of the clothing store saw Xin Changkite, she immediately said with incomparable enthusiasm. As a guide of a high-end clothing store, she had already developed a pair of fiery eyes, and naturally discovered the noble temperament of Xin Changkite's body. I don't need you to follow me, I will help him to choose by myself. Xin Changkite directly rejected the guide. Afterwards, she took Lu Feng to stroll up, a moment to take out a suit in Lu Feng's body to compare and contrast, a moment to take out a tie to Lu Feng to see if it looks good or not. Looking at Xin Changkite's snow-white onion-like hand moving around his neck, and near the beautiful face, smelling the fragrance of her body, and feeling her breath out of the wind, Lu Feng's heart completely messed up. This is it. Xin Changkue looked at the clothes she had prepared for Lu Feng with satisfaction, then took Lu Feng and went to the cashier. Swiped the card. Xin Changkite domineeringly took out the black card in her bag, and when she saw the black card, the attitude of the guide became even more respectful. This consumption is 180,000 yuan. After swiping the card, the teller respectfully handed the card to Xin Changkite. Let's go, next place. Xin Changkue took the card and walked out of the store directly. Lu Feng could only follow after hearing that. In the blink of an eye, the two of them came to the Patek Philippe store. Lu Feng looked at Xin Xuanqi's and asked what he was doing here. Of course a successful man should have a watch. Let's go, go in. Xin Changkue pulled Lu Feng and walked in. Nautilus series. Calatrava series. Aquanaut series. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Feng was dazzled by a series of wristwatches, and the teller, seeing the luxury brand that Lu Feng was wearing, didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent, and directly ran over. Hello, welcome to you too. May I ask what can I do for you? Said the teller respectfully. Help him match a wristwatch. Xin Changkue's tone is cold. She is like this in front of everyone, except in front of Lu Feng will show another side. Okay, this gentleman please follow me. Lu Feng glanced at Xin Changkite and followed the teller. Calatrava collection, known for its simple and classic design style, these watches usually have a minimalist dial design, a perfect blend of elegance and exquisite details, showing Patek Philippe's respect for tradition and the spirit of innovation. It suits your outfit, but you are too young, so this collection is not quite recommended, the teller introduced in a very professional manner. Complications: these watches usually have a minimalist dial design that perfectly blends youthfulness with refined details, and this is the one I personally think would suit you best, the sales clerk said as he introduced another collection to Lu Feng. What do you think? Lu Feng looked at Xin Changkue. I think it is very good, it matches your suit today, Lu Yanran said in a delicate voice. Then, this is the one, help me make the order, Lu Feng directly chose this one. Okay, please wait a moment, the teller heard the bill, excitedly ran over, to know that after buying this single, the commission is almost 20,000 it. A total of 708,000 yuan, said the teller. Hearing the price, Shin Shuangkui still wanted to pay, but was stopped by Lu Feng, not letting her pay. But Shin Shuangkui told Lu Feng, today these things are bought for him as a gift, cannot be refused. Lu Feng cannot argue with her, can only agree. After paying the money, Shin Shuangkui gently helped Lu Feng put on the Patek Philippe watch. Shin Shuangkui looked at Lu Feng, who was dressed up, and said with a smile, Hey, is it? Lu Feng laughed again. After buying Lu Feng's equipment for the birthday banquet, the two of them also began to slowly wander. Wandering, the two came to a gazebo. A wind, I know you are very curious about what I do to you. Sitting on the bench, Shin Shuangkui tenderly looked at Lu Feng and said, Yes, I am really curious, why? Lu Feng finally asked the doubts in his heart. If I say that we have known each other before, do you believe it? Said Shin Shuangkui slowly. What, we knew each other before? Lu Feng heard directly, stared wide-eyed. But he carefully recalled the people and things in the past, but realized that there was no Shin Shuangkui in his memory. Looking at Lu Feng's disbelief, Shin Shuangkui slowly told a story of a little boy and a little girl. The story happened when Lu Feng was about 10 years old. At that time Lu Feng was still living in his eldest uncle's house, going to and from school with his younger sister Lu Yanran every day. Until one day the class suddenly transferred to a small girl. The little girl stood on the podium, timidly introduced herself as Li Fuyan. After the introduction, the teacher arranged her to a small boy. They logically became the same table. But the little boy found his new desk is very strange. They talked to her, she ignored, give her snacks she also do not eat, and then slowly the little boy also ignored the little girl. Until one day after school, the little boy saw the other class of little boys and bullying the little girl, but also scolded him for not having a father. The little girl heard others scolding their own no father, went up and they wrestled together, but she a girl how to beat a few boys of the same age, soon to be beaten down. Passing by, the little boy saw his table was bullied, without saying a word directly rushed over and the few children to fight together. Soon in the little boy's life-threatening attack, a few small children were afraid of being beaten and directly fled. A nosebleed little boy pulled up the little girl and asked if she was okay. The little girl heard the little boy asked her, quickly shook his head to say that he was okay, and then from inside the school bag took out the toilet paper for the little boy, wiped up the nosebleed. Afterwards, the little girl asked why she wanted to help herself. The little boy just patted his chest. You are my deskmate, that is my people, I must protect you, otherwise how to be considered a man. The little girl heard the little boy's statement and laughed straight away. Then she became his follower. Wherever he went, she followed him, and in the game of playing house, she also kept saying that she wanted to be his wife, and he promised that he would marry her when he grew up. This went on for a long time, until one day the little boy returned to school and waited at the school gate until class started, but did not wait for the little girl, who would wait for him no matter if it was windy or raining, to come into the school with him. Looking at the empty seat beside him, the little boy cried out for the first time, clamoring to find the little girl, but no matter how he looked, the little girl seemed to have disappeared from his world forever, as if she had suddenly appeared and then suddenly disappeared. Chapter 30 Reasons. So, you are Li Fuyao? Lu Feng was shocked. Yes, I am, looked at the shocked Lu Feng, but Shin Shuangkui said calmly. Then how did you become Shin Shuangkui again now? What the hell is going on? He is about to go crazy. When he was a child, the little girl who followed his ass every day, in a flash became the big school flower that everyone loves, and it seems that she likes herself, whoever else would have to go crazy. Lu Feng even suspected that he was too deeply hurt by his ex-girlfriend, resulting in a long period of negativity, which led to a coma, and everything that is happening now is a dream. Because how to see how not normal. First obtained the system, on the peak of life, and then gold-worshipping ex-girlfriend also by their own crazy face. Finally, he also fought with his bald boyfriend at a class reunion, and now there is actually a childhood sweetheart of the school flower. How to see how it all seems to be dreaming. Looking at the frantic Lu Feng, Shin Shuangkui got up and sat beside Lu Feng and explained. It turns out that the reason why Shin Shuangkui was called Li Fuyan when she was a child was because of her mother's surname, and Shin Shuangkui's parents' recognition was also a political marriage. Although Shin Shuangkui's mother was also surnamed Li, but it was not the imperial capital Li surname, but the Sioux City Li family, which was the veritable number one family in Sioux City. Therefore, Shin and Li families chose a political marriage, but neither of Shin Shuangkui's parents liked the political marriage, so after Shin Shuangkui's mother gave birth to her, the two of them had a big fight over something, and Shin Shuangkui's mother took Shin Shuangkui and ran away from home. This time, Shin Shuangkui's mother took Shin Shuangkui into hiding and didn't even go back to Sioux province, but lived in province. Then when Shin Changkite was in elementary school, she met Lu Feng, but because of the school registration system, the Shin family and the Li family quickly found out where they were, and the Li family in Suzhou City picked up Shin Changkite and her mother first, leading to the end of the Shin Changkite didn't even come and say goodbye to Lu Feng. After listening to what Shin Changkite said, Lu Feng's first concern was whether her parents had made up. He was afraid that Shin Changkite had a bad time because of her parents. And Shin Changkite's heart flashed a touch when she heard Lu Feng's first concern was about herself, not asking about other things. Reconciliation, and then because of this matter, my father was my grandfather severely punished a meal, and my father also regretted angry away mother. After my mother took me away, my father went crazy to look for us, but even if my father mobilized all the relations did not think that we hid in a small county in the province of An, and then my father spent every day in regret and self-reproach, Shin Chuankue said. I'm worried that you're not doing well, Lu Feng said as he looked at Shin Chuankue with pain in his heart. It's okay, Feng, it's all in the past, said Shin Chuankue, looking at Lu Feng's heartbroken face, but Shin Chuankue's heart is as sweet as honey. Then why did your parents agree to your political marriage if they hate marriages? Lu Feng asked with a puzzled look. Hearing Lu Feng's question, Shin Changkite also slowly recounted the reason. It turned out that after Shin Changkite was picked up by the Li family in Sioux City, her father rushed to the Li family at the first opportunity, but Shin mother said nothing and was not willing to see him. Until Shin Changkite's father stood outside the door without eating or drinking for 4 nights and 5 days after fainting, her mother forgave Shin Changkite's father, and then the relationship between the two people warmed up quickly. After living in Sioux City for half a year, Shin Changkite's father took the mother and daughter back to the imperial city Shin family. Shin Changkite met Li Junmo, the proud son of the Li family, at school in the imperial capital, and as soon as the two of them met, Li Junmo kept getting close to Shin Changkite. But Shin Chuankue heart-loaded has always been Lu Feng, so did not pay attention to him. But in the end, as a child's heart, the two quickly became good friends, but Shin Chuankue has always been aware of the two people's proportion. Because she only liked Lu Feng, so for many years, until Shin Changkue to go abroad to study, Li Junmo confessed to her. Not surprisingly, Shin Changkue mercilessly rejected him, and then went abroad to study. In the foreign study, Shin Changkue pulled Black Li Junmo's contact information, only 3 years to complete all the studies, successfully graduated from the University of Cambridge. Just returned to China, Shin Changkite used the relationship of the Li family in Suzhou City to find the place where Lu Feng went to school, and then transferred over. But I didn't expect, Li Junmo in the Shen out of the country in these years, has been in front of Shin father and mother to brush the good feeling, until the good feeling brush almost, Li Junmo to Shin parents proposed marriage. Originally, Shin Chuankite's parents wanted to refuse, because they do not want their own baby girl like the first time, but Li Junmo said he and Shin Chuankite grew up together, is a childhood sweetheart, there is affection. Shin Changkite parents thought about it, coupled with the internal voice of the Shin family, the two of them agreed, but also just let Shin Changkite and Li Junmo try to be suitable or not. If not, they will not force their daughter to marry a person they do not like. The next step is to let Shin Changkite go back to the imperial capital and take charge of a company together with Li Junmo, which will be used to cultivate feelings. Shin Changkite was originally going to refuse when she found out, but then she thought that if Lu Feng was just an ordinary person, then the resistance to being with her would be mountainous. So she agreed to take charge of the company, and she would use the resources in her hands to help Lu Feng grow quickly until one day Lu Feng could be with her openly and honestly. After Lu Feng heard this, the suppressed emotions in his heart directly exploded, and he hugged the girl in front of him, shedding tears, and he now understood what Shin Chuankue had paid in order to be with him, and how much pressure she had to bear. Shin Changkite was startled by Lu Feng's sudden embrace, but reacted by also hugging Lu Feng tightly. The two of them hugged each other like this for a long time before reluctantly letting go of each other, but their hands were pulled tightly together. Ah Feng, so for my sake, tonight at Master Ye's birthday banquet, you must perform well. The tenderness in Shin Chuankue's eyes seems to melt Lu Feng away. Well, don't worry, I will perform well, it won't take long, I will stand behind you brightly, Lu Feng said with conviction. The two of them chatted a lot of interesting things when they were young. When they talked about why Lu Feng helped her in the fight, Shin Chuankue touched Lu Feng's face again with heartache, so the two of them chatted until it was dark, before they stopped the topic. When Shin Changkite wanted to take Lu Feng to the birthday banquet, Lu Feng asked her to send herself home for a while. Shin Changkite was puzzled, but didn't ask anything, and drove directly to the place where Lu Feng lived. Getting out of the car, Lu Feng leaned over Shin Changkite's ear and said that he wanted to give her a surprise, and then ran away, causing Shin Changkite to be in a fog. After a while, Lu Feng panting ran over. Just sat in the car, Shin Changkite face expectant hand out to ask Lu Feng to prepare her surprise is what Lu Feng heard directly from the handout of the two boxes with a mysterious face handed to Shin Changkite. Shin Changkite received the box with joy, and then opened the first one. In the box there is a large sapphire necklace, the beauty is unbelievable. You send me? Shin Changkite asked happily. Yes, this gemstone is called the Heart of the Ocean, and was later made into a necklace by a European master, and now I am giving it to you, Lu Feng explained the origin of the necklace. It's the Heart of the Ocean that was auctioned off a few years ago by a mysterious tycoon who spent $120 million at an international auction? Shin Changkue was directly shocked at the words. To know this Heart of the Ocean by the tycoon to auction down, then mysteriously disappeared, reappeared is in front of the eyes this time, was made into a necklace, given to Shin Changkite. Yes, this gemstone matches you very well, Lu Feng smiled when he saw Shin Changkite's surprised look. Then you help me put it on, said Shin Changkite, tilting her snow-white neck. Then, under Lu Feng's trembling performance, the Heart of the Ocean, which was known as the world's largest sapphire, was put on Shin Changkite's neck. Don't ask Lu Feng when he had this gemstone, it was something he bought with prestige points in the System Mall when he just went back. The mall didn't just have all those high-end tech and stuff, luxury goods were also available. I can't wait to see the second box, said Shin Changkue opened the second box. What caught her eye was a red invitation. Shin Changkue picked it up in confusion, not understanding why Lu Feng gave her an invitation. Looking at the confused Shin Changkite, Lu Feng said with a mysterious face. You'll know if you open it. Chapter 31 Attending the Birthday Banquet. Looking at Lu Feng with a mysterious face, Shin Changkite also could not hold back the curiosity in her heart, and directly opened the invitation. Just by looking at it, Shin Changkite looked at Lu Feng with an unbelievable face. This is yours? I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it. When Lu Feng saw Shin Changkite, who was surprised by the invitation, he happily showed off. How about it? It's awesome. The first time I saw you, I was surprised by the invitation, and I was happy to show off. How about it? Hey, it is just average, Lu Feng sniffed modestly. It's not general at all, it's really good, and it's a handwritten invitation. You know, this time I attended the old man's birthday banquet to get her not handwritten invitations, Shin Changkue praised. Lu Feng heard, a little surprised. After all, how to say with the strength of the imperial capital Shin family, a handwritten invitation is still a breeze. Is that so, you guys with the strength of the Shin family, you should also have handwritten invitations. Of course our Shin family can, but it has to be my father to come to be able to. I can only be considered a junior now, so I cannot get it, Shin Changkue explained. Oh, I understand. Then the two of them chatted like this and drove the car, and soon arrived near Master Ye's manor, parked the car, and the two of them walked over shoulder to shoulder. Handing the invitation in their hands to the bodyguard checking, then stepped into the manor under the bodyguard's respectful gaze, especially Lu Feng. After he took out the handwritten invitation, the bodyguard looked at him differently. After the two left, the bodyguard quickly took out his walkie-talkie to inform the staff inside the manor that a big shot with a handwritten invitation had come. Behind them, the dignitaries waiting to hand in their invitations heard the bodyguard's words and guessed the identity of Lu Feng's two men. After all, there weren't many people who could get the old man to give them handwritten invitations. As soon as the two entered the manor, they realized that there were already a lot of people standing on the lawn of the manor, chatting in groups of 3 to 5, and Lu Feng's and their two arrivals didn't attract anyone's attention. After looking around for a while, Shin Changkue took Lu Feng and ran to the place where the desserts were placed, picked up a piece of cake and stuffed it into Lu Feng's mouth, blocking Lu Feng's mouth tightly. Looking at Lu Feng was stuffed cannot speak, Shin Changkite happy smile, also picked up a piece of cake into the mouth. Eating the cake, Shin Changkite picked up a glass of juice and prepared to let Lu Feng drink some pressure, but the result of a slip of the hand did not hold steady. The cup fell to the ground, spilled into a small girl wearing a white dress. I'm sorry, Shin Changkue looked at the girl and hurriedly apologized. Lu Feng also apologized on the side, also took out paper towels to hand the girl to let her wipe it. Who expected the girl directly to slap on the face of Shin Changkite? Fortunately Lu Feng reacted quickly, immediately pulled Shin Changkite over. See, hit empty, the girl again to reach out and hit over. This time Lu Feng did not spoil her, directly clutched the girl, reached over the palm of the hand. The girl was clenched arm red, but the mouth is not spared. What kind of people are you? Dirty my skirt, actually wanna hit me. The crowd also cast their eyes over after hearing the quarrel. As soon as the girl saw that someone was paying attention to this side, she directly became more arrogant. How did you guys mix in? As soon as you came in, you ate and drank here, dirtying people as skirts and hitting people. Lu Feng heard the girl speak so nonchalant, also no longer tolerate. We are careless, dirty your skirt, but we also sincerely apologized, but you are not forgiving, directly wanna hit us. If not, I stopped in time, you are directly hit us in the face. I hit you how? Who let you dirty my skirt? I do not know who invited you here, but today is my grandfather's birthday, I do not want to quarrel with you, you quickly get out. On the side, when Shin Changkue heard that the girl was trying to drive them away and claimed to be Elder Ye's granddaughter, she frowned, because she didn't remember that Elder Ye had a granddaughter. You said you are Yi Lao's granddaughter? How do I remember that elder Yi only has one grandchild? Shin Shankue asked with a skeptical face. Upon hearing this, the girl who was strutting her stuff instantly shortened her aura by half, but not wanting to be soft, she could only pretend to be calm. I am the girlfriend of Yi Lao's grandson, and of course Yi Lao is my grandfather. Hearing the girl's defense, Lu Feng and Shin Xuankue were also speechless. After half a day of just someone's grandson's girlfriend, actually still dare to fox fake tiger. And not to mention that it is Yi Lao's grandson's girlfriend. Even if it is Yi Lao's grandson, Shin Shankue is not the slightest bit of a wimp, who let her come from the Shin family. Understand the reason. Shin Shankite also do not want to dwell too much with her, asked her how in the end want to solve, who expected the girl actually said to take red wine to splash Shin Shankite face before willing to give up. Lu Feng two people heard, directly ignored the girl's request, turned around to go. The girl looked at the two people to run, directly picked up a cup of red wine to Shin Xuankue splashed over. With a wow, the clothes Shin Xuankue was wearing were instantly drenched with red wine. Seeing Shin Xuankue drenched, Lu Feng couldn't hold back any longer, and went up to slap the girl on the face. This slap slapped the girl froze, aside the crowd also froze. After all, how to say this is also Ye old grandson's girlfriend, maybe in the future is Ye old master's granddaughter-in-law, this young man how to dare ah. The girl who reacted directly cried and took out her cell phone to call her boyfriend. Shin Shankue also pulled Lu Feng's hand, said Lu Feng is a little impulsive, this will leave a bad impression on Ye old man. But Lu Feng carefully wiped the red wine on Shin Xuankue's body, and then said without caring, I don't want that much, I just know that no one can bully you in front of me. When Shin Xuankue heard Lu Feng's domineering and protective words, her heart flashed with a trace of joy, and she tenderly leaned on Lu Feng's shoulder. At this time, the girl brought her boyfriend to Shin Xuankue in front of them. You guys are the ones who moved? Beat up my girlfriend? A young handsome boy came in front of the two and questioned. Shin Shankite looked up at the boy, but after half a day of looking at him, she realized that she didn't recognize the boy in front of her at all, knowing that she had only just met Yi Lao's grandson before she left the country. Who are you? Shin Shankite said flatly. I am Yi old man's grandson, beating my girlfriend at my grandfather's birthday banquet. You have big guts, the man said in a domineering manner. How did I not know that Yi Lao had a grandson like you? Who are you in the end? Shin Xuankue's body emitted a powerful aura that went straight to the man. The man was shocked by Shin Shankite's aura and told his origin. I am the distant cousin grandson of Yi Lao. Hearing the man's explanation, Shin Shankite laughed softly. You two wait here, I will call Yi Fan and let him come over to deal with you. Hearing that Shin Shankite was going to call Yi Fan, the man instantly panicked, but he couldn't do anything in public, so he had to just stand there honestly, praying in his heart that Shin Shankite didn't really know Yi Fan. But soon, his hopes were dashed. About 2 minutes after Shin Shankite hung up the phone, a handsome man walked over. Sister Shankite, when did you come? The man greeted with a smile. I've been here for a while, Shen said lightly. Then the man looked around, saw the so-called cousin and his girlfriend, his eyes were cold, scared them both legs soft. Later, we will settle accounts with you, now give me honestly stay inside the room do not come out, the man's majestic voice came, scared a man and a woman rushed to run back to the room. The young man said softly, I'll give you face, when the birthday banquet is over, I'll personally bring them to apologize to you. Good, I will give you face, but this is not the end, Shin Shankite said coldly, then turned her head and gently introduced the man's identity to Lu Feng. A wind, he is the grandson of Yi old man, Yi Fan. Hearing that the man in front of him is the grandson of Yi old man, Lu Feng also greeted him, and then heard Shin Shankite on the side and said, Yi Fan, he is holding your grandfather as handwritten invitation. Yi Fan heard Shin Shankite say that Lu Feng had his grandfather's handwritten invitation, originally thought that it was an idle person who came with Shin Shankite to join in the fun and casually perfunctorily, but now he didn't dare to slack off at all. Hello, just now is really not good hospitality, sorry Yi Fan attitude to a big turn, very enthusiastic said. Lu Feng did not react at once, just hard, and he complimented each other. After a long period of time, Yi Fan had other things, they only counted to separate. Do all these people change their faces so quickly? Lu Feng asked curiously. Yeah, no one born in a big family is a real trash, just like the crown prince of the Chanda group. What you see is just what he wants you to see, Shin Xuankue generalized to Lu Feng. Chapter 32 Parting. Yes, it is true that the kind of brain-dead youngsters told inside the novels are all fake. How can a person who can really stand out inside the family be so brainless? Lu Feng said in agreement. Just when the two were still chatting, Lu Feng heard someone calling himself, still wondering how someone could call himself on such an occasion. He saw that the old man of Tianyu group had already walked over. Little Wind, long time no see said the old master smilingly. Long time no see Lu Feng politely responded. Then the two stood together and chatted. The old man also asked Lu Feng, standing next to the girl is who, is not his girlfriend, can make Lu Feng do not know what to do. In the end, Shin Shankite introduced herself and helped Lu Feng out. When he heard that Shin Shankite was from the imperial capital Shin family, the old man didn't dare to say anything more. After all, the people of the Shin family were not something he could discuss. It has been so long, let you go to see the old man me, you kid also did not come. The old master changed the topic and complained. You forgive me, it is really a little too busy, I am now for the branch of the things to worry about. Lu Feng can only find an excuse to say, in fact, Ferrari branch of the things he did not ask, are Chen Xin a person in charge of, he these days every day and Lu Yanyan two of them together to play it. The old man heard Lu Feng said so, expressed understanding, the two chatted for a while, the old man still have to go to find their old friends and Lu Feng separated. Just now this, if I'm not mistaken, should be the old director of the Magic City's local veteran group, Tianyu, right? You guys know each other? Shin Changkue asked curiously. Well, I happen to have some shares of Tianyu Group in my hand, so I know them. Shin Changkue sniffed and applauded, a win so powerful the shares of the Tianyu Group have, what else are you hiding from me It's nothing, it's just a little bit of Tianyu Group's shares, and Ferrari's shares, at the same time, it's still the president of Ferrari's Asian branch, and it's also a neighbor of Ye's old man, and the old man let people send me invitations because he saw that I had bought the Idle Clouds villa, Lu Feng said with a face of farting. At this time, Shin Changkue was also stunned by Lu Feng's words. Are you saying that Ferrari suddenly settled in Magic City because of you? You're still the Asian president of Ferrari? And you even bought the Idle Cloud villa? Also a shareholder of the Tianyu Group, Shin Changkue said in disbelief. Yes, Lu Feng looked at the surprised Shin Changkite was also secretly happy in his heart. How is it, scared, humph? You didn't lie to me? No, I lied to you just Tianyu's old director is not to come, and we have just talked about the Ferrari branch, oh yes, the branch is Tianyu Group built, Lu Feng see Shin Changkue still do not believe, and explain once again. Feng, I don't ask you exactly how you did it, I just want to know is it safe, I don't want you to get involved in danger. From the worried look on her face, you can tell that she is really worried about Lu Feng at the moment, because what Lu Feng is doing right now is too heavenly, and she is afraid that there is just someone who wants to use Lu Feng to take the blame. Looking at Shin Changkite's worried look, Lu Feng took Shin Changkite's hand and assured her that he was absolutely safe and had definitely not done anything illegal. As for why he was suddenly so rich, Lu Feng just said that he would slowly tell her later. Since Lu Feng said so, Shin Changkite did not ask again, after all, everyone has secrets. Almost at 8 o'clock in the evening, Elder Yi finally came out, and the birthday banquet completely climaxed with the appearance of Elder Yi. Shin Changkue also dragged Lu Feng to pay his birthday respects to Elder Yi. Grandpa Yi, I wish you longevity as long as South Mountain and blessings as long as the East Sea, Shin Changkite said. Little Kite is here, the old man said cordially when he saw Shin Changkite. You have a big birthday, can I not come, Shin Changkite said with a smile. This is Mr. Lu, right, really is young and promising, said the old man, looking at Lu Feng. I don't dare to dare, in front of you, the kid this point into even what, Lu Feng said modestly. You don't want to be overly self-effacing, I've heard that old man Li Yunfeng said, you also helped him a big favor before, the old man said with a smile. Hearing that the old master knew elderly, Lu Feng was a bit puzzled, perhaps seeing Lu Feng's puzzlement, Yi Lao explained, it turned out that when Yi Lao was still in office, he knew elderly, and the two were considered old friends. After speaking with Shin Changkue and the others, Yi Lao also went to greet the others with the help of his servants. After all, he was the protagonist today, and couldn't stay beside Shin Changkue and the others all the time. The birthday banquet lasted until late at night, until the old man couldn't stand it anymore, then it was considered to be over. Shin Changkite brought Lu Feng to say goodbye to the old man for the last time and also went back. Right after Shin Changkite and Lu Feng left, Yi Lao called his grandson Yi Fan over. Little Fan, what do you think about this Lu Feng? The old master asked as he sat on the sofa. Grandpa, about this Lu Feng, I do not know much, checked his information is also mediocre, parents are not in, grew up with the eldest uncle grew up, until the university graduation performance as ordinary people should have the appearance, Yi Fan said respectfully. Ordinary people? Ordinary people cannot do to take the shares of Ferrari, as far as I know before Ferrari because of the new energy, sold their shares, attracted those capital predators in Europe have to snatch. But in the end it was held by this Lu Feng. Do you think he is just an ordinary person? Ye old majestic voice out. I also feel strange, but before really did not have him a little wind, as if this person has suddenly appeared, Yi Fan said. Well, do not think so much, I also did not think that the mysterious owner of the Idle Cloud Villa is actually so young, and the relationship with the Shin family girl seems to be not ordinary, Ye old said faintly. Then what do you mean? Yi Fan carefully asked. There is no way. He has been afraid of his grandfather since he was a child. Yi Lao has been an official for decades, and the official authority accumulated in his body is simply not something he can resist. You must have a good relationship with him. It just so happens that you are of a similar age. You will have a common language. Do you hear me? The old man said again. Yes, this I understand. Then if there is nothing else, I will leave first, Yifan promised. As soon as he saw that Yifan wanted to run away, the old man became angry. Just know how to play, go racing every day, can't you let me save my heart? Yifan listened to his grandfather's reprimand and didn't dare to talk back. He could only let him reprimand. After a long while, the old man only stopped. Finally, when the old man finished his lecture, Yifan dared to walk out in disgrace. Seeing Yifan go out, the old master slowly stood in front of the bed and muttered to himself. Today, under the pretext of the birthday banquet, invited so many powerful and noble people, even the current hand of the Magic City also sent his blessing. It seems like an infinite scenery, but once my old man dies, who else can help my family juniors? There is also this mysterious Lu Feng. What is he in the end? Is it cultivated by the Shin family, or is it a representative figure that other forces have pushed to the front of the stage? The old man has been standing for a long time with these questions. And at this time, by the side of the road, Shin Changkui was saying goodbye to Lu Feng. Feng, I have to go back to the imperial capital, Shin Changkui said as she looked at Lu Feng with deep emotion. Do you have to leave now? Yes, if it wasn't for the old man's birthday, I would have gone back a long time ago. Good, then you wait for me in the imperial capital. It won't take long. I will go to the imperial capital to find you. Well, without me by your side, you have to take care of yourself, and when you encounter any problems that can't be solved, give me a call. Good, you also have to take care of yourself, and wait for me to go to find you. As the door of the car closed, Shin Chuankue went away. Fuyang, I love you, wait for me, I will definitely stand in front of you in a bright and honorable way. Lu Feng looked at the car that was walking away and suddenly shouted loudly. In the car, Shin Changkite was already crying uncontrollably. I will wait for you, Ah Feng, always waiting for you. Chapter 33 Family Group. After the soulful Lu Feng returned home, he didn't even greet Lu Yinyan and the others, so he laid down on the bed and started to think. Thinking about the things that happened when he and Shin Changkite were children, and also thinking about so many days of happy togetherness. Thinking about how much Shin Changkite had paid in order to be with him, Lu Feng vowed in his heart that he would go to Shin Changkite as soon as possible and not let her wait too long. There were no words for the night. Early the next morning, Lu Feng opened the system to see what the system had refreshed. As a result, the system told him that the daily seconds could now be selected to be converted into a mall draw after the upgrade, and asked if he needed to try the new feature. But Lu Feng decisively refused because he only wanted to get more industries now to increase his say over the Shin family when the time came. Upon hearing the host's refusal of the lottery, the system began to refresh the daily items for him. Ding! The daily seconds system has been refreshed, and the refreshed items are as follows. 1 Bugatti Veyron limited sports car worth 120 million renminbi. 1 coal mine in Mountain Province worth 7 billion renminbi. 100% of the shares of Fonley Automobile worth 6 billion renminbi. Looking at the rewards that appeared on the big screen, Lu Feng touched a pattern. It seems that luxury goods and the like have to take up a place every time and out comes the sports car again. Looking at the first option, Lu Feng shook his head. Looked at the second option again, a coal mine. Is this trying to get him to dig for coal although it was worth 7 billion? Lu Feng still didn't want it until he saw the third option, and his eyes suddenly lit up. A complete automobile group, it happens to have a new energy battery technology in his hands, can be given to the Sail Power Group to let them study, anyway, holding 100% of the shares, and do not have to be afraid of what the other shareholders to force the palace leaks or something. Thinking of this, Lu Feng directly chose the third option. With the system's prompt, Lu Feng's name has another automobile group. But me to go to Fat City to sign to really have Lu Feng said bitterly. However, this time with his sister home, it is possible to go to the city of fertilizer trip, anyway, not far away, Lu Feng said and exited the system. After washing up, Lu Feng woke up the two little girls who were still sleeping, ready to take them out to eat breakfast, and then pack up a little something tomorrow should go. As soon as the two girls heard that today was the last day, they hurriedly got up and dressed up, ready to go out and play again. There was no way around it, so Lu Feng had to take them on another big tour around Magic City. While Lu Feng was wandering around, far away in the fat city of Fonley Group's presidential office, the current president was following the phone, listening to the voice on the phone saying that Fonley Group had completed the bankruptcy sale. The president was also sitting in the chair with a bitter face and did not move. Until someone suddenly broke in, the president sitting on the chair only reacted. Lao Zhao, you have received the notification, right? All the shares of the company have been packaged and sold. What should we do now? A man around 40 years old came to the president's office in a windy manner and said. Well, I already know, and I also know that it was a mysterious young man who bought it, Zhao Yun said bitterly. Isn't it Mercedes-Benz or FAW that bought it? The man said doubtfully. Zhao Yun sniffed and shook his head to indicate that neither was the case but that there was someone else. Never mind who bought it, what should we do next? Yachty Group but contacted me, said that we too in the past still enjoy the same treatment, and the annual salary increased by 30%, the man continued. You want to jump ship? You have to know that this is a critical time for the group. If you, the vice president, jumped ship, but it will cause great turbulence for the group, Zhao Yun said angrily. Alas, Lao Zhao, people are not for themselves, the heavens and the earth the group are packaged and sold, immediately all bankruptcy, what can the two of us do? Who knows what the people who bought the sale power want to do it is better to now we too with a group of elites to switch to Yachty, the first to take care of our own is really the man said again to persuade said. Wang Jingyan, now the group has a problem, but you think of jumping ship, you do not forget, no group, whereas today's you, Zhao Yun angry as slap table, directly stood up. Seeing Zhao Yun angry, the man also nonchalantly disliked back, yes, is the group achievement me, but I Wang Jingyan and how is not the group conscientious, pay my everything, but the group is now facing bankruptcy, what can I do, I can only first protect their own Zhao Yun looked at the emotional man in front of him and understood that what he said was the truth, he could only sigh powerlessly. You go, I won't go, I want to work together with the group, Zhao Yun said with a firm face. Good, don't blame me for not reminding you, since this is your choice, I respect you, we are on different paths, said the man as he got up and was about to leave. Wait, Zhao Yun suddenly called out. What, figured it out? Wang Jingyan stopped his steps. No, I want to tell you, you can go, but you cannot put the information that the group is sold out, and you cannot take away a person from the group, Zhao Yun body exudes belong to the President of the Majesty said. Surname Zhao, I can promise to keep it secret, but I take away the people under my hands, do not need you to dictate, Wang Jingyan immediately dislike. Then we can only see you in court, Zhao Yun said slowly. What? You want to take me to court because of these little things, right? Wang Jingyan couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, as long as you dare to do something unfavorable to the group, I won't let you go. Zhao Yun's gaze was firm, and there wasn't the slightest hint that he was going to joke around. In the end, the conversation between the two people, unhappy, out of the office, Wang Jingyan looked for a corner where no one else was and pulled out his cell phone number and dialed a phone number. Hey, I persuaded him, but he is not willing to go, but to continue to stay in the sale power, and he also does not agree with me to take away the sale power elite, Wang Jingyan whispered. Then you find a way to get me these elites to dig over a person, I will give you 200,000, you tell the people under your hands, as long as they come over to Yachty, the annual salary increase of 30%, the liquidated damages Yachty will be for them out of the voice of the president of the Yachty, the phone came out. It turns out that Wang Jingyan has long been in contact with the people of Yachty, in the benefits promised by the president of Yachty, Wang Jingyan began his digging program. Zhao Yun, who had been sitting alone for a long time on this side, looked at the contact information of the new director that had been passed over, and after thinking about it for a long time, he still took out his phone and called. Lu Feng was playing in Disney with his two little girls when he received Zhao Yun's call. Hello, Lu Dong, I'm the current president of Family Group, my name is Zhao Yun, I'm taking the liberty of disturbing you for a moment, Zhao Yun said with an apprehensive heart. Oh, it's Mr. Zhao, what's the matter you're calling about? Lu Feng asked with a puzzled look on his face. It's like this, there is something I need to report to you, it's about the departure of the group's vice president, Zhao Yun continued. After Zhao Yun explained the causes and consequences, Lu Feng finally understood why a group with a market capitalization of 20 billion was only worth 6 billion renminbi, so it was on the verge of bankruptcy. When he heard that the vice president of the group was leaving the company, Lu Feng smiled lightly and said that he knew about it and would go to the group in a couple of days to deal with it personally. He also asked Zhao Yun to stabilize the situation before he came, and then he would give the group a big surprise, a big enough surprise to turn the sale power. Zhao Yun listened to Lu Feng's words and also took a great interest in this director of the group that he had never met. In the end, Lu Feng arranged Zhao Yun this matter absolutely cannot tell the vice president. Zhao Yun hastened to ensure that he will never let the second person know, the two so ended the first call. Chapter 34 Going Home. After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng didn't have the heart to play anymore, so he told the two little girls to let them play on their own while he needed some quiet time. Lu Yanyan and Lin Weiner looked at each other, hand in hand, leaving Lu Feng to run away. Hey, I told you, where is such a good thing? Lu Feng remembered what Zhao Yun said just now and said that he had a headache because this time, the bankruptcy of the Fanli Group was not a normal bankruptcy. Rather, it is because of the pressure exerted by Mercedes-Benz to go bankrupt, that is to say, this is a commercial war, only the sale power failed. The price of failure is that the group is on the verge of bankruptcy, can only be packaged and sold, if not Lu Feng intervened. It is estimated that the sale power will be acquired by Mercedes-Benz. Because Mercedes-Benz is thinking of defeating the Sale Power Group and then by Sale Power Group ready-made production lines and plants, used to manufacture new energy. Now Lu Feng took over the Sale Power, is a big pile of mess, internal lack of funds, panic, the vice president has to take people away. External with Mercedes-Benz eyeing, other domestic car manufacturers also want to bite off a piece of meat from the Sale Power Group. It can be said that the current Sale Power Group is in danger. And the main thing is still lack of funds, but Lu Feng coincidentally does not have a lot of funds. His account is still only the last Ferrari transferred more than 100 million, and Times Square collected 50 million rent. But now the Sale Power Group needs at least 1.5 billion to stabilize the basic, so now the urgent task is to go to get money. Where to get Tianyu Group also just through the difficulties soon. Ferrari also impossible to lend yourself 1.5 billion is it to sell Times Square? Lu Feng sat on the amusement park bench fretful thought. Suddenly, Lu Feng thought of Shinchuankue, but quickly abandoned this idea. No, just boasted that he will immediately go to her. The result becomes to find her to borrow money. I do not want to face, or look at the system has no way it. Thinking of this, Lu Feng directly into the system, will now face the problem to the system to listen to, see if the system has a way to help him solve this problem. As a result, the system didn't let him down, and directly told him that he could solve the problem by purchasing a cash card in the mall with his reputation value, and Lu Feng jumped up when he heard that he was excited. Then he found the cash card in the mall. There are 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, and 1 billion, 10 billion level, but Lu Feng only 10,000 reputation value, at most can buy 1 billion yuan. Lu Feng looked at the price above, and finally gritted his teeth and bought 1 billion yuan, and the prestige value that just came to him went straight to zero. After finishing everything, he just exited the system and received a message saying that the bank card had arrived with 1 billion yuan. Looking at the message in his hand, Lu Feng also took a long breath and got up to go look for Lu Yanyan and Lin Wanair. After looking for a long time, finally found the two little girls at the Devil's pirate ship, only to see the two little girls just sat on it. They were scared pale and did not dare to open their eyes. Subsequently accompanied by the slow rocking of the ship, the pirate ship began to accelerate, accompanied by the crazy screams on board. The pirate ship was swaying for about 5 minutes before stopping. The two people who came down trembling from the pirate ship, saw Lu Feng was looking at them with a smile on his face, and aggrievedly walked over. "Brother, I was really scared to death just now," Lu Yanran said as she patted her chest. Lin Wanair was also shocked. "Yes, I will never play these programs again, I feel like I am going to die." Hearing the two little girls say this, Lu Feng laughed out loud and took the two of them to play other programs, and they didn't go back until late in the afternoon. Back home a few people also began to pack up their luggage. After all, the tour is over, it's time to go home, and Lu Feng will also follow along to go back. "Brother, I'm really happy with you, I don't even want to go back," said Lu Yanran to Lu Feng while packing her bags. Happy to come back at that time is not just good. Anyway, I left you a room, you want to come whenever you can. Wanair is the same, Lu Feng said to the two little girls. Hey, thank you brother, Lin Wanair thanked. The two people packed a long time, only to pack things. Lu Feng see them all packed, directly carry luggage or put into the car, afraid of tomorrow to leave in a hurry to forget. After everything was done, the three of them went to their respective rooms to rest. After all, tomorrow still have to drive it. The night is silent. Early in the morning, Lu Feng got up early and then shouted up the two people who were still sleeping. The two little girls' sleepy eyes did a good wash, makeup, and Lu Feng together downstairs. Driving an Audi A8, the three of them rushed to their home. Because their hometown is only less than 400 kilometers away from Magic City, there is plenty of time. However, Lu Feng first had to send Lin Wanair back to the city of fertilizer, and then he could go home, fortunately all in one province, not far away. After driving for about 4 hours, the car stopped in front of a villa. A few people got out of the car. Lu Feng took Lin Wanair's luggage down. Yan, brother Lu, you guys go in and sit down for a while, take a rest, said Lin Wanair softly. No need, not too tired. The main thing is to return to the heart of the arrow. After all, 4 years have not gone home. Lu Feng refused Lin Wanair's proposal. That's fine, then wait for 2 days must come to find me to play Lin Wanair regret said. At this time, the nanny inside the villa discovered that Lin Wanair had come back, and hurriedly came out. Seeing the nanny come out, Lu Feng and Lu Yanyan didn't stay longer, and directly returned to the car. Goodbye, Yanyan, goodbye, brother Lu, said Lin Wanair waving her hand. Lu Yanyan was also lying on the car window, loudly saying goodbye to Lin Wanair. The car sped along, finally arriving at its destination, Xuancheng, after 2 hours. Looking at the familiar scenery outside the car window, Lu Feng also couldn't help but think of his childhood. After all, he hadn't been back home for 4 years. The car quickly drove into the neighborhood. Looking at the same old neighborhood, Lu Feng a little bit of near home feeling timid, do not dare to go upstairs. Finally Lu Yanyan pushed up. After going up, Lu Feng is also hesitant to knock on the door, because he has not thought about how to say, or Lu Yanyan really cannot stand to see. Popping for Lu Feng knocked up the door. Click. With the sound, a woman around 40 years old opened the door of the room. Years of drudgery had left faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, but her short, greasy, thick hair was always so dark, and her eyes were beautifully double-lidded, bright, and showy, and her face carried a kind of mature beauty as well. The first time the woman saw Lu Feng standing in the doorway, she hastily rubbed her eyes for fear that she had misread it, and then took a closer look, still a bit in disbelief. Until Lu Feng called out an aunt, the woman's eyes instantly wet, and then embraced Lu Feng cried. While crying while saying, "Child, you suffer," at this time Lu Feng is also completely unable to suppress the feelings of the heart. Hugging the woman cried. Aside, Lu Yanran looked at the scene in front of her and could not help but also fell tears. I said how open a door so long a voice suddenly came from the house. Subsequently a man wearing glasses, a little bit of blonde body walked out, saw Lu Feng's first look is also frozen, panicked and took down the glasses to wipe and put on again. Is it a small wind Hearing the words of her own husband, the woman also put Lu Feng from her arms, turned her head to the middle-aged man and said, "It is the small wind came back, the old man." The man's eyes instantly reddened at the words, and looking at the familiar figure, Lu Feng directly plopped down at the man and kowtowed 3 times. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man hurriedly walked over to pull Lu Feng up, and the woman beside him also hurriedly pulled Lu Feng. "Uncle, aunt, I'm back," kneeling on the ground Lu Feng emotionally said. "Egu, my good boy what are you doing Quickly get up, the ground how dirty the woman hurriedly pulled Lu Feng up. "Yes, good kneeling what, come in to talk," the middle-aged man also opened his mouth to say. Chapter 35 Warm Family. Lu Feng listened to stand up, accompanied by the aunt, into the home he left for 4 years. Looking at the familiar layout of the home, looking at the wall hanging a family of 4 family photos, Lu Feng's tears almost fell down again. As soon as he entered the door, his aunt told Lu Feng to hurry up and sit down, and he himself went to dry the quilt for Lu Feng, because Lu Yanran and the 2 of them came back secretly, wanting to give a surprise to the 2 families and did not notify them in advance, so the eldest uncle they did not know that Lu Feng came back today. Sitting on the living room sofa, Lu Feng began to accept the eldest uncle's criticism, complaining that he went to college for 4 years, did not go home, and did not want their 2 elders, and did not want to give him the money he transferred, saying that he took him as an outsider as the eldest uncle. Listening to the eldest uncle in his ear rambling, Lu Feng not only did not have a trace of boredom, but instead filled with affection, as if he was a child to get into trouble. The eldest uncle is also in the ear muttering non-stop, "Let him listen to the words, study well." After a while, the aunt who gave Lu Feng a good tanning quilt also joined the criticism of Lu Feng. Lu Yanyan is on the sidelines to add oil and vinegar. In this way, the family of 4 chatted until almost evening, which is not enough to stop. The aunt proposed to go to buy food, come back to Lu Feng to do a big table of delicious, especially Lu Feng's childhood favorite sweet and sour pork. Lu Feng originally proposed to go out to eat, do not want to let the aunt so tired, but could not resist the aunt, can only agree. Then he offered to go grocery shopping with his aunt, so the eldest uncle organized the side dishes at home, while his aunt took Lu Feng and Lu Yanyan out grocery shopping together. Just like when they were kids, as long as the aunt went out to buy food, Lu Feng and Lu Yanyan were following her ass, expecting to go out and buy snacks to eat. Lu Feng followed his aunt as she walked through the neighborhood. Today, his aunt was in an exceptionally good mood, greeting anyone she saw and introducing Lu Feng to the others. Because the aunt's family has lived here for many years, so there are many people who know Lu Feng, but Lu Feng has not come back for 4 years, they do not recognize it. After the aunt's introduction, many people in the community know that the former naughty but eager to help the little kid is back. "Boss, give me one of these old geese, I'll go back and make soup," the aunt said to the vendor. "What kind of guests did you have at home today?" the vendor said with a smile. The aunt pointed at Lu Feng and said, "My child is back, how can I not eat good food?" Lu Feng heard the aunt's words, his heart was very touched. Soon, a goose was ready. The aunt took the 2 toadies to the next stall, and so walked to many stalls. Lu Feng and Lu Yanran could not hold their hands, before she stopped. Finally, after all the things have been bought, the 3 are ready to go back. Walking in front of the aunt suddenly saw the buy sugar gourds. She ran over and bought 2 more sugar gourds for the 2 of them, and also instructed the 2 of them not to eat until after dinner, as if Lu Yanyan and Lu Feng were still children. The 3 of them greeted the evening sunset, blew the cool breeze, talked and laughed as they walked towards home, and from a distance, it looked as beautiful and cozy as a painting. After arriving home, the aunt was busy with the eldest uncle. Lu Feng ran over to help, but was rejected by the old couple. Lu Feng, who had nothing to do, could only return to his own room, a room that his aunt and uncle had specially reserved for him. The room was cleaned and ventilated very well. Even after 4 years of being unoccupied, there was no other odor. Looking at the bed that his elder brother had made for him, Lu Feng's nose was sore again. Yes, uncle and auntie have been treating themselves as if they were their own since they were young, and have even loved themselves more than Yan Yan, their own daughter, and now they can finally repay them properly, and also let them have a good night's rest, Lu Feng thought as he lay on the bed. Unconsciously, on the quilt filled with the smell of sunshine, Lu Feng fell asleep, dreaming that he was back to the time when he was small, he and Lu Yanyan recklessly enjoying the love from the two adults. Knock knock knock. Brother, what are you doing? Are not asleep, get up and eat. Lu Yanyan stood outside the door and shouted. Lu Feng heard Lu Yanyan calling herself and immediately opened the door. Little wind, quickly get up to eat. Aunt made your favorite sweet and sour pork and cola chicken wings, and while taking off the apron shouted. Lu Feng answered and walked over with Lu Yanran. Sitting on the dining table, the eldest uncle took out a bottle of wine and wanted to have a drink with Lu Feng, while the aunt blocked it on the side, reasoning that children can't drink. Seeing the eldest uncle take out the wine, Lu Feng then suddenly thought that the gift bought for them did not take up, hurriedly pulling Lu Yanyan ran out. What are you two doing? Asked the eldest uncle. To go downstairs to get a thing, Lu Feng said without looking back. These two children are really, what is more important than eating, aunt complained. Not long after, Lu Feng and Lu Yanran came back with a big bag. I forgot to buy you a gift. Hey, Lu Feng said with a silly smile. You say you this child, go back to their own home still bring what gift you can only earn how much money, do not know to save a little. Aunt painfully looked at the piles of gifts said, she was afraid that Lu Feng because to buy these gifts and save money not to eat. Yes, your aunt is right, what to buy we too do not lack of anything, the eldest uncle also said. Lu Feng, after hearing this, took a bottle of flying mitai and put it on the table. When the eldest uncle saw the mitai, he muttered about Lu Feng again, saying that he could not live on his own, wasting money to buy such a good wine. Lu Yanyan looked at her mom and dad's pained look, and helped Lu Feng explain. After hearing that Lu Feng has now achieved so much, the old couple first expressed their disbelief, but under Lu Feng's repeated assurances, the old couple was convinced. Xiao Feng we did not do anything illegal, right? Uncle is still a bit uneasy. Yes, we can't do bad things, we can't earn unclean money, the aunt asked. Seeing the old couple began to feel uneasy again, Lu Feng can only burst out part of the industry. When they heard that Lu Feng is now a shareholder of a group with a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars, the old couple directly went online to check out the Tianyu Group that Lu Feng had mentioned. After seeing the list of Tianyu Group shareholders found on the 1000 Degrees browser that really did have Lu Feng in it, the eldest uncle was also happy with tears coming out of his eyes, stating that the old Lu family had finally produced a big shot. Seeing the old couple so happy, Lu Feng opened the Mao Tai and poured a glass for the eldest uncle, and then the family happily ate the meal. During the meal, the eldest uncle kept praising Lu Feng for his ability, while the aunt was watching the two of them chatting with a smile on her face. Little Feng, come and have a piece of spare ribs, the aunt said and gave Lu Feng a piece of spare ribs in his bowl. Lu Yanyan saw that her mom only gave Lu Feng a piece, not her, and said it was unfair, so she had no choice but to give Lu Yanyan another piece. The meal lasted for more than an hour. Lu Feng helped his uncle who had drunk too much to go to his room, while Lu Yanyan and her aunt cleaned up the housework. Since uncle had drunk too much, after the meal, there were only Lu Feng, his aunt and Lu Yanyan chatting together. Lu Feng took a bunch of maintenance and skincare products and introduced them to his aunt, while she sat on the sofa with a smile on her face and looked at Lu Feng who couldn't stop talking. At night, a small house of less than 100 square meters gave Lu Feng a feeling that even a big villa could not give. Yes, affection can't be replaced by anything. Chapter 36 Buying a House for the Eldest Uncle. Xiao Feng got up to eat. Came, Lu Feng heard his aunt calling him in the living room, hurriedly washed up and came out. Sitting on the dining table, looking at his aunt's fried lotus eggs, boiled rice porridge, and exquisite small pickles, Lu Feng had already begun to drool. Huma, hurry up, you're the only one missing, the eldest uncle shouted back. In a pleasant atmosphere, the family of 4 finished their breakfast. Eldest uncle and aunt are employees of a factory, they were supposed to work, but Lu Feng came back, so the two families also decided to take a few days off to spend time with Lu Feng. Fortunately, eldest uncle is now a small director of the factory, otherwise it would not be good to take a vacation. After dinner, Lu Feng proposed that the family go out to play, while the weather is cool, otherwise it will be hot again by noon. Once I heard that we can go out to play, but Lu Yanyan was very excited. The eldest uncle and aunt sat on Lu Feng's Audi, and looked around at the luxury car, which was excellent in their eyes. Little Winda, although we can earn money now, but also need to learn to save money, the aunt of the serious education, she is afraid that Lu Feng will learn bad. Aha, I know, auntie, don't worry, Lu Feng replied with a happy face after hearing his aunt's teachings. Xuanqing, a city with the ancient style of Jiangnan, with old houses everywhere, and an old street in town, constituting this ancient city of culture in the mouths of countless poets and literary figures. Today, Lu Feng brought his family to a very lively ancient town in Xuanqing, where his eldest uncle often brought them when they were small. Looking at the ever-changing ancient town, Lu Feng also lamented that time passes really fast, and then the family strolled around the ancient town. Brother, try this, we often ate when we were young. Lu Yanyan bought a bag of twisted flowers, and then unwrapped and handed it to Lu Feng. Lu Feng took the twist, put it in his mouth, began to taste up. Lu Yanyan also did not forget to give mom and dad's mouth to stuff one. Long years, the ancient town has gone through 100 years, greenstone paved long alley, that hidden in the years of flavor, modern cities can never be replaced. The ancient town is quietly located here, watching generations grow up. The family finished strolling through the town, ready to go eat something, and then uncle let Lu Feng drive to an old street. This is it, before often bring you two to eat the place, uncle smilingly pointed to the small restaurant in front of him. Lu Feng remembered, before every time the eldest uncle and aunt payday, will come here to eat, and Lu Feng and Lu Yanyan every time will order the groundnut ball here. Is it a new person? I remember before it was an old grandpa, Lu Feng asked suspiciously. The old man you're talking about quit 2 years ago, and now it's his son who's taking over, the aunt said. Let's order first, said the eldest uncle, picked up a handwritten menu that looked very old and handed it to Lu Feng. Brother, I want to eat groundnut balls and lotus root glutinous rice, Lu Yanran said hurriedly. Good, I'll order for you. Then Lu Feng ordered a few dishes and handed them to the eldest uncle. The eldest uncle and aunt saw that Lu Feng didn't order any meat and added 2 more meat dishes to the menu. You are young, how can you not eat meat, said the aunt gently. After 10 minutes, began to serve the food. The first dish is Lu Feng thought for several years of groundnut balls. Lu Feng put up a clip into the mouth, slowly tasted up, well, or the flavor of childhood. During this time, the eldest uncle and aunt also kept giving Lu Feng food, let him eat more, said he was starving outside the skinny. In the eyes of all elders, go home to the children will always be skinny, because they are concerned about the children, afraid that they are not good outside. After dinner, the eldest proposed to go home and rest, because after all, it was summer, and now it was already noon, it was starting to get hot, it was not suitable for going out to play, but Lu Feng did not agree, saying that he would give them a surprise, and then he drove them to other places. The car stopped at the sales department of a neighborhood, and Lu Feng walked in with a puzzled uncle and aunt. As soon as they entered, a salesgirl warmly greeted them. Welcome, what type of room do you need to see? Under the enthusiastic introduction of the salesgirl, uncle and auntie reacted that Lu Feng wanted to buy a house. Taking advantage of the salesgirl's effort to pour water, they hurriedly asked Lu Feng in a low voice what he was doing to buy a house. Lu Feng is ready to buy for the eldest uncle and their two, but for fear that they do not agree, so he lied and said that it is for their own early preparation of the wedding room, so that the 2 old men to come over to help visit a little. Who knows that the eldest uncle and aunt heard unhappy, said that the wedding things have 2 of them to buy, which have their own to prepare their own wedding room, so that Lu Feng do not spend money. Uncle and aunt's words make Lu Feng eyes red, had to say again to come, then look at it, hear this, uncle only agreed to down. Waiting for the sales department lady to pour water back, Lu Feng said to her to let her take to see the house. The sales lady gladly agreed. The salesgirl gladly agreed. Looking at the luxuriously decorated large flat in front of them, the eldest uncle and his aunt were dumbfounded. The salesgirl was introducing the information of the house. The whole house has an indoor area of 280 square feet, 4 rooms and 2 halls. Each bedroom is equipped with a separate bathroom. The living room is equipped with a public bathroom with a study room, a family video room, which the 2 master bedrooms are also equipped with a special check room and bathroom inside the large bathtub. After the introduction of the sales lady, took them to visit up, uncle and aunt looked at the spacious bedroom, bright bathroom, and a large dining room is also like the horizontal hall. Lu Feng looked at the uncle. They like this house so much. Lu Yanyan pulled aside to talk about the whispers. Lu Feng told Lu Yanyan to let her hold back the old couple. He returned to the sales department to pay Lu Yanyan because she knows that Lu Feng is now super rich, so she no longer persuade anything. After all, she also wants to let her parents live a little better. Under the cover of Lu Yanyan, Lu Feng managed to get away to the sales department to pay. Running to the sales department of Lu Feng, found the sales manager, and then told the manager that he wanted the house, and accompanied him to see the name of the sales lady. The manager also began to calculate how much money, as to why to mention the name of the sales lady, of course, because Lu Feng is afraid of the sales manager to swallow the sales lady's performance and commission. After all, the salesgirl was also very responsible just now, introducing the house, serving tea and water, and taking them to see the existing house in such a hot day, so Lu Feng didn't mind helping her out. Hello, sir, this house you were looking at, the total area reaches 318 square feet, the indoor practical area is 280 square feet, and the common area is 38 square feet, said the sales manager respectfully. Well, you directly say how much, Lu Feng said lightly, because of the money, he does not care about these common area and so on. This house is well decorated, furniture and home appliances are also complete, so the price of 32,000 square feet, the total price is 10,176,000 yuan, I do, you pay 10 million on it, and then give you 3 years of property fees, the sales manager suppressed the excitement of the heart said in a low voice. Lu Feng gave his bank card to the property manager without the slightest hesitation, which made the property manager more and more sure. This makes the property manager more and more certain that the young man in front of him must be a big man, otherwise how can you look at the house for a while to spend 10 million to buy it, is the average tycoon would have to do a long time to think before you can buy it, and not necessarily the full payment. The property manager took the bank card to the financial place, personally operated up. The property manager was directly stumped when he took Lu Feng's gold card and swiped it on the machine. The financial side of the machine thought it was broken, and wanted to go up to see it, but the result of seeing the balance on the card is also frozen. After a long time, the sales manager trembling said Xiao Xiao, I did not see it wrong, which shows how many digits are. Finance Xiao Xiao also counted up with a trembling hand. Manager, a total of nearly 1.2 billion deposits, Financial Xiao Xiao with a trembling voice back. When the manager heard that there were 1.2 billion deposits, he directly determined that Lu Feng was really a big man in the sky, because anyone who had more than 1 billion deposits on top of a random bank card was worth more than 10 billion at the very least, which made the manager respect Lu Feng even more. On Lu Feng's side, he was sitting on the sofa enjoying the attentiveness sent by the other sales ladies, what with the fruits, snacks, well-brewed tea, and the seduction of the sales lady if there was any. As for why to be attentive to Lu Feng, nonsense, their eyes are not blind, a look at the house less than 2 hours to pay people, or buy more than 10 million houses, that has to be how rich if Lu Feng now want their phone number, the night they can contact Lu Feng said they have been lying in bed clean, is Lu Feng proposed several people together, they estimate that they will not refuse, who would like to give up such an opportunity to hold a thigh, and also to give up a good opportunity to see a lot of people. Who wants to give up such a chance to hold a big leg, besides, Lu Feng is still so handsome. Just when Lu Feng was sitting on the sofa, a man suddenly saw Lu Feng and walked over to him. Lu Feng, really your kid? Chapter 37 Encounter High School Classmates. Lu Feng looked at the front of the look for a long time, did not recognize who in the end. The man looked at the Lu Feng has not recognized themselves, had to laugh and said, you are really expensive, more forgettable. I am your high school classmate, Lu Ziang. Lu Feng remembered, Lu Ziang, his high school classmate, but the relationship is also general. Ziang, it's been a long time, you've changed so much, I didn't even recognize you, Lu Feng smiled and extended his hand. Yeah, you haven't been back since you went to college, so of course you've changed a lot, Lu Ziang also stretched out his hand and shook Lu Feng's. What are you doing here, Lu Feng? What are you doing here, Lu Feng asked. Don't mention it, it's not to see the house, the girlfriend has to want the house here, Lu Ziang said helplessly. Yo, this is going to get married, start preparing the wedding room, Lu Feng asked with a smile. Which is not, just come over to see, this side of the house is the best of Xuancheng, so the first goal is set here, Lu Ziang said. Well, the house here is not bad, Lu Feng said back. Yes, especially inside the large flat, that is more luxury in the luxury, but my economy can only look at the ordinary suite, Lu Ziang said with a smile and shook his head. The two people chatted for a while before the manager took care of the payment and walked out. Mr. Lu, your card, please keep it, the manager returned the card to Lu Feng with a respectful face. The formalities are expected to be completed in 2 days, by then you can come over and take it directly, and then do a real estate license on the line, said the manager. I know, Lu Feng said lightly. And Lu Ziang said a few words, and then Lu Feng is ready to go to find Uncle Them, who expected just walk 2 steps, the sales manager called him to stop, told him, sent 2 parking spaces to him, let him in a couple of days to get the documents when the confirmation will be good, Lu Feng listened to the sales manager said thank you, and then left. Lu Ziang, who was on the sidelines, hadn't understood what was going on when he heard the sales manager talking to him, asking him if he was familiar with Lu Feng. When Lu Ziang saw the manager asking, he also said that he and Lu Feng were high school classmates, and then ran into each other here today, chatting together. Sales manager heard Lu Ziang and Lu Feng is a classmate, is also enthusiastic, and heard Lu Ziang is ready to look at the house here, the sales manager hastened to ensure that he gives him a most favorable price. Lu Ziang was a bit confused. The sales manager saw this and explained, and when he heard that Lu Feng had paid the full amount of $10 million for the large flat he had dreamed of, Lu Ziang suddenly realized that he did not know this former classmate. On the other hand, Lu Feng is also back in the house again. Sales at this time is still introducing the kitchen hood with the aunt. Lu Yanyan saw Lu Feng back, hurriedly walked over. "Brother, done? How much did it cost?" Lu Yanyan asked in a low voice. "The first time I saw you, I was in the middle of the night, and I was in the middle of the night, and I was in the middle of the night, and I was in the middle of the night, and I was in the middle of the night." Even if you were psychologically prepared in advance, Lu Yanyan was shocked by the price. 10 million. If you save in the bank, a year's interest has to be 300,000 to 400,000, then the whole life do not have to go to work. "Brother, a little too expensive it, or we do not want it," Lu Yanyan heartbroken said. "Ha ha ha, you little girl, I earn money, not to uncle they spend, I give who spend and then again not a set of house it, I owe uncle favor of this life are not finished," Lu Feng said with a smile. Even though Lu Feng said so, Lu Yanyan still a little heartache, because in her opinion, brother earn money is not easy. Seeing that Lu Yanyan still wanted to say something, Lu Feng rubbed her head and then told her that she had bought it all, so let her live in peace, and the little girl then didn't say anything else. At this time, the side of the research dishwasher uncle also found Lu Feng, asked Lu Feng to do. Lu Feng casually find an excuse to pass. Uncle also did not think much. At this time, the aunt has begun to ask how much the sales she wanted to buy for Lu Feng. Lu Feng heard the aunt asked the price, rushed over to pull the sales went out, and then with Lu Yanyan winked. Lu Yanyan with her hand and an okay gesture let him rest assured. Lu Feng this hand operation to the eldest uncle and aunt have been puzzled. Lu Feng this side pulling sales has been out of the door. Sales is full of red face looking at Lu Feng, do not understand in front of the big handsome man to pull themselves out of what? Looked at their own whole shy little girl. Lu Feng had to explain that this set of houses just now they have paid the money, commission and performance has also been credited to her head. The salesgirl heard the house has been paid, and performance is also counted to their heads, suddenly excited do not know what to do, to know that this is more than 10 million houses, and the commission of the large flat will be even higher, she can get more than $80,000. To know that she has not 3 hours from the reception of Lu Feng, and now she has completed the sale, the little girl was smashed by the happiness in front of her. After a long while, the sales lady reacted, and then she frantically thanked Lu Feng, saying that she wanted to treat him to dinner, while Lu Feng waved his hand and refused. After letting the sales lady go, Lu Feng went back to his room and heard his uncle and aunt discussing the matter of buying him a house. In fact, his uncle had money in his hand, his and his aunt's salary and bonuses together amounted to almost $30,000 a month, which is why he had the courage to discuss about buying this house for Lu Feng. Lu Feng took a deep breath, suppressed the heart of the touching, walked out, and as soon as she saw Lu Feng came, asked him what he went to do, where the sales lady went. Lu Feng sat on the sofa and looked at his uncle and aunt seriously, letting them prepare mentally. He wanted to talk about one thing, his uncle and aunt were confused. Lu Feng smiled and said to them, "Uncle, aunt, you must not be excited. Bastard, what are you going to tell us? Is it that you don't have enough money?" asked the eldest uncle with concern. "No, I just want to ask if you like this house," Lu Feng asked. "I just want to ask you if you like this house," Lu Feng asked. "If you like it, I will buy it for you as a wedding house," the aunt said with a smile. "It's good that you like it, because I've already bought it, just now," Lu Feng said, looking at the two of them. "What, you're not lying to me, right?" the eldest uncle and aunt asked with incredulity. "Really, mom and dad, brother really bought him down," Lu Yanran also said with a smile. "Then how much does this house cost? Estimated to be more than 3 million. I know you kid rich, but buy a house is me and your aunt's business. What do you blindly worry about?" the eldest tone of voice unhappy said. "Yes, Xiaofeng, later I will let your uncle to transfer the money to you. You are now just the beginning of the business. It is the time to use the money. Besides, to buy you a house as we two have long agreed," the aunt is also said. When Lu Feng heard the sincere words of his elder brother and aunt, he directly walked forward and hugged them both. Although he didn't understand why Lu Feng suddenly hugged them, they both hugged Lu Feng tightly. After all, they have long regarded Lu Feng as their own son. After Lu Feng hugged them, he whispered that he had bought this house for their two elders, to repay them for the kindness of their upbringing, and to let them enjoy their happiness. As a result, the two said nothing, said the house to be used for Lu Feng as a wedding room, they have a place to live. Lu Feng had no choice but to hold the hands of the two speak for a long time, and only then they slowly accepted. "Xiaofeng, how much does this house cost? According to the average house price in Xuanqing now about 10,000, almost 3 million, uncle asked. Lu Feng just wanted to answer, but Lu Yanran jumped ahead. I know, brother spent a total of 10 million. Chapter 38 Moving into a new home. What, so expensive? The eldest uncle and aunt shouted out directly after hearing it. Yes, you understand is the average house price. This is a high-grade neighborhood, and is a luxury large flat, but also are decorated, certainly expensive Lu Yanyan explained. After hearing the price, the two old men said anything to let Lu Feng to return it. Lu Feng looked at the two old men with a serious face and then said, Uncle, Aunt, you have raised me for so many years, as if I were your own, love me even more than Yan Yan. How can I repay you? Now I have money, so what if I buy you a house? Your kindness I can never repay you enough. After listening to Lu Feng's words, the aunt was already moved to lie down in Lu Yanyan's arms and cried, and the eldest uncle was also red-eyed, and then went up to hug Lu Feng, and kept patting Lu Feng's back. Good boy, uncle did not hurt you in vain. After a while, uncle only let go of Lu Feng said. The aunt also stopped crying under the comfort of Lu Yanran. Today is a great day for us to buy a house, everyone is not allowed to cry anymore. Lu Feng wiped a handful of tears and said with a smile. Yes, Xiao Feng is right, you two also hurry to wipe your tears, we have to be happy, the eldest uncle agreed. Lu Yanran and her mom wiped their tears and laughed too. Then we'll leave first, later I'll find a housekeeper and ask her to clean it for us, in 2 days we'll move over here, Lu Feng said. Aya, find what cleaning, tomorrow I will come over to clean it, waste that money for what, Aunt said heartbroken. Yes, your aunt is right, we have money now, but we can't waste it. Tomorrow, I will come with your aunt to clean the house, said the eldest uncle. There is no way, Lu Feng can only agree, and then a few people together downstairs ready to go back. Before leaving, Lu Feng secretly sent a text message to the manager, let him help to find a few cleaning a little bit of health, the manager is also directly on the promise down. After returning home, the eldest uncle and aunt also sat on the sofa and did not move, always feeling that today is like dreaming. Lu Feng poured a glass of water for the two, and then a few people sat in the living room and chatted. After a long time, Lu Feng returned to his room, ready to enter the system to see what good things today. After all, so many times, Lu Feng is not like before specifically wait until the system refreshes to enter the system to see what can be brushed out. In Lu Feng's words, he was used to it. As he entered the system reminded Lu Feng on time whether he was ready to draw or refresh the items. When Lu Feng heard this, he chose to refresh the item as usual. Ding! The items for this day's spike have been refreshed and the results are as follows. A total of 12 watches from the Rolex watch series worth 20 million. 3 billion cash card worth 3 billion renminbi. 1 draw in the shopping mall incalculable value. What is the situation with this third one? Lu Feng asked. The second level system can refresh the products it carries, such as prestige value, lottery opportunities, special skills, and the like, the system explained mercilessly. Oh yes, you do not say I have forgotten, last time my reputation value were spent. How can I earn reputation value? Lu Feng asked again. Reputation value in the host's own property, reputation related, now the host can produce 100 reputation value per day, the system explained. Okay, got it, Lu Feng nodded, then chose the 3 billion cash card and retreated. It just so happened that Lu Feng was going to make a trip to Fat City in a couple of days, and with this 3 billion, plus the original 1 billion or so, the sale group's funding problem could be said to have been completely solved. That is to say, it is not possible to refresh the characters, how several times have not seen, the odds are too low, Lu Feng thought, he is greedy for those bodyguards and so on greedy for a long time. Unlike Lu Feng who was lying on the bed resting, his uncle and aunt went out to buy vegetables at the market, ready to come back and make delicious food for Lu Feng. After they came back from buying vegetables, they started to cook dinner in the kitchen, and in a short while, 6 dishes and 1 soup came out of the pot, and all the dishes were served on the table before they called out to Lu Feng to come out to eat. Lu Feng heard the eldest uncle shouting himself, also quickly climbed up from the bed, walked to the living room to see the eldest uncle and aunt has already done dinner waiting for himself. Lu Feng knocked Lu Yanran's door, let her come out to eat. After eating, Lu Feng discussed with his uncle and the two of them, when the hygiene is cleaned up, they can directly move over to live. His uncle and aunt agreed, but after knowing that Lu Feng still secretly looked for cleaning, the two of them still can't help but complain about Lu Feng. The night was silent. Early the next morning, Lu Yanran was called up by Lu Feng, and then the two didn't even have time to eat breakfast, they hurriedly went out. What are you doing, brother? I'm so sleepy. You call me up so early for what? Sitting in the car, Lu Yanyan yawning asked. It's not to buy some things that can be used in the new home at that time, we buy them in advance, so that they will not be allowed to move things around in the old home, Lu Feng said. Lu Yanyan heard to go to buy things, instantly came to the spirit, and quickly said his new room less a makeup table. When Lu Feng heard this, he said atmospherically that he would buy whatever he wanted when he got to the place. Soon the two drove to Xuancheng's largest home furnishing plaza, although most of the things inside the large flat, but some small objects and necessities of life are still missing. For example, quilts, bath towels, towels and so on, missing more, so early this morning Lu Feng pulled Lu Yanran out to buy things. The two first came to the place to buy furniture, for Lu Yanyan to select a makeup table. Soon Lu Yanyan selected a white and blue duplex dresser, and then Lu Feng left the address of the new home, let them send over in the afternoon. Then the two came to the home living area, picked out some necessities, what towels, bath towels, slippers, and so on. Finally, Lu Feng selected a few comforters and asked the delivery master to send them over in the afternoon. Soon, the morning passed. Lu Feng took Lu Yanran to eat a little on the street, and then rushed to the new home. Just after arriving downstairs, the delivery master was already waiting downstairs, so Lu Feng brought the delivery master to the door. In the delivery master's efforts, soon all the things were sent on. Lu Feng gave the master a tip of $500. The master happily went away. "Come on, it's our turn to work hard, give them both a surprise tonight," Lu Feng said to Lu Yanran. After saying this, the two of them started to decorate their new home, and the daily necessities that they bought were quickly placed where they should be. Since the cleaning that the sales manager found yesterday had already cleaned up overnight, it only took less than 2 hours for the entire new home to be set up with the daily necessities, ready to be moved in. Just lying on the sofa to rest for a while, Lu Feng called the hotel to send over a table of food, ready to let the eldest uncle and aunt come over to celebrate this evening. When everything was ready, Lu Feng asked Lu Yanran to wait for the hotel to deliver the dishes, while he himself went back to pick up his elder brother and his wife. Chapter 39 Group Great Upheaval. "Uncle, open the door!" Lu Feng stood outside the door and shouted. The eldest uncle in the house heard the commotion and walked over to help Lu Feng open the door. "You kid, where have you been all day, with Yan Yan also missing?" Uncle asked curiously. Can't say, want to give you a surprise," Lu Feng said mysteriously. "What things make so mysterious?" Small Wind, and heard the conversation, is also curious. Let's go, to you will know," finished pulling the two downstairs to go. Although did not understand what the meaning, but the eldest two of them still smilingly followed the past. Soon, the car came to the Sandalwood courtyard, that is, the newly bought house here. Seeing Lu Feng came to the Sandalwood courtyard, the eldest uncle curiously asked what to do here, now the old family things are not taken over, and cannot live. Lu Feng did not explain, parked the car and pulled the two upstairs. As soon as he opened the door, Lu Yanyan quickly jumped out, and the salute in his hand shot out at the same time. "Welcome Mom and Dad, moving into the new house," Lu Yanyan said with a smile. Uncle and aunt still did not understand what the situation. Lu Feng explained, today for the new home, he and Lu Yanyan was busy all day, now the new home can be immediately moved in, everything is complete. After hearing this, uncle and auntie were touched by Lu Feng. As if suddenly thought of something, the aunt suddenly said that I also have to hurry to buy vegetables and seasonings, immediately the dinner. Lu Yanyan heard pulling her mother's hand toward the dining room. "See the dining room above the dishes," Lu Yanyan explained to her mother. "The original Lu Feng has been all ready." The aunt heard straight to praise Lu Feng has grown up. Afterwards, the family finished their first meal in their new home happily. The aunt who brought the dishes to the kitchen wanted to brush the dishes, but Lu Yanyan came over and put the bowls directly into the dishwasher, and then started to teach her mom how to use these things in the kitchen. Although Lu Yanyan cannot cook, but after all, is a young man, for these new things faster. Soon, in Lu Yanyan's explanation, aunt understand the kitchen inside the high-tech. Lu Feng this side and uncle is talking in the living room. Tomorrow to leave home, go to the fat city that the company has something, need him to go over. After listening to the uncle did not say anything, just let him slow down on the road, pay attention to safety. After chatting for a while, Lu Feng returned to his room and opened the system to make today's choice, but today's luck seemed to be particularly bad. The best option was the Patek Philippe wristwatch set, worth $65 million. After making his choice, Lu Feng laid down on his bed and fell asleep. While the eldest uncle and aunt lying in their new room couldn't sleep, they sat there and chatted about the past, about the interesting stories of Lu Feng and Lu Yanyan when they were young, until late at night. The two of them lying on the bed couldn't believe that they were now able to live in a house worth $10 million. There were no words all night. In the morning, after eating the breakfast made by his aunt, Lu Feng drove off in the direction of Fat City. While Lu Feng was rushing to Face City, this side of the Sale Power Group was in a state of chaos. It turned out that since Zhao Yun and Wang Jingyan had fallen out, Wang Jingyan had started to do ideological work with his staff in order to benefit from the side of Yachty, trying to get them to go to Yachty with him, but except for his own direct staff, the others, without knowing about the group's bankruptcy, didn't have a few people who were willing to go with him. Zhao Yun was also furious when he heard his secretary tell him that Wang Jingyan was digging around. He had clearly told him that he could leave if he wanted to, but he just couldn't dig people up. But Wang Jingyan had taken his words as a deaf ear. The furious Zhao Yun immediately called Wang Jingyan to his office. "Wang Jingyan, what are you doing?" Zhao Yun said angrily as he slammed the table. "Old Zhao, I did not do anything. Why are you so angry?" Wang Jingyan is full of concern said. Do you know that you are now digging around in the group, what impact will cause to the group? I just told the staff underneath, I am going to go, the result is that they voluntarily want to go with me. When the group is really blind, you recruit it in. Surname Zhao, I warn you not to blindly, you are now yourself all clay bodhisattva over the river own difficult to protect, you do not allow me to run a good future. The two loudly quarreled in the office, the passing employees hear the employees who passed by heard the quarrel in the office, also scared to death. After a while, only to see the office door was opened directly, Wang Jingyan directly standing in the corridor to the downstairs is still working employees shouted all, pay attention, the group has gone bankrupt, are packaged for sale, Zhao Yun Zhao big president is still hidden from you, I can't bear to look at you unemployed, to help you contact the Yeti group, now, is willing to follow me, immediately go to fill out the resignation report, after today there is no this opportunity. Employees suddenly heard the vice president said so, all of a sudden panicked, because they know that the vice president said should be the truth, even if Zhao Yun tried to cover up, but they still heard something during this period of time, and now the vice president said the group bankruptcy undoubtedly confirms that the group bankruptcy is true. Those employees who were ready to go with Wang Jingyan immediately got up and went to fill out the resignation report, while the rest of the employees stayed in place and didn't know what to do. From Wang Jingyan came out to say the group bankruptcy thing, before and after less than a minute, when Zhao Yun reacted, already late, he never thought Wang Jingyan actually really dared to declare the company bankruptcy in public. Zhao Yun quickly walked out, pointing at Wang Jingyan's nose and cursed, it has come to this point, Wang Jingyan is also broken in quarrel with Zhao Yun. The company executives saw that the two directly quarreled in public, they also hurriedly ran over to pull the two apart. Zhao Yun didn't care to continue arguing with Wang Jingyan at this point, and quickly took out his cell phone and connected to the company's call system, explaining on it. Everyone don't believe what you just said, the company is not bankrupt, it's just changed its chairman, I've already been notified that the chairman will come over today and bring a large sum of money to use to help the group tide over the immediate difficulties, please believe me. After hearing the president's explanation, most of the employees at the bottom chose to believe the president, except for Wang Jingyan's direct subordinates who still chose to leave. The executives actually knew more than the employees at the bottom, so nearly a quarter of the executives were willing to follow Wang Jingyan to Yati. Wang Jingyan, you're waiting for a lawyer's letter, said Zhao Yun indignantly after sending the message. Especially when he saw that roughly a quarter of the executives had chosen Wang Jingyan, Zhao Yun became even more angry and rebuked these executives for not thinking about the group. Wang Jingyan laughed out loud when he heard these words. Mr. A Zhao, people die for wealth and birds die for food, the group is bankrupt, why do you still want us to guard it? Wang Jingyan said disdainfully. Just as Zhao Yun wanted to retort, Wang Jingyan then spoke loudly again. Today is not the new director to come, just right, this is my resignation report, need him to sign it. Said and let those executives and employees who are ready to go with him go to prepare the resignation report, wait for the new director to come, just right to sign it together. Zhao Yun just wanted to stop, the phone in his pocket rang. Took out a look at the notes, it was Lu Feng called, Zhao Yun hurriedly answered the phone, and hearing that Lu Feng has come, Zhao Yun excited almost cried, and hurriedly ran down to pick up Lu Feng. Wang Jingyan looked at the faraway Zhao Yun, but he looked with a disdainful face, because he knows the current situation of the group, that is, someone has taken over the sale, without more than $1 billion there is no way to stabilize the current turmoil, if you want to turn the company into a profit, it will require at least 4 or 5 billion. Let me take a look at this new director, to how to face the group's current predicament, plus so many executive employees resigned, it is estimated that the new director can directly let the new director collapse it, he spent so much money to buy the group, actually want to go bankrupt, change me I also collapse Wang Jingyan thought with a smile. Just when Wang Jingyan was gloating, the elevator door not far away suddenly opened and Zhao Yun respectfully accompanied a young man out. Lu Feng had come. Chapter 40 Wang Jingyan's disdain. Seeing Lu Feng who kept approaching, Wang Jingyan for some reason suddenly had a trace of panic in his heart. Soon Lu Feng, accompanied by Zhao Yun, stood in front of Wang Jingyan, who was directly subdued by Lu Feng's aura, and a layer of cold sweat began to emerge on his brain. Hello, Vice President Wang, Lu Feng said politely. Seeing Lu Feng take the initiative to greet himself, Wang Jingyan let out a long breath of relief in his heart. It seems that the new chairman of the board of directors is not good now on the soft, is not later should beg me, not let me go, Wang Jingyan heart secretly thought, but also on the Lu Feng look light a few points. Hello, you are Lu Dong right, really heard a lot about your name, today I got to see this, really is the name of the Wang Jingyan said smilingly. At this time, those with the resignation report of the executives also came over, but far from seeing Lu Feng, the new director, and scared afraid to come forward. Let's go in and talk, Lu Feng said indifferently. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Wang Jingyan thought that Lu Feng was looking for a place with fewer people to beg him, so naturally he was happy to go. The three of them then walked into Zhao Yun's president's office together. Lu Feng went straight to the president's seat, and the other two also found a seat. I heard that Vice President Wang is going to resign, right? What is the reason? Lu Feng sat on the chair with a calm face and asked. It's like this, Lu Dong. I am also getting older, a little out of my depth, so I am also ready to find an easy job and enjoy life. Because Lu Feng is too calm now, so Wang Jingyan is also a little unclear about what Lu Feng really want to do, so he had to find an excuse and said, "Oh, you want to retire? Then why not in the group retirement, but have to run to Yadi it? I'm not afraid of delaying the company, so simply think of leaving, so that everyone is a little easier. Then why you leave, but also with the bottom of the staff to go together, you do not look like you want to retire peacefully. Lu Dong, is that they voluntarily follow me? Do not believe that you let them come over, you ask them." Wang Jingyan at this time has a little bit of fear, because the Lu Feng is really too calm, as if he is just a Wang Jingyan was already a bit scared at this time, because Lu Feng was too calm, as if he was just a bystander. When Lu Feng heard Wang Jingyan's words, he directly asked Zhao Yun to go out and call over those employees and executives who were leaving. The president's office was flooded with dozens of people all of a sudden, but these dozens of people looked at me and I looked at you, none of them dared to speak. Why don't they all say anything? Lu Feng swept a glance at them and asked with his teacup. Hearing the director ask himself, these employees and executives instantly became even more afraid. One by one, they didn't dare to talk. "Vice President Wang, you come and let them talk," sipping a mouthful of water Lu Feng directly named. It was only after Wang Jingyan's questioning that these employees and executives trembled and said that they were willing to follow Vice President Wang to leave Sale Power Group. Zhao Yun had just wanted to stand out and reprimand these people after hearing them speak when he was fixed by a look from Lu Feng. Since everyone wants to leave the group and thinks that the group can no longer hold out, then I will be a good adult. After all, I can't cut off your wealth. Thank you, Lu Dong. Just after Lu Feng finished his words, Wang Jingyan got up and thanked him. "Well, since I'm here today, it's time to sign your resignation reports, starting with Vice President Wang Jingyan," Lu Feng said, looking at Wang Jingyan. Although he didn't understand why Lu Feng agreed so easily and didn't retain him, Wang Jingyan still honestly handed over the resignation report. After Lu Feng read the resignation report, he picked up a pen and directly wrote his name on the signature, and signed the resignation reports of those executives. By the way, as for the resignation reports of some of the employees, they were handed over to Zhao Yun to sign. Soon, these people's resignation reports were signed under the pen of Lu Feng and Zhao Yun. "Thank you, Mr. Lu," Wang Jingyan said happily, not forgetting to ask the other executives and employees to join him in thanking Lu Feng. Hearing these people's thanks, Zhao Yun really couldn't sit still, pointing at Wang Jingyan's nose and cursing him again, saying that he had no conscience. Due to Lu Feng's presence, Wang Jingyan didn't dare to talk back and could only let Zhao Yun scold him. After Zhao Yun scolded Wang Jingyan, he turned his head to scold those executives, who were directly scolded by Zhao Yun and lowered their heads in shame. In this way, Zhao Yun cursed for more than 10 minutes before he stopped under Lu Feng's stop. If it wasn't for Lu Feng stopping him, Zhao Yun said he could curse for a day. After cursing and signing the resignation report, Wang Jingyan now just wanted to hurry up and take these men of his to leave in a hurry. "Lu Dong, then there is nothing, we will retire first," Wang Jingyan said. The executives and employees on the side also nodded their heads in unison. They don't want to stay here for a minute. "Wait a minute, Vice President Wang, you guys are resigning now, and I also agree, then the contractual breach of contract you do not have to pay it." Lu Feng knocked on the table and looked up and asked. When the executives and employees heard that they wanted to pay the liquidated damages, they hurriedly looked at Wang Jingyan. After all, just now Wang Jingyan had promised them that the liquidated damages did not have to come out of their own pockets. Wang Jingyan looked at the employees and executives who were all staring at him, smiled faintly, then said to Lu Feng, "Lu Dong, you can rest assured, all of the liquidated damages, within 2 days to the company's account." Wang Jingyan finished a provocative look at Lu Feng, engaged in half a day here waiting for him. The results of this, it is really young people but also need to practice After that, Wang Jingyan was about to leave with the executives, but was called down by Lu Feng. "Vice President Wang, since the matter of liquidated damages has been resolved, let's talk about the matter of you spreading rumors around that the company is going to go bankrupt." Wang Jingyan sniffed, and also completely let go. "Anyway, now that the resignation report has also been signed, there is no need to worry about the liquidated damages," so Wang Jingyan said directly to Lu Feng. "Lu Dong, as far as I know, the group now owes at least more than $1 billion, and simply unable to repay, so this is the bankruptcy sale you took over, I'm right?" "Yes, that's right," Lu Feng still calmly said back. "Then I said the company bankruptcy can still be considered a rumor. If you really want to pursue the group bankruptcy was the top management hidden from the bottom of the staff, that is to be held legally responsible," Wang Jingyan more and more said, the more agitated. because it may not be possible to this resignation of the liquidated damages do not have to pay, Wang Jingyan thought in his heart. Zhao Yun saw Lu Feng fell into the wind. He wanted to help Lu Feng dislike, but was stopped by Lu Feng, so he had no choice but to sit down again. Oh? Who told you that the group is unable to repay the several hundred million, and who told you that the group is going bankrupt? Lu Feng looked at the happy Wang Jingyan and said. I'm not sure if I'm a good person, but I'm a good person. You just admitted it yourself, now how to say so? Wang Jingyan was confused by Lu Feng. Lu Feng did not care about him, just let Zhao Yun take his bank card to the financial place to move the financial and machinery over. Zhao Yun, although confused, but also can only do. Soon, Zhao Yun came over with the finances and machines. Lu Dong, all you want to bring you here, Zhao Yun gasped and said, to know, he just ran to find the finance, and ran back. Well, hard work, Lu Feng said, and then to the financial did not understand the situation, let Zhao Yun to the bank card to her, let her check how much money inside the bank card. Finance listened to take over the bank card, in the machine above a brush, the computer above shows how much money, finance to see the numbers above, thought it was wrong, and rebrush again, the results are still those numbers. Finance directly froze on the spot, aside Zhao Yun also thought that the financial unreliable, to go forward to operate themselves personally, but also by the computer above the numbers to control. In the two are frozen in the computer next to the side of the Wang Jingyan cannot sit, looking at a smiling Lu Feng, and frozen in front of the computer finance and Zhao Yun, Wang Jingyan peeled off the crowd also squeezed in, and then looked at the computer screen. In the next second, Wang Jingyan also froze there, and his face instantly paled. He also saw the string of numbers. Chapter 41, Wang Jingyan who was paralyzed with fear. Looking at Wang Jingyan who also froze, Lu Feng then faintly asked the finance to say out loud just how much money was inside the bank card. When the finance heard it, he raised his head tremblingly then whispered. Can't hear you, speak louder, Lu Feng said again. Lu Dong's bank card has nearly 4.2 billion renminbi inside, the finance shouted out with the loudest voice. In an instant, the executives and those employees on the sidelines were also stunned. No one thought that there was that much money inside this card, nor did they think that Lu Feng had that much money. Ms. Finance, please take out $2 billion of the money in here and transfer it to the group account. Lu Feng didn't care about the other people beside him. When the finance heard this, she hurriedly started the operation. After all, this was her specialty, and it was the first time she performed in front of the chairman of the board, so she couldn't make any mistakes. Soon, under the operation of the financial, originally already short of group account on more than 2 billion. Looking at the money has arrived, Lu Feng then began to Wang Jingyan's hair. So, Vice President Wang, does the company still need to go bankrupt now, and what you said before, is it a rumor? Wang Jingyan instantly panicked when he heard this, because with this 2 billion, the group could really be brought back from the dead, then what he said before would really be a rumor. Once it is confirmed as a rumor, the group can immediately take him to court, and he has no way to refute, because the group really did not go bankrupt. The more he thought about it, the more scared Wang Jingyan was starting to tremble, and suddenly, he opened his mouth as if he had found some kind of life-saving straw and said, What I said was that the group was going bankrupt without you before you took over, and I didn't think that you could actually come up with 2 billion to help the group bring it back from the dead, so I don't count it as spreading rumors. However, you only spread rumors after I took over the group. You don't even understand whether the chairman has the ability to solve the group's problems or not. You concluded that the group is going to go bankrupt, and you also spread rumors to the employees underneath. Shouldn't the losses caused by this be compensated by you? Lu Feng suddenly stood up, his body's chi seemed to be like a big mountain, and pressed over towards Wang Jingyan. Wang Jingyan was directly paralyzed on the ground by Lu Feng's momentum and words. Aside, Zhao Yun was also startled, because at this time Lu Feng's momentum is like a tiger that wants to devour people. Seeing Wang Jingyan sitting on the ground in fear, Lu Feng seemed to be like a different person again, gently said to the finance standing by the side. This is my car key, please go to the co-pilot to get the file bag above. Finance heard took the keys and ran out. At this time the president's office is too scary, she did not want to stay down for a second. After the finance went to get the key, Lu Feng squatted next to Wang Jingyan and looked at him with a smile. Wang Jingyan was so scared that he propped his 2 arms on the ground and retreated backward. But how could Lu Feng let him go? How arrogant he was just now he was going to make him more wretched. Lu Feng said to Wang Jingyan, if you do not have any problems, tomorrow I will find a lawyer to send you a letter of attorney, let's see you in court. At this time, Zhao Yun, who was standing on the side, also started his journey of adding oil and vinegar. Lu Dong, our group has a legal department, now we can let the legal department to jeopardize the group's reputation, rumor mongering, creating panic within the group in the name of Wang Jingyan initiated a lawsuit. Zhao Yun at this time is really cool, just looked at the flaunting Wang Jingyan, he is holding a belly full of fire, now just to vent to Wang Jingyan again. Is that so? Then let the legal department send him one. Lu Feng heard that he can still do this, directly agreed. Zhao Yun, after receiving the order, also rushed out to personally inform the legal department to go. Zhao Yun this side just went out, take the documents of the finance and ran back. Lu Dong, the documents you want. The finance came up for air and said the car keys and a thick bag of documents handed to Lu Feng. I'll give you 3 days of paid vacation, take a good rest, Lu Feng said, looking at the gasping finance. As soon as he heard that he would get 3 days paid vacation for running an errand, the finance officer happily thanked Lu Feng and then went down. Lu Feng sat back in his chair after getting the file bag, then opened it and read it. Wang Jingyan also finally stood up from the ground, but at the moment he could only stand there, honestly not daring to do anything. Lu Feng, who had been reading the documents for a while, raised his head, and a trace of anger flashed across his face, but it was quickly hidden. Then he raised his head and looked at Wang Jingyan with a gloomy face, while Wang Jingyan was also startled by the Lu Feng at this moment. To know, until now, Lu Feng had not revealed such an expression, but after reading the document, he revealed such an expression to him. What exactly was written inside the document that could make the joyful and angry director angry so much? Wang Jingyan, you don't want to know what exactly is recorded in this document. Lu Feng's flat voice exploded in Wang Jingyan's ears. Instantly, Wang Jingyan was scared to death. Just now is the time in the palace. Lu Feng has also called him Wang Vice President, but now directly addressed the name. Wang Jingyan trembled and said that he did not know what he remembered from above and hoped that Lu Feng could inform. Seeing that Wang Jingyan would not die until he reached the Yellow River, Lu Feng took the document and read it. In 2017, April 25, Wang Jingyan used the convenience of his position to divert 230,000 yuan of the company's goods. On June 13, 2017, Wang Jingyan used his vice president status to molest a female employee, who held the evidence in her hands but didn't dare to report it. On February 5, 2018, Wang Jingyan received 1.2 million yuan of kickbacks from the suppliers underneath. In August 2019, he used his status to arrange his relatives within the group, and even his 70-year-old sixth granduncle was also arranged into the company as a monitor caretaker. Strongly suppressing his anger, Lu Feng looked at Wang Jingyan, who was already paralyzed again, and directly smashed the document in his hand at Wang Jingyan. Snapped, the file just smashed in Wang Jingyan's head, but Wang Jingyan seems not to feel the pain. Just look at the scattered documents. The evidence is conclusive. I read out less than 1/10 of this. What else do you have to say? Lu Feng regained his composure and said indifferently. Wang Jingyan was like a wooden man at this moment, not making any reaction. Just at this moment, Zhao Yun walked over with the lawsuit documents from the legal department, looking at a group of scared and trembling executives, looking at Wang Jingyan, who was paralyzed on the ground, and Lu Feng, who was sitting in the president's chair and drinking tea. Zhao Yun didn't understand what had happened. Zhao Yun carefully came in front of Lu Feng and handed the litigation documents to Lu Feng. Lu Dong, the litigation documents have been done, please take a look. Who knows that Lu Feng did not even look at it, and directly tore it. Zhao Yun saw that he was so scared that he didn't dare to breathe. Go and pick up the documents on the ground, and rewrite a lawyer's letter for me to add to the things above, and send it to our big vice president. Lu Feng, however, said again. After hearing this, Zhao Yun directly went over and picked up the documents on the ground, just casually swept a glance. Zhao Yun was directly angry. He had always known that Wang Jingyan had made small moves, but for the sake of doing so many things for the group, he had always turned a blind eye. But how could he have thought that Wang Jingyan had actually done so many things? Immediately, he began to spray up Wang Jingyan again. Alright, stop arguing, Lu Feng said as he placed his teacup on the table. Zhao Yun immediately didn't dare to say anything else. Seeing that the crowd was quiet, Lu Feng added. I understand that there is no fish when the water is clear. You say that you are not just greedy for a little money, but also molest the employees, and arrange your relatives who have no ability at all to enter the company, especially your sixth maternal uncle grandpa. Tell me, what is his ability, and does he know what the monitoring is for? Hearing Lu Feng's words, the executives on the side all immediately couldn't hold back their laughter. Who expected Lu Feng to turn his head and talk about them again? Don't hold back your laughter, see the rest of the documents on my desk, Lu Feng said and picked up one of them and read it out. Sun Jichao, Deputy General Manager of the Group's Research and Development Department, 2020, using his position to. Chapter 42, Rising Up and Injuring People. Sun Jichao, Deputy General Manager of the Group's Research and Development Department, 2020, using his position to embezzle 24,000 yuan of the company's public funds. Zhou Xiaotian, 2021, using his position to oppress the employees to help him dispel shisha to slash a knife. Wu Kuei, as the company's manager of the sales department, in 2019, embezzled employee performance bonuses, totaling 42,000 yuan. Now, you people can still laugh out of it, there is no reading of your name, do not think that you are clean under the butt, I just did not pick your documents. Lu Feng put the documents down and said. All of a sudden, the entire president's office was silent, not a little bit of sound, everyone was trembling with fear, for fear that there was still something about themselves inside those documents. Zhao Yun was also shocked, he looked at the president in front of him, as if looking at some incredible monster, because Lu Feng mastered the information is too detailed, even detailed to the year, month and day, to know these things, maybe a lot of them personally forgot, but Lu Feng can actually find. No wonder from entering the company is so calm, so everything is ready. First attracting people who are going to resign to jump out, and then giving them a head-on blow, knocking them off their feet without knowing a thing, this kind of calculation in brains, is it really possible for a 20-something-year-old to do this? Just as Zhao Yun was still marveling at Lu Feng's layout, Wang Jingyan, who was sitting on the ground, finally reacted. At this moment, he no longer had the arrogance he had just had, all he had was endless pity, he hurriedly crawled to Lu Feng's feet and began to beg bitterly. Lu Dong, I know it is wrong, I beg you to spare me this time. No, how can you be wrong, my big vice president, but Lu Feng snorted. Lu Dong, I really know that I am wrong, I should not leave my job, I should not spread rumors, I beg you to spare me this time. Wang Jingyan knelt on the ground and said with a sniffle and a tear. But you just said that what you said is not a rumor, but the truth and even threatened the company in turn. Lu Feng just sat on the chair to watch him perform. Lu Dong, I was unintentional, I really know that I am wrong, you can punish me any way you want, but don't hand me over to the police. Wang Jingyan knows too well that if these things he did are really accused in court, then what awaits him will be a combination of several crimes, and he will have to do 10 years of imprisonment at least. Wang Big Vice President, I am more curious, you have not thought before will be like this, in the time you take people forced palace resignation, in the time you take yachty benefits, in the time you dig people, you did not have for the consideration of the group a little bit of it. Lu Feng a series of questions to ask the Wang Jingyin mute, do not know how to answer. You have not considered for the group, not a little bit, the group accident, you first run away, but also to dig people, but also to create panic, so, I do not have to consider for you, Lu Feng got up and said. Wang Jingyan is still kowtowing, while kowtowing, he also slapped himself. Lu Dong, I give you all my savings, I beg you, do not sue me. Wang Jingyan saw Lu Feng stood up, hurriedly hugged Lu Feng's legs, said. Zhao Yun looked at Wang Jingyan at this time as also a lot of feelings, if I knew this, why did I have to start Lu Feng is afoot to kick him over, lowered his head and looked at Wang Jingyan indifferently, said, that was you intimidated molestation of female employees how to do, I forgive you, she will forgive you. Wang Jingyan instantly did not speak, Lu Feng turned around to go. Lu Dong, is it that if I obtain the forgiveness of the female employees, you will forgive me? Wang Jingyan suddenly said. Hearing this, Lu Feng suddenly laughed, and then said what do you have to obtain the forgiveness of others, even if she forgives you, I will personally send you to jail to eat jail food. After saying this, he took Zhao Yun and walked out of the office door, while Zhao Yun notified the security guards to come over and carry Wang Jingyan away. Just as Zhao Yun had just put down his cell phone, Wang Jingyan suddenly rushed out from the president's office, still holding the armbar that Zhao Yun had placed in his office for exercise. If I'm not doing well, you don't want to do well either, Wang Jingyan shouted loudly while rushing towards Lu Feng. Lu Dong be careful, Zhao Yun shouted, then he was about to rush up to stop Wang Jingyan, only to be knocked down by Wang Jingyan with a stick. At this time, Lu Feng also reacted, rushed up to a sweeping leg, kicked Wang Jingyan down, and then followed the trend of a foot smashed in Wang Jingyan's chest, directly smashed him foaming at the mouth. Then Lu Feng hurriedly assisted Zhao Yun and asked him if he was alright. It's okay, Lu Dong, it's just that the small arm should be fractured, really did not think that you have such a good hand. Zhao Yun covered his arm and bared his teeth in pain. The arm is fractured, but also said nothing, go, I take you to the hospital, Lu Feng said to take Zhao Yun to the hospital. It's okay, Lu Dong, I can still hold it, first Wang Jingyan to deal with it, Zhao Yun forced to endure the pain and said. At this time, the security guard is also rushed to, together with the company's other employees and executives, in the no Wang Jingyan injured the president also want to hit the chairman, the security guard quickly pressed the lying on the ground Wang Jingyan. Afterwards, Lu Feng called the police, and the police rushed over after hearing that someone was armed and injured. After the police came, inquired about the employees present, and accessed the surveillance video, determined that Wang Jingyan armed injury, Lu Feng self-defense, then Wang Jingyan and Zhao Yun Lu Feng were taken away. The police first took Lu Feng they came to the hospital, and then escorted Wang Jingyan to do a checkup, after all, Lu Feng that kick is still a little hard. After that, they arranged for a doctor to check and treat Zhao Yun's arm, and after a long delay, they came out of the hospital. After coming out, Lu Feng and the two of them rushed to the police station without stopping to make a statement. Because the evidence is solid, Lu Feng and the two of them quickly finished making a statement and came out, while Wang Jingyan was locked up. After leaving the police station, Lu Feng took Zhao Yun and drove back to the company. After all, the company was a mess right now. "Thank you, Mr. Zhao," Lu Feng said to Zhao Yun on the passenger side as he drove. "You're killing me, I'm not doing any favors, and I'm delaying you to come to the hospital with me," Zhao Yun said with a bitter smile. If he had known that Lu Feng was so capable of fighting, he would not have gone up, and this time, he did not help, and made a lot of fools of himself. "Words cannot say so, if not you delayed a little Wang Jingyan, I also cannot react," Lu Feng said. Then said that this time Zhao Yun, because of the rescue of his injuries, to Zhao Yun put a few days of paid leave, but also to send him a gift. Zhao Yun hurriedly said that now the group is at a critical moment, they cannot rest. Lu Feng can only stop, but also told Zhao Yun gift cannot be refused again. Zhao Yun looked at a serious face of the Lu Feng, had to agree. Just as Lu Feng and the others had just arrived at the company's entrance, they saw the executives and employees who were leaving the company before standing there waiting for them. As soon as Lu Feng and Zhao Yun got out of the car, a group of people hooted and hollered and surrounded them. "Lu Dong, we know wrong. Yes, Lu Dong, you have a lot of adults, just spare us this time. Mr. Zhao, you help, say a good word ah. Lu Dong, the company all of a sudden less so many people, the management will be out of the problem, you let us make up for our sins." Look at the surrounded over the employees and executives who chattered non-stop. Lu Feng, his cold face, ignored them, holding Zhao Yun walked into the door of the company. "Security guards, stop them for me, don't allow any of them to come in, if one of them comes in, all of you in the security department will get the hell out of here," Lu Feng's flat voice came out. When the security chief heard Lu Feng's words, he hurriedly brought his security guards to stop the group of people. Chapter 43. Zhao Yun ate Lu Feng's surprise. The two men who had just entered the company were again surrounded by a large group of employees. "Lu Dong, you and Mr. Zhao are all right. Lu Dong, you are not injured. Mr. Zhao, how is your arm? Mr. Zhao, is the injury serious ah?" Lu Feng and Zhao Yun looked at the employees who cared about them, but also had to slow down their pace. One by one responded. Originally a 2 to 3 minute walk, the two of them walked for more than 10 minutes before returning to the office. After returning to the office, Lu Feng called Zhao Yun's secretary and asked her to notify Down that there would be a meeting in 10 minutes. After hearing this, the secretary also hurriedly ran down to notify. Soon, the company's staff gathered in the conference room. Originally Lu Feng was planning to let Zhao Yun rest here, he would just go there alone, but Zhao Yun said that Lu Feng was not familiar with the company's staff, so it would be better for him to accompany them. Lu Feng could only agree when he saw that he was so insistent. Afterwards, Lu Feng and Zhao Yun arrived at the conference room and sat on top of the podium. "Good day, Lu Dong. Mr. Zhao, good day," the employees said in unison. "Hello everyone," Lu Feng and Zhao Yun also said. After greeting each other, Lu Feng began his speech. "Let me introduce myself, my name is Lu Feng, I am your new chairman. All of you present should be seeing me and hearing my name for the first time today. Previously, the group did have a problem that led to a bankruptcy and sale, so I've let you all be shocked. However, seeing that there are still so many people who choose to believe in the group, I feel very relieved, but now you don't have to worry about it, because the group is already going to have a second spring," said, letting the finance cast the balance on the company's account to the big screen behind him. The employees at the bottom looked at the $2 billion on top of the company's account, but also finally settled down. After giving the employees a peace of mind, Lu Feng began to speak again. "In addition to being a director of the group, I am also a director of the Ferrari Group and the president of the Ferrari division in Asia, so I will lead Ferrari to fight back against Mercedes-Benz's encirclement of us, so please rest assured." Hearing that Lu Feng was also a director of Ferrari, the employees at the bottom were surprised and were talking at the bottom. Lu Feng and Zhao Yun just watched the employees discussing underneath, and didn't stop them. After all, we have to give them time to digest the news. As for why the identity of Ferrari's director was exposed, it was discussed between Lu Feng and Zhao Yun. The purpose was to give the employees a shot in the arm, so that they could be hopeful about the group again, otherwise the fear of Mercedes-Benz would affect their working condition. You should know that as early as the early 20s, Mercedes-Benz has entered China, and now so long ago, these big international brands have long had a great influence on Chinese people, and even once thought that foreign is better than domestic. And Mercedes-Benz, also backed by the Volkswagen Group, that is really a behemoth, its holdings of a number of automobile groups, even China's domestic automobile groups have its shares, is a veritable international group. If it is out of the way, directly in the international set off a storm of bloodshed. After the murmurs slowly ended, Lu Feng made another speech about the group's development and creation, and it was only after about half an hour that Lu Feng stopped. "Finally, to tell you the good news, all the employees present, the salary rose 30%, this month's salary doubled, used to thank you for the group trust." Lu Feng just finished his words, the employees underneath jumped up excitedly. Long live Lu Dong. Long live Mr. Zhao. Long live Lu Dong. The employees excitedly expressed their gratitude to Lu Feng and Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun also stood out at this time and prepared to make a final ending. Everyone be quiet and listen to me. The employees hurriedly quieted down when they heard Zhao Yun speak. Thank you for your trust in the group will not let you down. Now, just like what Lu Dong said, our sale power has entered the second spring. I hope that we will work together to make the group as a big family better. You do not want to let Lu Dong disappointed, Zhao Yun said smilingly. After the employees heard the words, they immediately promised to absolutely live up to Lu Feng's expectations. Tired me, back to the president's office. Lu Feng to the sofa. Ally. Lu Dong, the words you said today really made people's blood boil. I now want to lead people to fight with Mercedes-Benz, Zhao Yun joked. Ah, old Zhao, don't tease me, Lu Feng smiled back. I really didn't expect. You said before that you wanted to give the group a surprise. It's actually your Ferrari director's identity. Now that Salesforce has your backing, there's no need to be afraid of the pressure that Mercedes-Benz brings. Ah. The surprise I said was not the Ferrari director's identity. Lu Feng said with a puzzled face. What? Zhao Yun also fainted. I told you before to give the group a surprise. It wasn't the Ferrari director's identity, but something else, Lu Feng said faintly. The Ferrari director's identity is actually not a surprise. We must know that Fondly has this relationship. Maybe in the future we can even cooperate with Ferrari. And with Ferrari, Fondly cannot be afraid of Mercedes-Benz. Such a big surprise is actually not the surprise that Mr. Lu said could turn Fondly Group around. Zhao Yun began to incomparably look forward to the surprise that Lu Feng said. Lu Feng also did not sell, just asked Zhao Yun. Now the new energy vehicles, the longest range is how far? Without thinking, Zhao Yun said that it was Tesla's car, with a range of about 1,000 kilometers. After hearing this, Lu Feng said to Zhao Yun with a mysterious face that if I have a battery technology in my hand that can make the car's range reach 2,000 kilometers, this is not a surprise for the group to turn around. Rumble. Lu Feng's words directly Zhao Yun shocked as 5 thunderbolts, directly split dumbfounded. After a long while, Zhao Yun finally reacted, his voice trembled. Lu Dong, are you telling the truth? Lu Feng saw this reaction of Zhao Yun and also laughed out. Ha ha ha, of course it is true, old Zhao, I can still lie to you not. After determining that Lu Feng really wasn't joking with himself, Zhao Yun was so excited that he didn't even know how to express it, and just kept picking up his water cup to drink. After a long while, Zhao Yun calmed down, and then began to ask Lu Feng about the battery technology in his hands. Lu Feng ignored Zhao Yun's questioning and directly pulled Zhao Yun out to eat. When he got to the car, Zhao Yun still kept asking about the technology. Lu Feng still ignored him and took out a gift box from the storage compartment in the car, handing it to Zhao Yun, who still kept asking questions. Lu Dong, what is this? The gift is in the hand. Zhao Yun only reacted. Open it and see, don't you know, Lu Feng said, then started the car ready to take Zhao Yun to dinner. Zhao Yun sniffed, the box was placed on his lap, and with one arm he opened the gift with difficulty. Into the eyes is a beautiful wristwatch, silver dial above inlaid with more than 80 diamonds. In the light of the illumination looks very noble. Seeing the Patek Philippe logo on it, Zhao Yun hurriedly covered the box and then was about to return it to Lu Feng. Lu Dong, this is too expensive, I can't accept it, Zhao Yun said as he shook his head repeatedly. Lu Feng, on the other hand, said flatly that it was just an ordinary wristwatch. There was no reason to take back the gift that he had given out. Zhao Yun was considered to have saved himself. Don't you see that so many people were the only ones who rushed out to protect Lu Feng? To his own people, Lu Feng had always been generous. Chapter 44 Feng Ning. Zhao Yun saw Lu Feng said so, also accepted the gift, but the heart is silently remembered Lu Feng's good. The car quickly stopped in front of a restaurant. The two got out of the car, walked inside the restaurant, casually ordered a few dishes, and when the dishes were served, they devoured them. Busy until now, the two were starving. Lu Dong, I am really curious, you are how to grasp those executives in Wang Jingyan's black material, to know that I am in the group every day, do not know these things. Eating Zhao Yun still couldn't suppress the curiosity in his heart and asked this question, just like he said, he was in the group every day and didn't know about it. Lu Feng just came to the group, how did he know about it? Lu Feng heard Zhao Yun's question, faintly smiled and said confidentiality, which can be difficult to die. Zhao Yun instantly feel the meal in front of him does not smell good. As for how Lu Feng knows, of course, he is relying on the system to get the original in the first 2 nights. Lu Feng found the mall can buy other people's information. According to different people, the purchase of the prestige value needed is not the same, as if Wang Jingyan's information, enough to spend 100 prestige value, and the other executives at a piece of the King Jingyan is not more than a person. Don't think 100 reputation value is less. To know 100 million yuan in the mall is also 1000 reputation value. In other words, 100 reputation value is 10 million yuan. Spend 10 million to buy a person's information has been very expensive. But this buy information has a drawback, is that you have to stay with the person to communicate before you can buy. Lu Feng is also in Wang Jingying talked for a while after waiting for all those executives appeared. He bought, and then let the system placed in the car, and finally let the company's finance to get. Just as Lu Feng and Jia Yun finished their meal, a phone call came in. Hello, which? Lu Feng picked up the phone and asked. Hello, may I ask if you are the Lu Dong of the Fondly Group? A gentle female voice came out on the phone. Lu Feng was puzzled and wondered who was looking for him. Well, I am. Lu Dong, hello, I am the secretary of the president of Mercedes-Benz China. I took the liberty of calling to ask where you are now. I have some things I need to talk to you. Here is Mercedes-Benz people. Lu Feng instantly understand that people are looking for him to come over to settle scores. To know Mercedes-Benz in order to get the sale group is a lot of effort. Look to put the sale group in the bag. The results were Lu Feng snatched over. Change who are angry Knowing that Mercedes-Benz is ready to find their own trouble, Lu Feng is not the slightest bit of a wimp, and directly told the opposite side of the phone their own location. Said he hung up the phone. Aside Jia Yun heard clearly, no Mercedes-Benz came, is also a little panic. Asked Lu Feng now want to go back to the group. Lu Feng directly rejected Jia Yun's proposal. He is going to wait here for Mercedes-Benz people to come, to see what they can do to themselves. Jia Yun also had to wait here with Lu Feng. After about 20 minutes, a sharp and strong woman led a group of people into the small restaurant. After entering the diner, the woman looked around for a moment before walking straight to Lu Feng. Hello, Lu Dong, I am. The words were not finished, Lu Feng interrupted her. I know, the secretary of Mercedes-Benz. Well, Lu Feng waved his hand lazily and picked up a toothpick to pick his teeth. See Lu Feng so disrespectful. The secretary's faces also flashed a trace of displeasure, but soon adjusted the mentality. Behind the follower arranged for him to go to the restaurant, package down. Do not let anyone come in to disturb her in Lu Feng's conversation. The follower listened to the boss, ran over to find. Lu Feng saw this scene and began to taunt, worthy of Mercedes-Benz. Framed so big. Who expected the woman to hear just a faint smile, explained that this is to respect Lu Feng, do not want to let idle people to disturb Lu Feng. After saying this, she also greeted Zhao Yun on the side. If Lu Feng did not recognize the woman in front of him, then Zhao Yun recognized simply could not recognize again. Feng Ning, the assistant to the president of the Mercedes-Benz Group's China division. If you really take him as an assistant, then you are very wrong. She is in the internal of Mercedes-Benz in China, but only second to the president of the figure. I heard that the president of Mercedes-Benz has already proposed to the headquarters to let Feng Ning to serve as the vice president of Mercedes-Benz in China. Moreover, the reason for the previous bankruptcy of Fondly Group was caused by the Feng Ning in front of her, and the fight against Fondly Group was also the final test for her to become the vice president. But now, Lu Feng's appearance made all of Feng Ning's previous efforts go to waste. After knowing that Lu Feng appeared at Sale Power, Feng Ning brought her people to kill them, but as a result, Lu Feng took Zhao Yun out to dinner, making her pounce, and undeterred, she asked for Lu Feng's contact information, and then found this current restaurant. Hello, Ms. Feng, Zhao Yun said politely. Although he couldn't wait to beat Feng Ning to death, Zhao Yun still had to maintain a superficial politeness with her. After greeting Zhao Yun, Feng Ning said directly to Lu Feng. Lu Dong, I think you also know my intention. I need to Sale Power Group, and I also asked clearly, you buy Sale Power spend 6 billion, I offer 65 billion, you only need to turn a hand can earn 500 million, you think? Ha 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 ha. Lu Feng laughed directly after hearing this. What are you laughing at? Feng Ning asked Lu Feng suspiciously. I am laughing at you. The Sale Power Group is our own industry in China. You actually help foreign enterprises to deal with our own enterprises in order to promote. I laugh at your short-sighted Lu Feng said lightly. Lu Dong, I do not agree with this view of yours. Business war has no borders. I only need to be loyal to the group I belong to, Feng Ning explained. Yes, everyone says that this has no borders and that has no borders, but when China was stuck in a foreign country's neck because of its chips, how come no one said that science and technology has no borders? So, Miss Feng, I really don't like what you are doing, so please go back. Lu Feng directly gave the expulsion order. I can increase it to 7 billion, Mr. Lu, I hope you can consider it. Feng Ning is still not dead. No need, I won't agree. If you still have any means you can make out as much as you want, I'll take all of them. Lu Feng said the most domineering words in the most flat tone. Seeing that the communication was fruitless, Feng Ning had no choice but to leave with her people, but when she left, she gave Lu Feng a postcard, hoping that he could call her when he thought it over. Lu Feng looked at the business card on the table and directly threw it into the trash. Lu Dong, aren't you being a bit too tough like this? Zhao Yun asked in a low voice. I don't think it's tough at all. I still think it's not a good performance. If it's not for the fact that she's a woman, I'd be cursing her directly, Lu Feng said. But in that case, with Feng Ning's nature, she should have launched an attack on the Sail Power Group. Now that the group has stabilized with great difficulty, shouldn't we avoid making a big fuss, Zhao Yun explained. No, you don't have to worry, she won't have time to deal with Fondly right away. I will notify Ferrari to launch an attack on Mercedes-Benz very soon. It's questionable if she can stay in Mercedes-Benz, Lu Feng said. Feeling the vigor and momentum of his own chairman, Zhao Yun did not dare to say anything more. Let's go, take me to see the research department of Fondly. Lu Feng got up and left. Zhao Yun hurriedly followed. Boss, count how much. Zhao Yun ran over to settle the bill. The money has already been settled, said the boss. Lu Dong, have you paid? Zhao Yun looked at Lu Feng and asked. No. Two gentlemen, it was the lady's henchman who just paid, the boss explained. Hearing that Feng Ning actually paid the bill with them, Lu Feng praised Feng Ning for her atmosphere. Zhao Yun looked speechless. Just now he had to scold others, now he was praising them. After the two of them got into the car, led by Zhao Yun, they went straight to the research department of Fondly. At this time, Feng Ning, who had hit a wall here in Lu Feng, sat in the car and took out the phone to call out. The plan can be implemented. If it can be accomplished, I will take out 10% of the dividends of the Sail Power Group to give you. Chapter 45 Research Institute. Lu Feng did not know that at this time there was already a big net covering towards himself. He was driving a car and taking Zhao Yun to the Sail Power's Research Institute at this time. Soon, the car was parked in the factory area of the Fondly Group, and the Research Institute had made its home directly inside the factory because it wanted to facilitate experiments. Knowing that the company's chairman and president were coming, the factory manager and the head of the Research Institute who had been notified had been waiting at the main entrance. Good day, Lu Dong. Good day, Mr. Zhao. Just getting off the car, Lu Feng saw a man around 40 years old and a woman in her 30s, who were the factory director and the head of the graduate school respectively. Hello guys, Lu Feng greeted. Then, under the factory director's leadership, Lu Feng first visited the factory's operations and equipment. Lu Dong, you see, this is the state-of-the-art assembly line equipment from the French country that we purchased before. The reason why Mercedes-Benz went to great lengths to target us is actually because they saw that we have ready-made plant equipment and personnel, Zhao Yun explained while walking. You have to know that nowadays, in order to have enough to eat inside this new cake of new energy, each car company is saving up their efforts for research and development, and they simply don't have the time to set up new plants and equipments, and some of the equipments will take a long time to be made, so a lot of them will go and acquire the ready-made ones, so as to save time, and put their energy on the new energy research. That's all the more reason not to let them have their way. Now the new energy is the best opportunity for our Chinese car companies to complete the bend and overtake. Miss this opportunity, Chinese car companies will have no chance in the next 20 years, Lu Feng said indifferently. Soon, several people finished visiting the factory, and under the leadership of the person in charge of the research institute, Lu Feng and Zhao Yun came to the group's research institute. Lu Dong, this is our own research institute. There is a team that researches traditional oil vehicles, and there is also a foreign team that we have just poached with high salaries to research new energy. After all, who does not want to get a piece of the pie in the field of new energy? Zhao Yun introduced with a smile. You mean, new energy research is foreigners? Lu Feng asked. Yes, although I do not want to admit, but the strength of our group can only dig people from the European side of the research, cannot be like Yachty. DAC has the strength to train their own research team, Zhao Yun said bitterly. Okay, I know, take me to see it, Lu Feng said and walked in. Once inside, he saw a lot of researchers working on automobile parts in groups of 3 to 5. There are still a lot of people here, Lu Feng said with a smile as he looked at the bustling scene in front of him. What you see now is the traditional oil car research place, new energy in the inside, said Zhang Ru, head of the institute. Then go in and take a look at it, Lu Feng said and walked toward the front. Push open the door of the new energy research department. The inside is completely different from the outside. Better research equipment, more comfortable environment, all are revealing the importance of sail power to the new energy. Jason, stop the research in your hands and come over, Zhang Ru said to the foreigner who was researching something not far away. The foreigner who was studying something heard that and walked over. Lu Feng sized up the 40-year-old blue-eyed foreigner in front of him and then extended his hand. Hello Professor Jason, I am the new director of the Sail Power Group, Lu Feng. Hello, I am Jason, said the middle-aged man as he similarly shook his hand. This time, the president and chairman came to visit the company's R&D department, and to see how the new energy research is going, Zhang Ru explained to the man. Zhang, I should have already told you, the new energy research is not so fast. If there are results so quickly, then the major research teams will not be delayed for such a long time, Jason said impatiently. Zhang Ru was too disliked to speak. Although she was the head of the research institute, she didn't dare to offend this group of foreigners. In case they gave up and quit at that time, she would be a sinner. Zhao Yun looked at the awkward scene in front of him and couldn't say anything. After all, he was the one who spent a great deal of effort in the first place to invite this team in front of him. Do you mean that I spent money for you guys to come over and study, and I can't even ask about the process? Lu Feng, however, wasn't the least bit spoiled. Hearing that it was the chairman of the group who asked the question, Jason collected his temper a little and said, "Chairman, the thing about research, we are professionals, so I don't want you to come and disturb us too often. Research needs to be quiet." Lu Feng heard Jason's words and asked Zhao Yun, who was on the side, "How long have you been inviting them here?" Zhao Yun hurriedly said it's been half a year since he invited them over. "So, in these half a year, none of you have researched a single result for me," Lu Feng said to Jason again. Seeing that Lu Feng was not satisfied with the research process, Jason took out the words he had just used against Zhang Ru to stall Lu Feng. However, Lu Feng did not eat him at all, and asked him for the results of the research. Seeing that Lu Feng was not easy to deal with, Jason turned his head and spoke to Zhao Yun. "Mr. President, I told you at the beginning that the research won't produce results so quickly, but what does this mean today? If you do this, I think we might have to renegotiate the contract." "Professor Jason, don't be angry, Lu Dong is also concerned about the research process." Zhao Yun hurriedly rounded up the situation. Jason saw that Zhao Yun was soft, and his attitude became arrogant again. "I am not angry, I just feel that you do not respect me. When it is not your promise of good conditions, I simply will not come here. I am not going to come here." Enough, Jason still wanted to say something, but he was directly interrupted by Lu Feng. Lu Feng looked at Zhao Yun, then asked him what benefits he had promised in the beginning. Looking at the chairman angry, Zhao Yun could only explain. It turned out that in the beginning, Zhao Yun had traveled to Europe in order to set up a new energy research team that belonged to the group, and found a research team led by Professor Jason. In order for the research team to come to China to do research, Zhao Yun promised them many benefits, such as promising to offer Professor Jason a salary of $300,000 a month, and the other members a minimum of $50,000 a month. In addition to the salary treatment, there were other conditions, such as providing superior research conditions and environment for free. If Jason's team researched any results, their team had the right to deal with the results of this in the end to sell to whoever, family group if they wanted to. This results will have to spend money to buy again. After hearing what Zhao Yun said, Lu Feng was directly exasperated and laughed. "Zhao the President, you mean to say, we spend money to let them research, to provide equipment environment, but also every month to open the sky-high wages, and then they research out of the results we cannot use, but also have to spend money to buy, is it?" Zhao Yun directly by the words of Lu Feng was scared silly. He understood that at this time the chairman of the really angry, but at the beginning he could not help the top of the domestic car-making group, people themselves began a long time ago on the new energy research, but also exclusive of their own research team. They sale can only rely on digging people to create a team, but also have to sign so many unfair conditions, people are willing to come to the research team. Zhao Yun was just about to explain when he was interrupted by Lu Feng. "Professor Jason, so under such favorable conditions, you and your team still haven't researched anything, right?" Lu Feng's voice was as cold as the wind. "Chairman, if you are still rushing us like this, I really need to think about the cooperation between us." Jason didn't budge at all. Because he has long been clear about the situation of Saley Group, otherwise he would not have dared to put forward so many excessive conditions. He is certain that Saley cannot leave his team. If his team left, Sale Power simply can't find a better team than his own, and if he really left, as long as he went back to spread rumors about Sale Power, there will be even less team dare to do research for Sale Power. Thinking of this, Jason became even more arrogant. "Lu Dong, I also have something to say to you about the project research funds. At present these funds are simply not enough. I hope you can in an additional research funds." Chapter 46 Excessive Requirements. Jason even more excessive, he actually want to add research costs. To know that he is now leading less than 10 people's research team, the research costs have been more than dozens of people outside the traditional automotive research team. "How much do you need?" Lu Feng looked at the foreigner in front of him, but calmed down. "About $2.3 million is still needed." Jason thought Lu Feng softened, said the lion's share of the money. "If I give you this batch of funds, I have to see some results," Lu Feng asked. "Mr. Chairman, I have already told you, the research is not that easy to produce results," Jason said. "Then I spend so much money just to get a hope that I can't see." "Mr. Chairman, the words are not your words. If our research is successful, I promise that our research results will be the first to be sold to you to use. That will be a great benefit to your group." Jason began to draw a big cake to Lu Feng. Unfortunately, Lu Feng didn't eat this. "There is no money, but as you said, I think it is time for us to talk about the previous contract," Lu Feng said as he looked at Jason. Mr. Chairman, are you sure? Jason, because he is a foreigner, did not hear the coldness in Lu Feng's words at all, and thought that Lu Feng was going to give him additional benefits. Yes, I think the previous contract was a little bit wrong. Lu Feng looked at the happy Jason in front of him and didn't understand what he meant. Then I'll talk about my conditions. I want my salary to go up by 30%, and so do the members of my research team, and I also want the group to provide us with good accommodations. 2 people living in a 100 square feet house is a bit less, and then there's the second batch of research funds. I want it to go up to $30 million, Jason said excitedly. Jason said, I don't know what to do, he said. Jason's words, Lu Feng and the 3 of them were confused. How to increase the welfare? Did he not hear the meaning of Lu Feng's words? Well, looking at the excited Jason, Lu Feng and the 3 of them realized that he really didn't understand the meaning of the words. Lu Feng had to explain to Jason in detail again, after hearing that Lu Feng had asked to change the contract, and that the content to be changed was that the team must prioritize the use of the sale group if they had any results, but sale would give the team bonuses, and that the funds required to be hit to the research team had to be used by the person in charge of the institute who needed to know where the funds had been used. Jason exploded directly after hearing this. Zhao, is your group trying to break the contract? Jason said angrily, then told the team's employees to stop researching and all gathered around. I need an explanation, Zhao. If it wasn't for the fact that you were sincere in the first place, I wouldn't have come over at all, Jason blurted out as he turned to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun looked at the gloomy Lu Feng, and then looked at the angry Jason. Professor Jason, Lu Dong doesn't mean this, Zhao Yun hurriedly explained. That's what I meant, Lu Feng said coldly. Zhao, do you see, this chairman of yours, there is not a bit of respect for us. Jason just ate up the fact that sale cannot be separated from them now, so he does not even put Lu Feng, the chairman of the group, in his eyes. If you really want my respect, you should come up with your research progress and tell me. It's been half a year now, but you don't even tell the group about your research progress. I likewise think that you don't have any respect for us. Looking at the 2 people constantly bickering, Zhao Yun hurriedly asked the head of the institute to pull Jason to one side, and he himself led Lu Feng out of the new energy research department. Lu Dong, I know you're angry, but this can't be helped, Zhao Yun explained to Lu Feng. Do we have to use this research team? Can't we change it? Lu Feng asked Zhao Yun rhetorically. Lu Dong, which is so easy. Now the international famous new energy field of Big Brother, are those international car dealers to invite away, the rest are some cannot be on the stage. Professor Jason's team is also very famous in the whole of Europe, otherwise I would not have made so much effort and signed so many unequal contracts to stabilize them. If we really replace Professor Jason's team, it will be hard for us to find a better team in a short period of time. The group itself is being left behind by other companies. If there is any further delay, the group will really have to drink the northwest wind. After listening to Zhao Yun's explanation, Lu Feng still couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Do you think this group of foreigners can be trusted? If I give them the new energy technology, will they turn around and sell it off? Lu Feng asked Zhao Yun. We can use the contract to bind them. Zhao Yun thought for a moment and replied. Contracts are the most useless things. If they did not leak in the country, but back in Europe leaked, what can we take them? Zhao Yun also fell silent when he heard Lu Feng's words. Yes, the technology in Lu Feng's hands can bring inestimable value, and there is no way to guarantee that Jason's team will not be moved. The group now had the technology in Lu Feng's hands. In fact, there was no longer a need for Jason's team. With the technology in Lu Feng's hands, Sailor Power could completely realize the bend in the road. But there was a need for a trusted scientific research team to decipher the technology in Lu Feng's hands, and it was obvious that Jason's team was not suitable. Zhao Yun was out of ideas for a while. Lu Feng, however, told him to do as he said before. If Team Jason accepts it, then they can be kept. If they can't accept it and even make even more outrageous demands, then they will be fired. After hearing this, Zhao Yun pushed the door into the research room and went to convey Lu Feng's meaning to Jason. Jason was still angry at this moment, so Zhang Ru could only stand on the side and say good words. Professor Jason, just calm down. Zhao Yun walked over. Jason saw Zhao Yun walk over, but Lu Feng didn't come over and thought that Zhao Yun had come over to say something nice, so his attitude became even more arrogant. Zhao, we had a deal before. What do you guys mean by suddenly changing your mind now? Your behavior right now is really making me very unhappy. Also, I'm in an unstable mood. There's no way to do research. I decided to take the team to rest for a month and have fun in China. You guys still need to bear the cost of our travel, and the salary during the travel period will be paid normally. Jason made his request to Zhao Yun. He thought that Zhao Yun would definitely agree, and would even add more money in order to not let him rest for a month. In this way, they would have more research funds that could be used to research new energy sources, and when they really researched any technology, they wouldn't give it to Sail Power to use, but would bring it back to the European side, and then give it to the European group, and he, Jason, would directly gain both fame and fortune. As for the Sale Power Group, Jason could only pray for them. Zhao Yun was also angry when he heard Jason's excessive demands. A man of clay still had 3 points of fire, let alone him as the group president. Professor Jason, I am here to convey the orders of our chairman. The chairman said that the contract needs to be signed as he just proposed, and that you can't add any more fees, Zhao Yun said coldly. What? Jason jumped up with an incredulous face. This is different from what he thought. Zhao, are you telling the truth? Jason still didn't believe that Zhao Yun was this hard-headed. Before it was all about him saying whatever he wanted and giving whatever he wanted. Now why was he suddenly so hard-headed? Yes, what I said is true, 1,000 times true, Zhao Yun said. Seeing that Zhao Yun was really saying this, Jason directly pointed at Zhao Yun's nose and threatened. Zhao, then I don't think there's any need for us to work together. My team and I will be leaving tomorrow. Not only will I be leaving, I'm going to accuse your group in the international press. I'm going to see which other team dares to do research for your group at that time. Jason was in the middle of threatening Zhao Yun when suddenly, the door to the research room suddenly opened and Lu Feng walked in with a file bag. I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. Chapter 47. How arrogant you were just now, how wretched you are now. The words just fell, and Lu Feng walked in front of Jason with the file bag. Chairman Lu, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to detain us by force? Jason said as he looked at Lu Feng. No, of course we are not detaining you. We Chinese will not do anything to detain people casually, Lu Feng said. Then what do you mean when you say we can't leave? Of course it means literally Sorry, I didn't get it. Then you will know if you look at this document, Lu Feng said and handed the document to Jason. Jason took the document and opened the pouch under Zhao Yun's curiosity. Drawing out the document inside, Jason read it, who knew that just after looking at it for a moment, Jason's face went white, and his hand holding the document was trembling. Seeing how scared he was, Zhao Yun snatched the document from his hand and then looked at it. Without looking, it was a shock. It turned out that what was recorded on this document was that Jason had secretly transferred a large portion of the research funds that the group had approved for him to his own private account during his research. Professor Jason, you have to give me an explanation. Zhao Yun looked at Jason with murderous eyes. Jason also panicked. His stealing of research funds had always been very secret, even the members of his team didn't know. How did Lu Feng know about it? Hearing Zhao Yun ask him, Jason, who was already bad at Chinese, stammered and couldn't say anything even more. Seeing Jason's appearance, Zhao Yun was even more convinced that Jason had really misappropriated the research funds. Noisily, he wanted Jason to explain all the things, and then he wanted to send Jason to court and let him go to jail. When Jason heard about the jail time, he instead calmed down and bitched that the document was fake and that it was a false accusation made against him by Lu Feng. Fake, this document is fake, Jason shouted. Looks like you won't stop until you reach the Yellow River, Lu Feng said and pulled out another bank transfer record from the document bag. This is the record of every time you embezzled the research fund transfer. You do it very secretly, but it is useless, said Lu Feng. Will hand the document again to Jason, who was still not dead. Jason took the document and tore him up, then loudly said that the group was playing a conspiracy to victimize him. When the research team members heard this, they all came over, ready to let Lu Feng give an explanation. Lu Feng looked at the crowd, not the slightest bit abashed, just looked for a computer, inserted the USB flash drive inside the file bag, and then opened the folder in public. Looking at the clear transfer records on top of the computer, the researchers couldn't say anything else. After all, what was displayed in front of them was solid evidence. Jason saw this scene and directly went soft. Then he ran to Lu Feng and admitted his mistake. Mr. Chairman, I know I'm wrong. I have no choice. My wife is sick. She needs a large sum of money to cure her. I love her too much. I can only misappropriate the research funds. You can rest assured that if I embezzle the company's money, it will just be deducted directly from my salary. I don't need a salary in the future, said he, and then begged Zhao Yun for mercy again. Zhao, please help me. I really have no other way to do this. I will definitely speed up the research so that you can see the results as soon as possible. You must help me. Zhao Yun looked at the bitterly pleading Jason, heard his assurance to himself, as well as to the embezzlement of public funds just to cure his wife. He softened his heart, and wanted to plead to Lu Feng. Lu Dong, Jason he is, after all, in order to give. Stop, Zhao Yun's words have not finished, was interrupted by Lu Feng. Old Zhao, you really believe that he is treating his wife's illness, Lu Feng said. Then took out another document from the file bag and handed it to Zhao Yun, letting him take a good look at it. Zhao Yun took the document handed over by Lu Feng and just glanced at it, instantly becoming furious, grabbing Jason's collar and about to hit him, but luckily was stopped by Zhang Ru. Jason, is this what you said about your wife being seriously ill and you had no choice but to embezzle public funds? Zhao Yun said angrily, pointing at a young lady on top of the document. Jason saw the girl on the document and knew that he was completely hopeless. It turned out that the girl on the document was adopted by Jason, and all the money he had embezzled before had been used to buy things for the girl. He had thought that Lu Feng had only found out that he had embezzled public money, so he had lied, ready to win some sympathy and let the company treat him leniently, but Jason never expected Lu Feng to investigate so clearly, even finding out where the money had been spent. Zhao Yun was completely disappointed in Jason, thanks to which he had just tried to plead for leniency. Lu Dong, you say how to deal with it, Zhao Yun disheartened and stood aside. Don't be anxious, take a look at this document again. Lu Feng is calm and drew out a document. Jason saw that there was actually a document for him, and was about to rush up to grab it, but was held down by the security guard who had called over earlier. Zhao Yun looked at the document Lu Feng handed him and his eyes suddenly shrank. It was clearly written on the top of the document that Jason had reached an agreement with a certain group in Europe, and as long as the team researched the results, the European group would pick him up and bring him back to Europe, and then Jason would sell the results in his hands to the group. That is, it is equivalent to a man who contributes money and effort, but when his daughter-in-law gives birth to a child, the child is the same as another man's surname. Forcing back his anger, Zhao Yun finished reading the document in his hand. Then he took the document again and walked over to Jason, who was being held down by the security guards. Jason looked at his biggest secret being blown out, and was directly about to break free from the security guards and grab the document. But how can he alone be the opponent of two brawny security guards? No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't escape from the security guards. Lu Dong, Zhao, listen to my explanation, things are not like this, Jason is still defending. Now you know regret, it is already too late, how happy you jumped before, how miserable you will be afterward, those words of yours are better left to the police to say, Lu Feng said faintly. Zhao Yun then called the police, and then transferred to the Economic Investigation Division, which specializes in the economy. While waiting for the police to come, Jason still didn't give up, begging Lu Feng for mercy one after another, no longer having the high and mighty look he just had. Because the amount of money involved was quite large and it was also a foreigner, the police came quickly. After arriving at the scene, Zhao Yun handed over the organized documents to the police, and after reading the documents in his hands, the police directly let people take Jason away. As the president of the group, Zhao Yun also had to follow to make a statement and confirm the information. Before leaving, Lu Feng asked how many years Jason would be sentenced to in this case, and the police said that if the documents were true, Jason would be facing 5-10 years in prison. The police then took Zhao Yun back for questioning, and this was the second time Zhao Yun had given a statement today. After the police left, Lu Feng looked at the panicked foreign researchers in front of him and didn't say much. He just told them that if they didn't take part in the problem of Jason embezzling the company's funds, then they could just choose to terminate the contract themselves and the group wouldn't make things difficult for them. After saying that, and arranging for Zhang Ru to be in charge of resolving the matter of these foreign researchers, Lu Feng left. Just after walking out of the factory gate, Lu Feng received a phone call. Looking at the local cell phone number of Fat City displayed on it, Lu Feng didn't know who was looking for him, but he still pressed the answer button. Hello, which one? Is Lu Feng, Mr. Lu, right? Yes, it is me, which one are you, what is the matter? You do not need to care who I am first, I have a business over here that I would like to talk to Mr. Lu about, it is about the sale group. I do not even know you, how can I talk about it? Lu Feng was even more puzzled. I don't even know you, how to talk, Lu Feng even more puzzled. We'll get to know each other soon, remember to come directly to the Rose Bar, I'll be waiting for you in the 301 box, said and hung up the phone. Lu Feng was confused by him, did not understand what in the end means. Just as Lu Feng was guessing what this call meant, his cell phone rang again. Hello, which one? Hello, Lu Dong, I am the group finance, the tax bureau people are now in our company, suspecting us of tax evasion, want to seize the company to check, a panicked female voice came. After hearing the words of the finance, Lu Feng instantly associated it with the mysterious phone call just now. Is it you, Rose Bar? I would like to see what character. Chapter 48 Sudden Inspection. Lu Feng rushed back to the group and saw that there were already many law enforcement officers standing at the entrance. Not caring about the employees who greeted him, he went all the way straight to the finance department. As soon as the finance who was cooperating with the investigation saw Lu Feng coming, he hurriedly came over. Lu Dong, you always come, I do not know what happened, suddenly came a bunch of people want to check our company, said that our company has the suspicion of tax evasion. So do we have it or not? Lu Feng asked. No, we have always paid taxes legally, because before the leaders of the city of Fei wanted us to land in the city of Fei, so they gave us a lot of benefits, such as land for factories, land for the group's office building, and they also helped us to build a staff dormitory, so our group knows how to return the favor, and we have always paid taxes legally. Hearing the financial explanations, Lu Feng was also directly suspecting that the arrival of the inspectors should have a relationship with the phone call that had just been made. But Lu Feng cannot understand, Sale Power Group as the Fertilizer City counts the big group, for the Fertilizer City local provides a large number of jobs, but also enhance the Fertilizer City GDP, why someone want to suddenly mess Sale Power? Just like what Finance just said, in the beginning, Fat City offered a lot of benefits for Sale Power to be able to come over. Hello, you are the new director of the Sale Power Group, right? I am the person in charge of this operation. My name is Wu Guoying. A man walked over and introduced himself. Hello. I don't know, this time a few people come over. Is there something? Lu Feng asked. We received a report that the Fonley Group is suspected of tax evasion, so we came over to investigate, the man said politely. Good, we will do our best to cooperate. Thank you for your cooperation, but the financial personnel and financial statements of your group, we need to take away to investigate, but you can rest assured that your employees, we will treat them well. Probably it will take only 3 or 2 days, Wu Guoying continued. Lu Feng heard the need to take away the company's finances. He knew that the group of people in front of him is also not good, because the normal financial investigation, there is no need to take away the financial personnel. This is clearly a trip to the Sale Power. Thinking of this, Lu Feng called Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun in the end is the president of the group, usually will certainly greet these people, so let him appear as the best. Soon, Zhao Yun hurriedly rushed to the group after knowing that the group was being door to door to check the accounts and make a statement. As soon as he entered, Zhao Yun saw Wu Guoying. Officer Wu, what brings you here? Zhao Yun asked as soon as he entered. Mr. Zhao, how are you? I received a report and that's why I came over, Wu Guoying explained. Then the inspection is just an inspection. Our group is a big taxpayer in the city of Fertilizer. Every year we pay enough taxes. Why do you want to take our company's finances away? Zhao Yun asked directly in return. This is not also the process. Your group accounts are too much. A moment cannot finish checking. In order to ensure the authenticity of the data, can only take people away. Then you send a few more people. Overnight inspection is not good. Our group absolutely cooperate, so do not scare our employees. No way, Mr. Zhao, this rule is the rule, and there is no way for us to change it, Wu Guoying continued. Seeing that the other party still refused to relent, Zhao Yun had to take out his phone and dialed out, but Wu Guoying, who was on the side, acted very calm, as if he wasn't afraid of Zhao Yun looking for someone at all. Hey, Lu Bureau, I'm Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun said to the other side of the phone. Oh, it is Mr. Zhao. You call, what is the matter? Is like this, today your Bureau of Wu Guoying officers suddenly came to our group to check the tax. You are aware of, our group has always been on time to pay taxes, but we will likewise cooperate with the investigation of Officer Wu. Just this, take our financial matters even if it is. The person on the other end of the phone heard Zhao Yun's words and fell into a deep thought. After a while he said again, Mr. Zhao, there is a state law, there is a family rule, this rule can't be broken. Today your group asked us to do this, tomorrow their group asked us to do this, then it's not a total mess, it's better to do it according to the process. I'll instruct Wu Guoying to let him treat your employees well. After saying that, also don't give Zhao Yun a chance to talk, he directly hung up the phone. After that, without giving Zhao Yun a chance to speak, he directly hung up the phone. Zhao Yun looked at Lu Feng with an ugly expression. Mr. Zhao, are you done with your phone call? If so, please arrange for the company's finances to come with us, Wu Guoying added. Lu Dong, Zhao Yun said as he looked at Lu Feng, wanting him to get an idea. Okay, then old Zhao, you go to arrange them, let them not be afraid. This is just a normal financial investigation, Lu Feng but said lightly. Zhao Yun heard this and could only go and arrange for the employees to go. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your understanding, said Wu Guoying with a smile. Who would have thought that Lu Feng was staring at him dead on, which startled Wu Guoying. Lu Dong, what do you mean? Lu Feng did not say anything, just took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and put one in his mouth and lit it, inhaled a mouthful, and then spat the smoke towards Wu Guoying. Wu Guoying was choked hard by the sudden mouthful of smoke, and just when he wanted to ask Lu Feng what he meant, he heard Lu Feng faintly say, Captain Wu, I hope that my employees won't suffer anything in there, and also I demand that the 24-hour surveillance video must be provided. Wu Guoying suppressed his anger and said that this was supposed to be part of the process, he was just asking them to go back and assist in the investigation, he wouldn't do anything more. Captain Wu, thank you then, but I also want to remind you, no matter who you were sent by, but you have now offended me, Lu Feng patted Wu Guoying's shoulder and said, and then went to comfort the company's employees. Leaving the uncertain Wu Guoying alone, he didn't know what to think. Finally, under the comfort of Zhao Yun and Lu Feng, the employees stabilized their emotions and followed the investigators with their computers and documents. After everyone had left, Zhao Yun indignantly cursed Guiying. When the group was in its glory, who dared to do this, obviously always abiding by the law and complying with the rules, yet they still let people come over to investigate. It really makes people angry. Well, Lao Zhao, don't be angry, people are all like this, no one can look up to you when you're down, but if you're brilliant, they'll all come over to flatter you again. Lu Feng looked at the angry Zhao Yun and comforted him. I understand the reasoning, Lu Dong, but I'm just angry, Zhao Yun said. Have you ever considered taking the group to move? Lu Feng suddenly asked. What? Zhao Yun thought he heard wrong. I said, have you ever considered to let the group move? Lu Feng once again said. Lu Dong, how can moving be so easy? We cannot take away so many assets, Zhao Yun said with a bitter smile. These things can be sold off, and we will choose a place to redevelop. How about choosing Magic City? Magic City is certainly good, but we do not have money, Lu Dong, and in the Magic City no one network. You don't need to think about these things, you only need to think about whether you want to move, Lu Feng said. Of course I want to, but this for the group is not just want to can, Lu Dong, there are too many factors to consider. You don't want to think so much, wait for the finance to come back, you will hold a meeting, say the company is ready to move out of the fat city, let the employees get ready can, Lu Feng said flatly. Then arrange Zhao Yun some things. Lu Feng left, he also want to meet the owner of the mysterious phone, although there is no evidence, but Lu Feng's intuition told him that the company was investigated, this matter must have something to do with this. After setting up the navigation, Lu Feng rushed to the Rose Bar. I'd like to see what big shot. Chapter 49 Arrested. Soon Lu Feng drove to the Rose Bar in the center of Fat City. After letting the parking boy park the car, Lu Feng gave the boy $500 and asked him to take himself to the 301 private room. As soon as he entered the bar, Lu Feng was startled by the noisy sounds. Because it was already nighttime, it was the peak time for the bar staff, and there were countless men and women inside the dance floor twisting their bodies in a frenzy. Lu Feng didn't linger, and under the lead of the boy, he quickly arrived at the door of the 301 private room. This is room 301, sir, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first, said the boy. Lu Feng waved his hand, signaling that he could go, and then knocked on the door of the private room. Soon, the person in the private room heard someone knocking on the door and opened it. Lu Feng looked at the girl who opened the door for him and said, I am Lu Feng. When the girl heard that, she let Lu Feng in. Looking at the dimly lit room, there were many people sitting around drinking, smoking, and getting girls. Lu Feng directly shouted out loud. I am Lu Feng, which one of you is looking for me? Hearing Lu Feng's voice, everyone stopped, and a young man climbed up from the arms of two girls. My name is Wei Chongqing, Mr. Lu Feng, right? Welcome, welcome, the man introduced himself. Lu Feng didn't care what his name was, he directly asked him what he was looking for. Looking at Lu Feng so directly, the man was not in the least bit anxious, but also picked up a glass of wine and asked Lu Feng to drink it and tell him afterward. Lu Feng took the glass of wine, but did not drink it, instead throwing it to the side. When the man saw Lu Feng's action, he didn't get angry, instead he laughed. Ha ha ha, worthy of being the new director of the Sale Power Group, really bold enough. You found me here, what exactly is the matter, why are you looking for someone to investigate my company? Lu Feng just looked at him coldly. This is not for fear that you, the great director of Lu, will not have time to come, so I can only use some means, the man explained with a smile. As for looking for Lu Dong to come over for what, of course, there is business to talk to Lu Dong. It seems that there is no business to talk about between us. Lu Dong, first don't be in a hurry to refuse, I will first introduce the identity of our people in this private room, and you will reconsider. After saying that, the man introduced the identity of these people sitting in the private room to Lu Feng one by one. After listening to the identity of these people, Lu Feng's heart also flashed a trace of coldness. It turned out that the young people in this private room, their fathers were either big shots in the Chamber of Commerce in the city of Fertilizer, or someone in their family was in politics, and if they wanted to develop in the city of Fertilizer, they simply couldn't get around these people. So what exactly do you want to talk to me about? Lu Feng said impatiently. Since you are so anxious, then I will talk to you. It's like this, we brothers want a share in your Sale Power Group, of course, will not want your shares for nothing, we offer 300 million, want 50% of your group's shares, how do you think? Lu Feng directly laughed out loud when he heard this. I spent $6 billion to acquire Sale Power, and you want to spend 300 million to buy 50% of the shares, don't you think it's too delusional? Lu Dong, the account is not the way you calculate, think about it, if we people become the shareholders of the Sale Power Group, then in the Fertilizer City what other people dare to mess with Sale Power, your development will also be quite smooth, is not it? So, you made this mess today, want to let me know, How much energy you have in Fat City? Lu Feng asked coldly. Yes, without showing it off a bit, how can you value us? The man smiled. Then what if I don't agree? Lu Feng said with narrowed eyes. Then you have to be prepared for people to check your group every day, but also be careful of those social punks to go to your group to find trouble. The man smiled and threatened. Then it seems that there is no possibility of détente between us, Lu Feng said in a grim tone. If you don't agree with our proposal, then there is no possibility of détente, the man said arrogantly. Lu Feng sniffed, did not say anything, turned around and wanted to leave. He did not want to waste time on this group of second generation. Just as Lu Feng had just turned around and was about to leave, a young man stood up on the sofa again. Here is what you want to come here, do not leave something, you do not want us safely out of this room. What did you say? Lu Feng turned his head and asked. I said, you do not agree with this business, do not want us safely out of this room, you deaf, red hair man continued to arrogantly said. Listening to this meaning, today this thing cannot be good, right? Lu Feng looked at the first man who stood up and said. Lu Dong, you only need to agree to my request, we will be a family in the future, what do you think? The man thought Lu Feng to soften. You, just with you people, also want to talk business with me, the result Lu Feng's speech shocking. Then you are refusing? The man said. I do not refuse. Why, I am a fool, Lu Feng said mockingly. Just as Lu Feng's words fell, the red-haired man threw a beer bottle over. The snap hit Lu Feng's head. Fortunately, his current body can be comparable to the special forces, or else it must be a bloody head. Touching his slightly bleeding head, Lu Feng smiled morosely. Is this your way? But it's really not good. Seeing Lu Feng behave like this, the red-haired man directly picked up another beer bottle from the table and smashed it towards Lu Feng. However, this time, the expected hit did not appear. Lu Feng directly blew up the beer bottle flying towards him with his empty hand. This scene stunned the red-haired man and also the crowd. Are you good at throwing beer bottles? Lu Feng said mockingly. The red-haired man sniffed, directly rushed over, saw the red-haired man's hands. Several other men also rushed up, only just in Lu Feng negotiation conditions of the man did not go. As for those accompanying the miss, has long been hiding aside. Lu Feng saw the crowd rushed up without the slightest panic, find the opportunity to strike, a left hook punch in the face of the red-haired man. Red hair instantly flew out 3 or 4 meters, lying on the ground motionless. Then there was another straight punch inside the intercepting fist hitting another man. After the man was punched, he also covered his stomach and lay on the ground. There was a click. It turned out to be a tattooed young man with a bench sneak attack Lu Feng. Lu Feng back hard received a bench. The moment Lu Feng took the pain, he turned around and grabbed the man who had sneak attacked him and came up with 2 punches, then kicked him. The remaining 2 men were instead put down by Lu Feng with a double kick. Afterwards, Lu Feng calmly walked to the front of the man sitting on top of the sofa, took out a cigarette from his pocket, put it in his mouth and lit it. Who? Lu Feng exhaled a mouthful of smoke, turned his head to look at the man who had been stunned and said. Still want to leave me behind? The man heard Lu Feng's words and directly stood up with a jolt. You do not be too arrogant, now is a legal society, you can fight so what, the man shivering said. Then you still have any moves to make out? No words, I can go Lu Feng said. Humph, you cannot go, you think we only these tactics, the man suddenly said. Then the door of the room was opened, a group of police came to the room. We received a call from the police saying that there was a fight here, said the police officer in charge. As soon as the man in charge saw the police coming, he said hurriedly. Mr. Policeman, it's him, he beat up so many of my friends, look, they can't even stand up after being beaten. The police officer sniffed, scanned the private room, saw the several people lying on the floor, and then looked at Lu Feng sitting on the sofa, and then ordered Lu Feng to be arrested. Lu Feng calmly finished the last puff of his cigarette before the police grabbed his hands. Is this your backhand? Lu Feng said as he looked at the man. Ha ha, what backhand? I don't know anything, said the man arrogantly. Do you think I believe, not you advance notice, they can come so fast? Whatever you say, I don't know what's going on anyway, the man just bites the bullet and has nothing to do with himself. Don't talk so much, go, take you all back, to the bureau to talk again, said the young police. Chapter 50 Wei Chongqing's Tactics. In the police station, 2 policemen were interrogating Lu Feng. Why did you hurt someone with your hands? Asked one of the policemen with a pen. I was acting in self-defense, sir, Lu Feng said calmly. But now no one can prove that you were in self-defense, except for your own words of self-defense. The other people said it could be that you moved your hand first. So, now all the evidence points to the fact that I hurt people first, Lu Feng asked. The current situation is like this, said the police officer while recording. You let Wei Chongqing come over, I have something to say to him. Sorry, everyone else is in the hospital right now. Are you saying that Wei Changqing is also here? Yes. But he is obviously not injured. He said he suffered internal injuries. Then my head is also injured, why not send me to the hospital as well, Lu Feng said, looking at the two men who interrogated him. Sorry, according to the process, we need to interrogate you first, said a slightly older police officer. I get it, Lu Feng suddenly laughed. Can you give me my cell phone? I need to make a call. Sorry, I can't give it to you right now. As far as I know, I should have the qualifications to contact the outside world now, right? Lu Feng's eyes went cold and his tone became serious. However, the two people across the street acted as if they hadn't heard, they didn't even raise their heads, they were just there to make a statement. Soon after the statement was done, the two men got up and left, leaving Lu Feng alone inside the interrogation room. Instantly, he was left alone in the interrogation room. After about an hour or so, a policeman came over and handed Lu Feng a bread and a glass of water. Lu Feng looked at him and asked a question. How much did they give you? The policeman smiled at his words, then said, soften up before it's too late, there are some people you can't afford to offend, turned around and left. The policeman had just walked to the door of the interrogation room when he heard Lu Feng's voice coming from behind him. Then how do you know that you can afford to offend me? The policeman turned his head and saw Lu Feng with a smiling face, only to feel a chill going straight to his head. He hurriedly closed the door of the interrogation room and walked out. On the other side, the people who were beaten up by Lu Feng also came out from the hospital. Xing Xiao, this can't be let go, said a man with a bandage on his head. Yes, this kid hit too hard. Must give him some color. Several people chirped around Wei Changqing and said, don't worry about it, I've already arranged it. Tonight this Lu Feng in the interrogation room inside will not be good. Wei Changqing light smile said he was ready. I didn't expect this kid to be able to fight so well. I was also thinking that we can't close the deal, then we will arrest him for the crime of force. I didn't think that the last is because of intentional injury to go in. If we don't go to the interrogation room to see him, the red-haired man suddenly said. Good idea. Yes, see how wretched he is now. Soon, the red-haired man's proposal was supported by all the people, and several people drove to the interrogation room. Lu Feng was bored inside the interrogation room at this time. There was no way, he didn't have a cell phone right now, he could only stare. Suddenly, Lu Feng saw the red hair that he had beaten down from the small window on the door of the interrogation room. With a click, the few young men from before walked in. Mr. Lu, good to see you again, Wei Changqing said with a smile. Looking at the few people who freely entered and left the interrogation room, Lu Feng wasn't a bit surprised. After all, the other party was representing the powerful class of Fat City, and it wasn't difficult at all to be able to do this. Thanks to Wei Xiao's blessing, I'm still eating well and sleeping well here, and it would be even better if I couldn't see the disgusting faces of certain people. Lu Feng spread his hands and said with a smile. Who are you calling disgusting? Red hair temper all of a sudden came up, reaching out to hit over, but was Wei Changqing to stop. Don't be impulsive, I didn't say you. What are you in such a hurry to come out? Lu Feng looked at the many gentlemen, although there was a smile on his face, but the coldness in the depths of his eyes was chilling. Mr. Lu, being eloquent is of no use. You are a businessman, you should know that the most important thing in the business world is connections. Your sale power in the Fat City, and we happen to be able to represent some of the people in the Fat City. If you can get our support, earning money will be more than the present. Why should you be catty about this little interest in front of you? Wei Changqing pulled over a chair and sat down with a big swing. This interrogation room that ordinary people talk about, at the moment it seems as if it is his home. As for his words, Lu Feng nodded his head deeply. He was now considered to have stepped into the business world for a period of time, and naturally knew the influence of connections on industry. But that didn't mean he had to be soft. If these people came up with a serious attitude to talk to him about cooperation, then he might still agree. After all, one more friend is one more road. But when these people came up and wanted to directly rob, this made Lu Feng very upset. Not to mention that they had only offered an extremely low price. Even if they were to offer $1 trillion right now, Lu Feng wouldn't be able to sell it to them. Things had come to a point where it was no longer a matter of money or not. There is an old saying that Buddha fights for incense, and people fight for a breath. There's nothing wrong with being smooth in the world, but that doesn't mean you have to let people bully you. Wei Xiao, of course I know how much energy you people have in Fat City. It's just a pity that your previous attitude made me very upset, so no matter what you say, I won't agree. The big deal is that I will just leave the sale power here and not care about it. Lu Feng sat up straight, his body was a bit stiff after keeping a posture for a long time. As for Wei Changqing, when the several people saw that Lu Feng had already fallen to this point and actually didn't give in, there was nothing they could do for a while. Although the forces behind them were very powerful in Fat City, they hadn't reached the point of recklessness. Xing Xiao, what's the point of wasting words with him? You let me beat him up first to avenge the bar where he beat us up. Seeing that the negotiations were once again at a stalemate, Red Hair waved his fists and was about to charge up again. Come back. Wei Changqing's face sank, and he drank low. What are you kidding? They are a little bit of power is not true, but here is the interrogation room, here to beat that impact can be big, in case of leaks out, not to mention that they cannot solve, that is, they are behind the people are also very difficult to solve it. The red hair was scared by this rebuke can only withdraw his hand, no way, who let the presence of so many people, the number of Wei Changqing's status is high it. Mr. Lu, are you really unwilling to cooperate and accept our friendship? Wei Changqing came in front of Lu Feng with suppressed anger in his tone. Lu Feng hemmed and hawed, revealing a mouthful of neat white teeth. I'm really sorry, Mr. Wei, I'm a person whose rank is too low to be friends with a big shot like you.